Chapter 2743. Xianxia didn't know about the changes in Spirit Lake Palace and Maplewood City. At this moment, he was curiously looking at the two twin cities in front of him. His gaze was filled with amazement because he found that no matter which city he looked at, there was a tide of people in it. Even though he was still thousands of kilometers away, Xianxia could still feel the prosperity of these two cities. It seems that Maplewood City has really changed. I wonder how the Qin family is doing now. Back then, the Qin family was considered a big family in Maplewood City, and they even had a Dao Source Realm Master. However, in the current situation, a Dao Source Realm Master was clearly nothing. His Myriad Sword was a possession of the Qin family, and he had already made an agreement with Qin Xiaoyang that he would return the Myriad Sword when Qin Yu broke through to the Emperor Realm. The 7 points black tortoise spirit array that was taught to the disciples of Ice Heart Valley was also a secret of the Qin family. It could be said that although he didn't receive much direct help from the Qin family, he owed the Qin family a lot of favors. Now that he was back in Maplewood City, the Qin family naturally had to take a look. That's right, Ruoshi's family also had to be visited. Since he had returned to the Southern Territory, he also had to pay a visit to Azure Sun Temple. After all, he was an in-name disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had a core disciple token. He was still worried about Senior Tianyin. Now that he had found the flesh incarnation fruit, he only needed to find a few supplementary herbs to refine the flesh incarnation pill. At that time, he would be able to get Tianyin out of the Divine Ascension mirror and have him form a physical body. Tianyin was in existence on the level of great emperors. Once he formed a physical body and could walk the star boundary, the High Heaven Palace would have a great backer in the future. Just as Xianxia was planning his trip, a stream of light suddenly shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Following this stream of light was a ball of light, within which several figures could be vaguely seen. From the looks of it, they seemed to be chasing after someone. However, the stream of light in front was alone, while there were many people behind it, all of them emitting Dao Source Realm auras. Xianxia didn't think much of it. In the star boundary, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Perhaps it was due to greed or grudges. The number of people killed every day was uncountable. Even Xianxia himself had lost count of how many times he had been hunted down during his growth, and each time he had narrowly escaped death. The fleeing lights seemed to be in a panic, flying straight in the direction of Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. Xianxia didn't know if the other party had discovered him and wanted to divert the trouble away from him, but he didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. He didn't change his direction and went straight towards the streak of light. There was no need for him to retreat from a few Dao Source realms. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was 100 feet away from the streak of light. Taking a closer look, Xianxia was surprised to find that the figure hidden in the stream of light was actually curvaceous. It was obviously a woman, and he looked at her face again. Suddenly, he let out a cry of surprise and stopped abruptly. The woman in front obviously also noticed Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise at first, followed by surprise. Xianxia. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, "It's really a small world. Protector Bien, I trust you have been well since we last met." This woman turned out to be an old acquaintance of his, Bien Yuqing, the protector of Blue Feather Sect. When he and Lu Xianyin first came to the star boundary, they were captured by Ko Wu of Blue Feather Sect. Later, they joined Bien Yuqing. They stayed in Blue Feather Sect for a while until Wu Meng Chuan, the descendant of the great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor, broke free and started a massacre. Bien Yuqing went out to do something. She escaped from Wu Meng Chuan's vicious hands and later joined him. Later, the two met in the Four Seasons realm. Thinking about it this way, the reason why Wu Meng Chuan could enter the Shattered Star Sea should be because Bien Yuqing obtained a star seal in the Four Seasons realm. She took Ko Wu to the Four Seasons realm at that time because she was ordered by Wu Meng Chuan to search for a star seal. Unfortunately, Wu Meng Chuan failed in his evil deeds in the Shattered Star Sea and was killed by Xianxia instead, allowing Xiao to cultivate the complete heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method and greatly increase his strength. All kinds of karma seemed to have been predestined from the first day Yang Kai entered Blue Feather sect. These thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but Bian Yuqing had already rushed to Yang Kai's side and gritted her teeth. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai grinned. "Protector Bian seems to be very disappointed to see me." Bian Yuqing said, "I wanted to divert the trouble, but you... This is not the place to talk. We need to leave first." She actually readily admitted the purpose of flying here, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. While speaking, she brushed past Yang Kai. But after flying for a while, she did not see Yang Kai move, so she hurriedly stopped and said anxiously, "Run, what are you doing?" Yang Kai remained motionless as he stared at the sword wound on Bian Yuqing's abdomen and frowned. "What kind of grudge do you have with those people? They want to kill you. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You still have a mood to ask me this now?" Bian Yuqing was anxious. She was already at a disadvantage, and now Yang Kai was standing still. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. She knew that Yang Kai was a cultivator from the territory of the lower planets. He was talented, and his cultivation speed was not slow, but it had only been a few years. She felt that Yang Kai could not cultivate to a higher level than her. She was not a match for those people. So how could Yang Kai defeat them? While speaking, the light behind them was already close to 3 miles away, and a person's shout came from it. "Bitch, leave, hand over the token, and I will spare your life." "Token? What token? Did you rob them?" Yang Kai frowned. If this was the case, then Bian Yuqing was asking for trouble. "Who robbed them?" "They wanted to rob me." Bian Yuqing quickly said, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will not care about you. They will definitely kill you to silence you." Although her tone was harsh, it was more or less for Yang Kai's sake, which changed Yang Kai's impression of her. Speaking of which, there was no grievance between him and Bian Yuqing. When he was in Blue Feather sect, he had once caused trouble, and it was Bian Yuqing who spoke up for him. In the end, he was punished and sent to the ice cliff to repent. "If you want to leave, then leave," Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I don't care about you." Bian Yuqing turned her head and quickly flew forward. However, after flying a short distance, she suddenly turned around and landed beside Yang Kai again. "You don't want to leave?" Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Bian Yuqing's face was sullen as she said angrily, "This time I will die because of you. I really don't know what you were thinking." Yang Kai said curiously, "Protector Bian, you want to live and die with me? That's fine. Let's be lovers in the underworld." "Scram!" Bian Yuqing glared at him, her expression turning cold as she said, "Later, help me restrain him. I want to kill him." "What kind of grudge?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Ko Wu died at his hands." Bian Yuqing's voice was icy cold as she clenched her fists tightly. "Ko Wu died?" Yang Kai was shocked, and his face sank. Although he and Lu Xianyan were captured by Ko Wu and taken to Blue Feather sect, Ko Wu still took care of them as their brother. When they met in the Four Seasons realm, Ko Wu was also with Bian Yuqing, but now he was dead. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. On the path of the martial Dao, the slightest mistake could lead to one's death. "He helped me buy some time." Bian Yuqing took a deep breath and quickly said, "If you still care about your relationship with your sect, help me this time." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded. Bian Yuqing then said, "Those people are from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. You can't fight them. If the situation doesn't look good, just leave first. Don't worry about me." Yang Kai looked at her, truly understanding her for the first time. Bian Yuqing smiled slightly and said, "Don't look at me like that. Blue Feather sect is gone. Ko Wu and I relied on each other for survival. Now that he is dead, I should avenge him." "You will get what you want." Yang Kai nodded gently. "I hope so." Bian Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, a cold light flashed as a bracelet-like artifact appeared in her palm. While the two were talking, the stream of light had flown close and the light faded, revealing the figures of 3 people. All 3 of them were from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and judging from the clothes they were wearing, they seemed to be from the same sect, but Yang Kai couldn't recognize which sect this cultivator belonged to. It was a beardless man about 40 years old, holding a sharp sword that was still stained with blood. When Bian Yuqing saw this blood, her eyes instantly turned red. She knew that this was definitely Ko Wu's blood. "Slut, don't try to run again." The middle-aged man pointed his sword and shouted, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Bian Yuqing grit her teeth and didn't say a word. The middle-aged man said, "Hand over the token and I'll spare your life." "Did you kill my disciple?" Bian Yuqing shouted. Chapter 2744. One had to know that Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City were currently filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Any random person could have a huge influence behind them, and they could end up kicking a stone slab. For someone like Bian Yuqing, even if she found helpers, their strength wouldn't be too high, and Xianxia was still young, so it was difficult not to underestimate him. "Junior brothers, kill this boy, then come help your brother. If you can snatch the token today, you can easily break through to the Emperor realm in the future." The middle-aged man pointed at Xianxia and ordered the other two. The two third-order Dao Source Realm junior brothers nodded slightly, their eyes flashing fiercely as they moved to flank Xianxia from both sides. "Xianxia, be careful," Bian Yuqing warned. When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. "You still have time to worry about your little mistress? Worry about yourself first." As soon as he finished speaking, his sword flashed, and he pounced towards Bian Yuqing, the long sword in his hand emitting a dazzling sword chi. At this moment, two screams suddenly rang out at the same time. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, his eyes widening. He saw that the chests of his two junior brothers, who were originally rushing towards Xianxia, had a large hole in them. Through the hole, one could actually see the scene on the other side of their bodies. Their 5 viscera and 6 bowels, which were still squirming in their bodies, could be clearly seen. "What's going on?" The middle-aged man's mind suddenly became a little confused. His two junior brothers were fine just a moment ago. So how did they become like this in the blink of an eye? That terrifying wound was on their chest, and even their hearts had disappeared. In other words, his two junior brothers had no chance of surviving. They were definitely dead. They were third-order Dao Source Realm junior brothers, and even if they weren't as strong as him, they weren't far off. How could they be killed so easily? Who did it? The middle-aged man's first reaction was that there was an expert hiding nearby. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he stopped pouncing on Bian Yuqing, and the dazzling sword light on his long sword was annihilated. Bian Yuqing was also stunned. She had intended to kill this middle-aged man and avenge Ko Wu even if she had to die here today. As long as Xianxia could delay the two of them for a while, she was absolutely confident. Although she had never been able to break through to the Emperor realm, she had been immersed in the third-order Dao Source realm for so many years, so she was definitely a top-notch existence at this level. But now, the two opponents who were supposed to be pinned down by Xianxia were actually seriously injured, and it seemed that they would die soon. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that no one could keep up with it. A shocking aura suddenly spread out from Xianxia's body. He reached out his hand and clenched it. The two junior brothers exploded into a mist of blood, not leaving behind a corpse. With a ding-dong, 2 space rings fell to the ground. Although the sound was soft, it was like a morning bell that shook everyone's eardrums, bringing them back from their shock. The Emperor Realm. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he almost bit his tongue. This helper who suddenly appeared was actually from the Emperor Realm, and he was definitely not from the Emperor Realm. Even if he was a first-order Emperor Realm master, it would be impossible for him to kill his two junior brothers in an instant. This young man was definitely a second-order Emperor Realm master, or even a third-order Emperor Realm master. Thinking so, the middle-aged man panicked and was horrified. "I really kicked an iron plate." He couldn't help but want to cry because he had carefully investigated Bian Yuqing's background before. She was from a sect called Blue Feather Sect, and after the disappearance of the sect master, the sect's morale dropped and it disbanded not long after. And this Bian Yuqing didn't seem to know the Emperor Realm at all. How did such a terrifying helper suddenly appear? With fear in his heart, he didn't dare to attack Bian Yuqing again. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to save his life. That young man could easily kill his two junior brothers, so killing him would probably be as easy as breathing. Yang Kai, Bian Yuqing was completely dumbfounded. She never expected this. In just a few years, Yang Kai had grown to the level of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm. She had been searching for many years, but had never been able to reach it, but Yang Kai had easily reached it. Was this still the same boy who had just entered the Blue Feather sect and needed her to take care of him? Was a cultivator from the territory of a lower plane so terrifying? For a moment, Bian Yuqing found Yang Kai to be so unfamiliar. Protector Bian, didn't you want to avenge Ko Wu? Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing solemnly and shouted in a low voice, "If you don't do it now, when will you?" Waking up from her daze, Bian Yuqing's expression became solemn. Pushing her source chi, the bracelet she had been holding in her hand suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light and suddenly grew in size, as thick as a person's waist. She formed a seal with her hand and threw the enlarged jade bracelet towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was still a little flustered. He didn't have time to react to Bian Yuqing's sudden attack. By the time he pushed his source chi and hurriedly raised his long sword in front of him to block, the enlarged bracelet had already arrived. A loud bang rang out. The bracelet seemed to have the strength of 1,000 kilograms as it smashed into the long sword, bending the Dao source-grade long sword. The remaining force passed through the long sword and slammed into the middle-aged man's chest, directly shattering his protective source chi. The middle-aged man's expression changed, as if he didn't expect Bian Yuqing to attack so quickly. He had fought Bian Yuqing with his two junior brothers before, but at that time, they were bullying her with numbers, so he didn't think much of Bian Yuqing. Now that he was fighting her alone, he finally understood the terror of this beautiful woman. What's more, there was still the Emperor Realm eyeing him covetously, so he couldn't use his full strength in this situation. I'm not her opponent. Before he could think of this, the bracelet that had hit him suddenly bounced back, gathered its strength, and whistled towards him again. The middle-aged man had suffered a loss from his artifact before, so how could he not be afraid now that he saw it again? He hurriedly swatted away his long sword and used a set of sword arts to protect himself. But one step too slow, every step too slow. When Bian Yuqing attacked earlier, his reaction was a beat too slow. At this moment, he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of her crazy attacks. He collided with the artifact again and again. His hand went numb, and his long sword almost slipped out of his hand several times. It was an extraordinary sword technique, but it was full of flaws. Bian Yuqing saw an opportunity and pounced forward. Wind and clouds gathered in her palms, containing extremely terrifying destructive power, as she slammed her palm towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard. On one hand, he had to worry about Yang Kai's attack, and, on the other hand, he had to guard against the fierce attacks of the bracelet. At this moment, he couldn't do two things at the same time. He barely managed to send out a sword light towards Bian Yuqing, but it wasn't powerful enough and was easily neutralized by Bian Yuqing. Her palm struck the middle-aged man's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was only at this critical moment that the middle-aged man managed to shift his body slightly, avoiding a vital point. Otherwise, this blow alone would have been enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Even so, at this moment, he wasn't in a good state. As he flew backwards, the bracelet artifact followed him like a shadow, smashing down on him again and again. The slightest mistake would have cost him his life. Greatly shocked, the middle-aged man hurriedly shouted, "Master, this lowly one had eyes but failed to see. Please show mercy and spare this lowly one's life. Broken Mountain Sect will definitely reward you handsomely." The middle-aged man was smart enough to know that his life depended on Yang Kai's whims. Although Yang Kai hadn't interfered in his battle with Bian Yuqing, if he could convince Yang Kai to spare his life, he believed Bian Yuqing definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. On top of that, the middle-aged man deliberately pointed out his background in an attempt to make Yang Kai feel apprehensive. After all, Broken Mountain Sect had a master from the Emperor Realm. How could the middle-aged man know that Yang Kai didn't even know what Broken Mountain Sect was? The Southern Territory was vast and had countless sects, So how could Yang Kai possibly know all the sects in the entire Southern Territory? However, even if Yang Kai knew about Broken Mountain sect, he probably wouldn't put in his eyes. The sects he had come into contact with so far were all top sects in the Southern Territory, and even the sect masters of those sects didn't dare speak loudly in front of him. Even Li Jiao and Mi Tian had been swindled by him. So what did a trivial Broken Mountain sect count for? Yang Kai grinned. The one who wants to kill you isn't this king. So what's the use of pleading with this king? When the middle-aged man heard this, his face filled with despair. Knowing that Yang Kai wouldn't let him off, he could only turn to Bian Yuqing and say, "Elder sister, one of her disciples is dead, and my 2 junior brothers are also dead. How about we stop here? This one will make amends and apologize to you." In your dreams, Bian Yuqing clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes turning red as if she had gone mad. The source qi in her body poured out like a tide, as if she was determined to kill this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was furious. "I'll kill you." Saying so, he pushed his source qi to the limit and placed the long sword in front of his nose. Wiping the sword with his finger, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood essence. The sword suddenly buzzed, as if it would soar into the sky at any moment, filling the air with an extremely sharp sword intent. Protector Bian should be careful. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he faintly reminded her, but he had no intention of intervening. Yang Kai could easily kill this middle-aged man, but when it came to revenge, he still needed to do it himself. In fact, there was no need for Yang Kai to remind her. Bian Yuqing also knew that this middle-aged man was going to go all out. With a solemn expression, she clapped her hands together and shouted, "Split." As soon as she said so, the bracelet artifact suddenly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with bracelets that had grown in size. They bombarded the middle-aged man from all directions, each of them extremely lifelike, as if they were real and filled with an extremely strong aura. However, in Yang Kai's eyes, only one of these bracelets was real, while the others were all illusions. This artifact was quite good, but of course it was only at the level of Dao Source grade. When a middle-aged man saw this change, his eyes became chaotic and he was quite a loss. But soon he calmed his mind and said fiercely, "Even if I die, don't think you'll have an easy time." With a flash of sword light, man and sword merged into one, turning into a stream of light that passed through the layers of bracelets and attacked Bian Yuqing. Chapter 2745. Facing this thunderous strike, Bian Yuqing didn't even try to dodge and instead met it head-on. At the same time, under the control of her will, the bracelet phantoms in the sky smashed towards the middle-aged man. As the bracelet phantoms smashed down, the middle-aged man remained unscathed. On the contrary, the bracelet phantom shattered. After all, they were only phantoms and didn't have much lethality. The distance between the two suddenly closed, and it seemed that they were about to clash head-on. The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy as he thrust his sword forward. With a swish, Bian Yuqing's body trembled as the sword directly pierced through her chest. Enduring the piercing pain, Bian Yuqing's face twisted as she shouted, "Die!" As soon as her words fell, a bracelet smashed into the middle-aged man's head. With a crash, like a watermelon being smashed open, red and white splashed into the void. The headless corpse swayed twice before suddenly falling from the air. Bian Yuqing's body also trembled as she clutched her chest where she had been stabbed, staggered a few steps, and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. A gentle breeze blew as Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and supported her with one hand, frowning as he said, "You could have worn him down. Why did you have to be so fierce?" In the situation just now, Bian Yuqing definitely had the upper hand, and with him on the side, as long as she spent a little more time, she could have paid a small price and even killed her opponent without suffering any injuries. However, what Yang Kai didn't expect was that she would choose to fight in such a way that both sides would suffer. Although the middle-aged man had been killed, she had also been stabbed in the chest, an injury that could have been described as dangerous. If she had been the slightest bit careless, she would have died first. Bian Yuqing wiped the corners of her mouth and laughed at herself. You men aren't the only ones with a sense of bravery. Yang Kai fell silent. Bian Yuqing probably felt guilty towards Ko Wu, so she would rather take the risk of being injured to kill him as soon as possible. This was indeed a kind of bravery. Are you happy now? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing shook her head. She didn't feel the slightest joy of revenge. Instead, she looked extremely lonely. With Blue Feather Sect gone, she had been relying on Ko Wu for survival. But now that even Ko Wu had died, leaving her all alone, she suddenly felt confused about the future. Healing is more important. Yang Kai glanced at the long sword that had pierced through his chest. He frowned slightly. If she hadn't shifted her body at the critical moment, this sword would have really taken her life. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't save her, but that Yang Kai knew that he wouldn't be able to kill her, so he stood by and watched. If this injury is not treated in time, there might be hidden dangers. Bian Yuqing shook her head again and said, Let's clean up Ko Wu's body first. There are many wild beasts outside. Yang Kai sighed. Where? Over there. Bian Yuqing pointed in a direction. Yang Kai reached out and hugged her, but just as he was about to leave, Bian Yuqing suddenly said, They're rings. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned several streams of light from below. The 3 space rings, as well as the artifacts of the other 2, were taken. Although the wealth of these Dao Source Realm cultivators wasn't enough for Yang Kai, it was still a great fortune for Bian Yuqing, so naturally he couldn't let it go so easily. After tossing it to Bian Yuqing, Yang Kai set off. A short time later, they arrived at their destination. On the ground, there was a corpse lying on its back. If it wasn't Ko Wu, who else could it be? However, as the middle-aged man had said before, Ko Wu had left very quickly. The fatal blow to his chest should not have caused him any pain. Bian Yuqing's eyes were a little red as she sniffled, holding back her tears as she broke away from Yang Kai's embrace and flew down. Landing on the ground, she was silent for a moment before faintly muttering, Following me won't bring you any wealth. Find a better place in your next life. Tears finally couldn't help falling down her cheeks as she bent down. Carefully collecting Ko Wu's body, Yang Kai placed it into his space ring. Yang Kai watched silently, not saying anything. Finally, Bian Yuqing finished collecting her things and flew up. Yang Kai took her to a nearby mountain peak. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he found a cave and entered it. Yang Kai then took out a few spirit pills and said, Open your mouth. Bian Yuqing obeyed and opened her mouth. Yang Kai flicked his finger. Yang Kai flicked the spirit pills into Bian Yuqing's mouth. Before she could react, though, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed the hilt of the long sword stabbed in her chest and pulled it out with lightning speed. Bian Yuqing's body stiffened for a moment before she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yang Kai, however, used his fingers like a sword and pressed a few points on her body to stop the blood from flowing out. He then stood up and said, Refine the spirit pills yourself, there won't be any problems. Turning around, he left the cave. Those healing spirit pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, one of which was an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Bian Yuqing's injuries weren't serious to begin with, so with her third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation and his own spirit pills, it wouldn't take long for her to fully recover. Half a day later, Yang Kai, who was standing at the entrance of the cave with his hands clasped behind his back, heard the sound of footsteps. Turning around, he saw Bian Yuqing walking out in a clean set of clothes. Their eyes met, and Bian Yuqing's expression became slightly complicated as she softly said, Thank you. The little brat she used to look down on in the past had grown to the point where she needed to look up to him. This change made Bian Yuqing a little overwhelmed, so naturally, she no longer acted as casually as before and instead became a little cautious. It's just a small matter. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Perhaps I am somewhat responsible for what happened to you. Bian Yuqing was puzzled. What does it have to do with you? Yang Kai looked at her with scorching eyes. I killed Wu Meng Chuan. What? Bian Yuqing was shocked, almost unable to believe her ears. But she also understood that with Yang Kai's current status and strength, there was no need for him to lie to her about this. Since he said so, Then Wu Mengchuan really died at his hands. The decline of Blue Feather Sect had a lot to do with Wu Mengchuan's disappearance. The sect master was gone, and the original protectors were all killed by Wu Mengchuan, leaving only Bian Yuqing. Naturally, she couldn't do much on her own, so it wasn't long before Blue Feather Sect disbanded and the disciples went their separate ways. Others didn't know why Wu Mengchuan disappeared, but Bian Yuqing knew that he disappeared after going to the Shattered Star Sea. After all, the star seal used to go to the Shattered Star Sea was obtained by her and Ko Wu from the Four Seasons realm. However, Wu Mengchuan died at the hands of Yang Kai, a descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. According to what Bian Yuqing knew, Wu Mengchuan also had an emperor artifact from the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai must have been a Dao Source Realm cultivator when he entered the Shattered Star Sea, but he had the ability to kill Wu Mengchuan. It seems that you don't want to avenge him. Yang Kai observed her expression and smiled slightly. After he said that he killed Wu Mengchuan, although Bian Yuqing was shocked, she didn't show any other emotional changes. Why would I avenge him? Bian Yuqing sneered. If he didn't need someone to manage the Blue Feather Sect for him, I would have been killed after he escaped. I have no objection to you killing him. It's good that you don't have any objections. Yang Kai nodded gently and suddenly said, by the way, when those three were chasing you, they mentioned something about a token. What was that? Bian Yuqing was silent for a moment, but still took out a palm-sized cyan jade pendant from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. This is it. Yang Kai took it and looked at it, but found that this jade pendant was carved from cyan jade, and there was nothing special about it. Cyan jade was a kind of jade mineral. It wasn't very precious and could be found in many places. It might be useful in refining some low-level artifacts. So why would such a token cause a Dao Source Realm cultivator to chase after it? Turning to the back, Yang Kai saw a few numbers engraved on it. 392. What's the use of this? Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. This is the Spirit Lake Palace token. With it, you can go to the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate. Bian Yuqing explained, you haven't been here for many years, so you probably don't know how lively the Spirit Lake Palace is today. Every year, countless people line up to enter the heaven, earth, and human secret cultivation areas. I spent all my assets to exchange for this token from the Spirit Lake Palace, but I have to wait 2 months before it's my turn to cultivate there. Yang Kai's face went black as he asked in surprise. 2 months? So many people are lining up? Bian Yuqing said. Then do you know how long it's been since I exchanged for this token? How long? Half a year. Bian Yuqing said, I exchanged for this token half a year ago, but I have to wait 8 months before it's my turn. There are countless others who have to wait 1 or 2 months. Wow. Yang Kai was amazed. Is the Spirit Lake Palace so popular? Bian Yuqing laughed. The world energy in the Spirit Lake Palace is rich. Even the lowest human secret cultivation area is not comparable to the places occupied by small sects. People like us who want to break through naturally rush to the Spirit Lake Palace, but without connections, we can only wait in line. Yang Kai said, is it because of this that those 3 wanted to snatch your token? Bian Yuqing said, of course, don't underestimate the value of this token. Once the Spirit Lake Palace issues a token, it only recognizes the token and not the person. In other words, no matter who holds this token, they can enter the Spirit Lake Palace's secret cultivation area 2 months later. I spent all my source crystals to exchange for this token, but if I were to sell it on the black market now, I would definitely be able to earn back twice the amount. Even the auctions often sell high-ranking tokens. Because of the time, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. And the earlier the token is sold, the more valuable it is. Maplewood City's black market has gone crazy over this. I don't know how many people want to find a token there. Yang Kai nodded. Not to mention the value of this token itself. Just the fact that it could allow people to enter the secret cultivation area 2 months later was enough to make many people fight for it. Bian Yuqing should have accidentally exposed herself, which led to the pursuit of those 3 from the Broken Mountain sect. After not returning for so many years, Yang Kai didn't expect this place to have changed so much. Then what kind of secret cultivation room can you enter with this token? Xianxia thought for a moment and asked. The white jade token can enter human secret cultivation area. The blue jade token can enter Earth's secret cultivation area. And F for the top red jade token, it can enter Heaven's secret cultivation area. Bian Yuqing explained, Heaven's secret cultivation area is not something people like me can enter. Even many people from the Emperor realm wanted to enter that place. With Bian Yuqing's wealth, she naturally couldn't compete. Chapter 2746. Only Earth Grade. Xianxia murmured thoughtfully. Do you want to enter it and see if you can break through to the Emperor realm? Bian Yuqing smiled slightly and said, I have to try, although the chances are slim. She didn't have much confidence in herself, and Xianxia estimated that even if she really entered an Earth-grade secret area to cultivate, she wouldn't be able to break through to the Emperor realm. A cultivator's mentality was a very important factor in their cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia said, Let's go. Where to? Bian Yuqing asked. To the Spirit Lake Palace. I haven't been here for several years, and you seem to be very familiar with the Spirit Lake Palace. Why don't you be my tour guide? Bian Yuqing nodded and said, All right. Xianxia pushed his Emperor Qi and flew towards the Spirit Lake Palace, but he didn't return the blue jade token. Bian Yuqing wanted to say something but hesitated, but in the end, she didn't ask for it. If Xianxia really wanted to snatch her blue jade token, Bian Yuqing wouldn't be able to stop him. It didn't take long for them to cross 1,000 kilometers. Floating in the air, Xianxia looked at the Spirit Lake Palace from afar and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. In just a few years, this place had already become a city that wasn't inferior to Maplewood City in size. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed that it was still expanding. Perhaps in a few years, the Spirit Lake Palace will be able to swallow up Maplewood City and merge the two into one. Seeing Xianxia swaggering in, Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, You have to pay source crystals to enter the Spirit Lake City. 10 mid-rank source crystals per person. This toll is a bit expensive. Xianxia was speechless. He had been to many cities, but most of them only charged low-rank source crystals. Most of them were only 10 low-rank source crystals, but this Spirit Lake City actually charged 10 mid-rank source crystals, 100 times more than other cities. It's worth it. Although the world energy in Spirit Lake City is not as good as in the Spirit Lake Palace's secret area, it is still extremely rich. Many people who can't get a token will find a place to live in Spirit Lake City and live here all year round. Xianxia nodded. He had also climbed up step by step from the bottom of the cultivator ranks, so he naturally understood the hardships of those cultivators. For them, the world energy in Spirit Lake City was a blessing. 10 mid-rank source crystals were naturally worth the price. As they spoke, the two arrived at the city gate. Fortunately, the city gate was spacious, and there weren't many people lining up. When it was Xianxia's turn, a high-rank source crystal was thrown out, and the cultivator guarding the gate caught it and let them go. It was not that Xianxia was deliberately showing off his wealth, but he had basically emptied his mid-rank and low-rank source crystals, so the source crystals in his ring were all high-rank. After entering Spirit Lake City, a wave of enthusiasm rushed towards them. On the streets, cultivator traffic was like a school of carps crossing the river, as numerous as the hair on an ox. It was bustling to the extreme. Row upon row of shops stood in great numbers on both sides of the street, and there were even many people that had set up stalls in the open space to sell things that they didn't need. Most of the stalls had people lingering around them, and the sounds of bargaining could be heard without end. Xianxia was amazed. At a glance, there were endless Dao, Source Realm cultivator here. There were even some from the Emperor Realm who hid their cultivation and walked among the crowd. This would have been impossible 10 years ago. Back then, the strongest cultivator near Maplewood City was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The number of Dao Source Realm cultivators could be counted on 2 hands, but now, Dao Source Realm cultivators were everywhere. All of these changes were naturally due to the rise of Spirit Lake Palace. Along the way, Xianxia took in the lively atmosphere, feeling as if it was a bit surreal. Bian Yuqing also told Xianxia about Spirit Lake City from time to time. Yangkai nodded repeatedly. Since the disbanding of Blue Feather Sect, she and Ko Wu had come to Spirit Lake City to make a living, so she naturally knew more about this place than Yangkai. Almost an hour later, the two arrived at the center of Spirit Lake City, Spirit Lake Palace. The huge palace was like a city within a city, and at the entrance of the palace, there were many people lined up. Yangkai could see clearly that these people were lined up in three groups. The leftmost group had the most people, about 500. The middle group had fewer people, only half as many as the leftmost group, and the rightmost group had even fewer people, about 70. The strength of the cultivator in these three groups was also very clear. The leftmost group was basically an Origin King Realm cultivator, with a few Dao Source Realm cultivators mixed in occasionally. As for the group in the middle, most of them were first or second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, with a few Origin Kings. As for the rightmost group, they were at least second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, with many third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. There were even two from the Emperor Realm. Yangkai said thoughtfully, "The tokens held by these three groups are different, right?" Bian Yuqing nodded. "Yes, the leftmost group is the holder of the White Jade token. The middle one is the holder of the Blue Jade token, and the right one is the holder of the Red Jade token. In Spirit Lake Palace, there are the most human-grade cultivation areas, followed by Earth-grade and Heaven-grade. So, don't think that there are many people lining up for the White Jade token, but in fact the rotation is quite fast." Yangkai nodded and stepped to the side. Arriving at a relatively open space, he looked around and showed a trace of satisfaction. Bian Yuqing didn't know what he was going to do, but she didn't ask, just looking at him curiously. Yangkai suddenly said loudly, "There's one Blue Jade, token numbered 3912. If you want to buy it, first come, first served." Although his voice wasn't loud, under the influence of his power, the entire Spirit Lake City could hear him. Bian Yuqing's face changed, and she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" This was the Blue Jade token that she had spent all her assets to exchange for, and it would only be her turn in 2 months. It was the key to whether she could break through to the Emperor Realm, but Yangkai had taken it out to sell without her consent. If he really wanted to sell it, she would have already taken it to the auction house. Why would he keep it until now? "Trust me." Yangkai glanced at her. Bian Yuqing was speechless. Frowning, she nodded and didn't say anything else. Yangkai was already an Emperor Realm Master. If he really had malicious intentions towards her, she couldn't resist. After Yangkai shouted, the nearby cultivators all stopped and looked at him in surprise. In the next moment, a stream of people rushed towards Yangkai like a tide. In the blink of an eye, Yangkai and Bian Yuqing were surrounded by 3 layers of people. This sudden situation made Bian Yuqing a little nervous. Many of the cultivators rushing towards her were exuding extremely powerful auras. They were not people she could contend with. She unconsciously leaned towards Yangkai, as if looking for a sense of security. "Number 3912? Is that for real? Take it out and let us have a look. Brat, if you dare to fool us, you're dead meat." Many of the martial artists who stayed in Spirit Lake City wanted to obtain a command token, so they were very familiar with the numbers. The Cyan Jade command token numbered 3912 was already very close to the front, and it would probably take less than 2 months for them to obtain one. Usually, this kind of token with the front number would only appear in auctions. One might not even be able to get one in the black market. Now that one had suddenly appeared in front of so many people, it was natural that people would be excited. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Kai Yang ignored the people who were threatening him and continued to shout his own words. People kept flying in from afar. In a short while, the number of cultivators gathered here exceeded 500. Yangkai and Bian Yuqing were surrounded by people from all directions. Even the air was filled with cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that fighting was prohibited in Spirit Lake City, there would have been people here who would have tried to snatch it. Seeing that it was about time, Yangkai reached out and took out the Blue Jade token. First, he showed the front of the token to everyone, then turned it over and held it up high. The numbers on the back were shining brightly under the sun, allowing everyone to see them clearly. It's really number 3912. A token with such a high ranking hasn't appeared for a long time. This number will only appear in 2 months. Brat, I'm the first one here. Hurry up and sell it to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. A middle-aged old man shouted anxiously. This old man was not young. His hair was white, but his cultivation was only at the second-order Tao source realm. Moreover, his body was filled with death qi, and his vitality was extremely thin. It seemed that he was nearing the end of his life. However, if he could make a breakthrough in the martial Tao, he might be able to live for a few more years. Naturally, he was very interested in this token. Another person from the third-order Tao source realm who was standing in midair and looking down said lightly, Brat, how much are you selling this token for? Name a price. Xianxia smiled slightly and looked around. It seems that everyone is very interested in this token. Very well. Since that's the case, let's auction it on the spot. The highest bidder gets it. The middle-aged old man's face changed when he heard this. He growled, Brat, you clearly said that it's first come, first served. How can you go back on your words? Xianxia grinned. Old man, I was just saying it casually. Did you take it seriously? Such a precious token naturally has to be auctioned. You, the middle-aged old man's beard trembled as he said angrily, You're infuriating this old master. Since you want to auction it, what's the starting price? The Tao Source Realm Master in the air asked. Xianxia said, Everyone just look at it. There is no starting price. With so many people competing, there was no need for a starting price at all. The price would naturally go up when there was a rush. As soon as he said this, someone immediately shouted, 20 million. 20 million is the price to buy this token from the Spirit Lake Palace. You have a nerve to bid? I bid 30 million, 31 million, 32 million. Bids rang out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the Blue Jade token had reached the price of 36 million. Xianxia whispered to Bian Yuqing, Is this low-rank or mid-rank source crystal? Bian Yuqing replied, Mid-rank source crystal. The white jade token costs low-rank source crystals, while the red jade token costs high-rank source crystals. How much did you spend when you bought this? Xianxia asked again. 20 million mid-rank source crystals. Chapter 2747. 20 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 200,000 high-rank source crystals. This number was just a drop in the bucket for him, but for Bian Yuqing, it was her entire fortune. Fortunately, she had been managing the Blue Feather sect for a long time, so she had the cultivation resources of an entire sect in her hands. Otherwise, she would not have so much wealth. 20 million for an item had risen to 36 million in the blink of an eye, and this was not the limit. It seemed that Bian Yuqing was not lying when she said that she could double the price. The cultivator in Spirit Lake City obviously needed this token. 40 million. In midair, a cultivator from the third-order Tao Source Realm shouted out a price with a red face. It seemed that he was in extreme pain, but as long as he had this Blue Jade token, he could try to break through to the Emperor Realm in 2 months. Once he succeeded, what was 40 million mid-rank source crystals to him? The appearance of the Spirit Lake Palace had allowed many cultivators to break through their shackles. Dozens of cultivators had broken through to the Emperor Realm in the past few years. Basically, there were about 10 cultivators every year. Since others could do it, it was not impossible for him. If anyone can offer a higher price, I won't take this token. The cultivator from the third-order Tao Source Realm gritted his teeth and looked around nervously. What made him happy was that after he made this bid, no one actually followed up with a bid. Thinking about it, 40 million was twice the price of the token from the Spirit Lake Palace. Such a price was basically the bottom line. No one was a fool. Although this number was extremely high, everyone's source crystals did not fall from the sky. So how could they squander it casually? This old master bids 40 million and 10,000. An old voice suddenly came from not far away. Hearing this, everyone showed a strange expression. This sudden increase of 10,000 was not clear if he wanted to take advantage of the situation or if he had a grudge against the cultivator who bid 40 million and was deliberately trying to disgust him. Who is it? The cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm was furious when he heard this, a volcano of anger brewing in his chest. Although Yang Kai didn't say how much each bid would be, everyone still followed the rules when bidding just now. Each bid was at least 500,000 yuan, which was basically a million yuan increment. But now that there were 10,000 of them, wasn't that just causing trouble? It's me. What's wrong? You have a problem with that? A figure flashed, and an old man suddenly appeared. Hovering above everyone's heads, he looked down at them. As he spoke, he channeled the energy within his body, and an emperor's will burst forth from him. An Emperor Realm Master. The old man was still looking around. Summy's cultivator's expression changed, and he immediately shut up. He hadn't expected someone from the Emperor Realm to compete with him for the Cyan Jade token. Although the Cyan Jade token could allow one to enter an Earth-level secret cultivation area, which was of some use to the Emperor Realm, venerable sovereigns generally went to Heaven-level secret cultivation areas. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that this old man had participated in the auction for his own disciples or descendants. It's the sect master of the Broken Mountain sect, Lu Dongzheng. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, as if he had recognized the old man's identity. Everyone else heard this. All of them had fearful looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing's body trembled, subconsciously feeling that this Lu Dongzheng was here to cause trouble. But after thinking carefully, she remembered that no one had seen her and Yang Kai kill those 3 Broken Mountain sect disciples. Only then did she relax a lot. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Dongzheng thoughtfully. Not to mention that this old man's sudden bid of 10,000 was suspicious of him causing trouble. Just the fact that he had just killed Broken Mountain sect disciples, and this sect master suddenly came to find him. Wasn't this a bit too much of coincidence? Could it be that he had been exposed? That couldn't be right. When he had killed the disciples, his spiritual sense had been scanning the surroundings. No one had been spying on them. Moreover, those 3 people hadn't sent any messages before they died. How could Lu Dongzheng know? So it's Master Lu. The Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator also recognized Lu Dongzheng and said with a wry smile, "Since it is Master Lu who wants this blue jade token, this junior does not dare to have any objections. It's best that you don't have any objections." Lu Dongzheng lightly snorted and turned his head to stare at Yang Kai. He extended his hand and said, "Hand over the token." Yang Kai stared at him and sneered. "The auction isn't over yet." Lu Dongzheng said, "What? Could it be that someone has a higher bid than this old master?" His dignified gaze swept the surroundings, and anyone who caught his eye couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Even if they had the heart to bid, they didn't dare to open their mouths. Not to mention, this price of 40 million was almost the limit. Do you see? This old master's bid is the highest. Lu Dongzheng extended his hand again. "Hand over the token." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and shook his head. "Even if your bid is the highest, this token, I still won't sell it to you. You want to snatch the token by adding 10,000? If Yang Kai really gave it to him, he would probably be disgusted for a while. Not to mention, this token was something that the 3 cultivator from Broken Mountain sect wanted to snatch. Even Ko Wu was killed in order to protect the token. So how could he hand it over to Broken Mountain sect? Lu Dongzheng's expression sank as he shouted, "Brat, you dare not follow the rules?" Yang Kai sneered, "It's my thing, so I set the rules. Who do you think you are?" As soon as he said this, the group of people stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, secretly admiring his courage. Lu Dongzheng was an Emperor Realm Master, yet this young man actually dared to provoke him. Courting death, Lu Dongzheng flew into a rage. He pushed his aura and pressed down on Yang Kai. Many people who were standing nearby groaned and retreated in unison. Yang Kai didn't move and sneered at Lu Dongzheng. He gently exhaled, and his aura from the Emperor Realm slowly awakened like a fierce beast. Lu Dongzheng's expression changed. "You're also an Emperor Realm Master." The people nearby were also shocked. They never expected Yang Kai to have the cultivation of the Emperor Realm. They all felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, They all obeyed the rules during the auction and didn't offend him. Otherwise, they might not have been able to bear the consequences. It seems this old master misjudged. Lu Dongjing's expression suddenly became cold. Ignoring him, Kai Yang pointed to the front and shouted, "You come here!" In the direction of the finger, everyone dodged to the side, as if it was not a finger, but a venomous snake. The cultivator who bid 40 million earlier also dodged, but no matter how he dodged, he found that Yang Kai's finger was pointing at him. His expression suddenly became bitter as he said, "Master, what are your orders?" Although he was much older than Yang Kai, his cultivation was inferior, so he could only call him master. "You come here," Yang Kai said again. The cultivator had no choice but to walk towards Yang Kai with a nervous look, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do to him. When he came close, before he could say anything, Yang Kai stuffed the blue jade token into his hand and said, "I'll sell it to you." In an instant, Lu Dongjing, who was floating in the air, turned pale. He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had bid a higher price, but Yang Kai actually didn't sell it to him and instead gave it to a Dao Source Realm cultivator. This was simply a slap in the face in front of everyone. On the other hand, the Dao Source Realm cultivator was shocked and frightened, without any joy. The blue jade token in his hand was like a hot iron scalding his hand. If Lu Dongjing hadn't bid, he would have been happy to take the token, but now that Lu Dongjing was here, how could he dare to accept it? If he accepted it, he would offend someone, and there was no guarantee that he would be retaliated against. "Master, this token. I don't want it anymore," he said with difficulty and tried to return the token. "Do you dare?" Yang Kai grabbed his collar and glared at him fiercely. "Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." The cultivator was horrified and his face turned pale. He hurriedly said, "Fighting is not allowed in Spirit Lake City." Yang Kai said darkly, "Can you hide in Spirit Lake City for the rest of your life? When you leave the city, I'll beat you up." The cultivator was about to cry and said helplessly, "Master, why do you have to make things difficult for me? I'm just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Selling you a token is making things difficult for you?" Yang Kai sneered and didn't let go of his collar. "Do you want it or not? If you don't, you're dead." The cultivator averted his eyes, not daring to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a low voice, "If you want it, you may offend Lu Dongjing, but you will get a token and have a chance to break through to the Emperor Realm. If you don't want it, you will offend this young master, and you won't get any benefits. Consider the pros and cons carefully." The cultivator's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes, whether I want this token or not, I will offend the Emperor Realm, but if I do, I will have a glimmer of hope to break through. Why didn't I think of such a simple problem?" In an instant, he made a decision in his heart. Looking up at Lu Dongjing, the cultivator cupped his fists and said, "Master Lu, this junior is not competing with you. This master is being forced to sell me this token. Please understand, master." "Umph." Lu Dongjing coldly snorted, causing the cultivator's face to turn pale again. But since things had already come to this point, there was no reason for him to hesitate. He quickly took out 40 million mid-rank source crystal from a space ring and placed them in another space ring before handing them over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai tossed it to Bian Yuqing before letting go of the cultivator and sternly saying, "You can use this token for yourself, but you must not sell it, especially to that old man." He pointed at Lu Dongjing and threatened, "If I find out that you sold it to him, I know, I will use it for myself. I will never sell it." The cultivator nodded repeatedly. "Let's go." Yang Kai waved his hand. The cultivator felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly ran into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. When the others saw that the tokens had been sold, they naturally had no intention of staying any longer and scattered like birds and beasts. Only Lu Dongjing remained, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he said, "Little friend, I wonder what this old master has done to offend you that you would target this old master like this." Yang Kai sneered, "Sect Master Lu, there is no need to play dumb. Since you've come knocking on my door, why don't we speak frankly?" Lu Dongjing said, "I don't know what little friend is talking about. If you don't know, then there's nothing to say." Yang Kai turned around and said to Bian Yuqing, "Let's go." Chapter 2748. Wait a moment. Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, Lu Dongzheng hurriedly shouted, "Secmaster Lu, what other advice do you have?" Yang Kai tilted his head. Lu Dongzheng narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Only after a while did he speak. "My 3 disciples now. Where are they?" "Huh." Yang Kai's expression brightened as he looked at Lu Dongzheng mockingly. "I thought Sect Master Lu really didn't know anything. It turns out those 3 people were acting under your orders." Bian Yuqing's face paled. She glared at Lu Dongzheng. If this was really the case, then Lu Dongzheng was the culprit behind Ko Wu's death. If not for his orders, she and Ko Wu would not have been chased by those 3 people. Lu Dongzheng acted as if he did not hear her, and simply said, "You still haven't answered this old master's question. Do you want to know?" Yang Kai grinned. "Think about it slowly." Turning around, he left. Lu Dongzheng was fuming with anger. If it were not for Spirit Lake City not allowing fighting, he would have already rushed up to Yang Kai and fought him to the death. After all, one of those 3 disciples was his descendant, so he had great expectations for him. Now listening to Yang Kai's tone, those 3 disciples were most likely dead, so how could Lu Dongzheng not feel pained? Gritting his teeth, Lu Dongzheng shouted, "Boy, don't let this old master see you outside the city, otherwise I will kill you." Yang Kai snorted and did not even bother to turn around, making Lu Dongzheng feel as if he had punched a cotton ball and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Staring at Yang Kai's back with resentment, Lu Dongzheng secretly decided to teach this boy a lesson, otherwise his 3 disciples would have died in vain. "What are you doing? Go back and wait in line." In front of the Spirit Lake Palace, in a 3rd Order Dao Source realm, a cultivator wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land stopped Yang Kai with an arrogant look on his face. As a disciple of a top sect in the Southern Territory, he naturally had the right to be arrogant, not to mention that he was already a 3rd Order Dao Source realm cultivator at such a young age. It was very likely that he would break through to the Emperor realm in the future. The Spirit Lake Palace was led by the Star Soul Palace. It was built by the 3 top sects in the Southern Territory. Naturally, it was managed by the 3 top sections. Yang Kai took out a token and waved it in front of the man. The Heavenly Martial Holy Land disciple instantly put away the arrogance on his face and cupped his fists, so it's brother from the Azure Sun Temple. "May I know how to address you, brother?" The token in Yang Kai's hand was the Azure Gold Token. It was a token that only core disciples were qualified to possess. Although this person was from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, he was only an inner disciple. There was still a huge gap between him and a core disciple. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, he naturally didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Bian Yuqing stared blankly. This person who guarded the entrance of the Spirit Lake Palace all day long had an arrogant attitude. She had seen with her own eyes how arrogant and condescending they were. Even if an ordinary person from the Emperor realm came here, they would sometimes show disdain. Seeing Yang Kai actually cupped his fists and saluted, Bian Yuqing suddenly remembered. When she went to the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai was with the Azure Sun Temple. It turned out that Yang Kai was already a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, and, judging from his posture, it seemed that his status wasn't low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this gatekeeping cultivator to lower his attitude. Yang Kai. The gatekeeping disciple frowned when he heard the name. After thinking carefully for a moment, he found that he was extremely unfamiliar with this name. He had never heard of it at all. He basically knew the several core disciples of the Azure Sun Temple, but there was no such person as Yang Kai. However, the Azure Sun Gold Token couldn't be faked. Using this gold token meant that Yang Kai was really a core disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. When Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, his reputation shook and spread throughout the Southern Territory. However, after so many years, things naturally calmed down. Moreover, many cultivators were in seclusion all year round, so it was normal for them not to have heard of Yang Kai's name. This gatekeeping cultivator was one of them. It turned out to be Brother Yang. Although the cultivator didn't know Yang Kai, he still had the necessary etiquette. May I ask why Brother Yang has come here this time? Are you here to use the secret site to cultivate? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. When Gao Shueting had given him the Azure Sun Golden token, she had told him that other than the secret cultivation ground for heaven, earth, and mortal, there were some better secret cultivation grounds in the Spirit Lake Palace that were reserved for the disciples of the three major sections. Those secret cultivation grounds would not be open to the public, and those who held the golden token could enter them for free. If not for this, he wouldn't have sold Bian Yuqing's Blue Jade token. Since there was a better place, the Blue Jade token was naturally useless. Brother Yang, please come with me. I will take you to see the master in charge. The man said and turned and walked inside. Yang Kai called out to Bian Yuqing and followed. At this moment, Bian Yuqing already knew what Yang Kai was planning to do. Her eyes were full of gratitude, but at the same time, she smiled bitterly. She had spent all her assets to buy a Blue Jade token, but she still had to wait 8 months for her turn. However, Yang Kai only needed to come here to enter the secret site to cultivate. Comparing the two, Bian Yuqing found that the convenience of being a disciple of a great sect was not something she could imagine. She couldn't help but feel helpless. Without a strong background, even if she really broke through to the Emperor Realm, she wouldn't be able to show the prestige of the Emperor Realm in front of these disciples of the great sects. What are you doing? Yang Kai suddenly looked back at Bian Yuqing and frowned. He suddenly noticed that Bian Yuqing's state was a little strange. Bian Yuqing was shocked when she heard this and suddenly realized why she had such decadent thoughts. As soon as this thought appeared, the slim hope of breaking through to the Emperor Realm became even slimmer. She immediately collected her thoughts, and her eyes gradually became firm. Yes, Ko Wu had died in order to protect the Blue Jade token, just to leave a glimmer of hope for her to break through. If she didn't give a satisfactory explanation, how could she face Ko Wu when she went to the Nine Serenities Hell? Ko Wu's blood couldn't be spilled in vain. I'm fine. Bian Yuqing smiled faintly, exuding an indescribable confidence and determination. She had a feeling that if she could find a good place to enter seclusion right now, her chances of breaking through to the Emperor Realm were as high as 30%. She originally only had a 10% chance, so this 30% chance was already very high. Yang Kai stared at Bian Yuqing seriously for a while before turning his head away. He didn't understand what kind of psychological struggle Bian Yuqing had in such a short time, but seeing that she was in good condition, he was happy. The heavenly martial Holy Land disciple led Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing into a side room and said, Brother Yang, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask the master steward to come over. Thank you for your trouble. Yang Kai nodded. The man turned around and left. Thank you. Bian Yuqing suddenly opened her mouth. This was the second time she had thanked Yang Kai after seeing him, and each time it was from the bottom of her heart. After living for so many years, no one had ever been so kind to her, so she was deeply moved. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, It's just a small matter. Saying so, he casually tossed a few jade bottles over. Bian Yuqing caught them and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. These are, you can use them when you cultivate, Yang Kai explained. Bian Yuqing curiously opened one of the jade bottles and glanced at it, her whole body shaking as she stared. These are Emperor-grade spirit pills? Looking at the other jade bottle, she found that it was also an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Moreover, looking at the appearance and fragrance of the first jade bottle, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the legendary Tranquil Heart Pill. The Tranquil Heart Pill was a spirit pill that could help a cultivator clear their distracting thoughts and reduce the formation of heart demons during cultivation. Although there were such pills on the market, they were definitely not Emperor grade. The best was only Dao Source grade mid-rank, which was thousands of miles away from the spirit pills in the jade bottle. The other bottles seemed to be Heavenly Way pills, which were even more amazing. After taking them, it could help a cultivator comprehend Heavenly Way and world principles. With the help of these 2 bottles of spirit pills, the original 30% chance would at least increase to 50%. This was a 50% chance. If she couldn't break through this time, she might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Holding the two jade bottles tightly, Bian Yuqing's heart surged as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. You gave me such a big gift, I don't know how to repay you. I don't expect you to repay me. Yang Kai touched his chin and pondered for a moment. But if you must repay me, then join my sect. Azure Sun Temple? Bian Yuqing was dumbfounded. This was simply another big gift. How could it be considered repayment? There were at least 80,000 cultivators like her who wanted to join Azure Sun Temple. But Azure Sun Temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. How could it be so easy to join? If she could really join the Azure Sun Temple, even if she became the lowest disciple, it would still be better than her wandering outside alone. A woman, especially a beautiful woman like her with an enchanting figure, would easily cause trouble when she was alone. Sometimes, trouble would come to her when she was quiet. No, it's not Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai shook his head. Not Azure Sun Temple? Bian Yuqing was stunned. Yang Kai smiled and said, I created the sect myself, and now the sect has, well, almost less than 10 people. It's just the beginning stage, and we lack manpower. Protector Bian, are you interested? Good. Bian Yuqing didn't even think about it and agreed directly. Yang Kai had helped her so much that she wouldn't hesitate to repay him with her body, let alone join a sect. Bian Yuqing didn't think that the sect Yang Kai created was very strong. Although he was in the Emperor realm and had great strength, any sect had a development process. Now, the sect had less than 10 people, so it was obviously a small sect, perhaps not even as strong as the Blue Feather sect of the past. But so what? As long as they worked together, there would be a day when the sect would be strong. And if she could be promoted to an Emperor Realm Master, she would definitely be of great help to Yang Kai and could repay today's favor. You agreed so quickly. Yang Kai grinned. Bian Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. I'm also a person who knows how to repay kindness. You can rest assured that if I can come out of the secret plane safely this time, I will return to the sect with you. If I accidentally die inside, that is my fate. Chapter 2749. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was not without danger. If one was not careful, one could be killed by the impact of world energy. Many cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm not only failed to break through to the Emperor realm, but also died. One had to know that Wu Dao died at the threshold of breaking through to the Dao Source realm. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest cultivator in the Hung Luo star field, but even he died at the threshold of the Dao Source realm. The danger of breaking through to the Emperor realm was even greater. Martial Nephew Yang, I haven't heard from you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come to the Spirit Lake Palace today. A person's voice suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang raised his head and saw an old man about 50 years old. His complexion was ruddy. His hair was white, but his complexion was youthful. His vitality was vigorous, and his whole body emitted a vigorous aura. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai understood at a glance. However, as a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he gave off a stronger aura than most cultivators in the same realm. Not to mention the various foundations he possessed. Just his aura alone was not something Lu Dongzhong could compare to. Yang Kai estimated that if this old man and Lu Dongzhong were to fight one-on-one, the outcome would be decided in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Senior is... Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. The old man stroked the beard on his chin and smiled. This old man is Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Yao Li. Yang Kai didn't know many people from Heavenly Marshal Holy Land. Other than Qin Wen Hao, there was Wu Chong. Yang Kai didn't know anyone else, but since Yao Li was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he should be an elder in Heavenly Marshal Holy Land. Elders were respected, so Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to be negligent. So it's Elder Yao. Yang Kai greets Elder Yao. Marshal Nephew doesn't need to be so polite. Sit. Yao Li smiled and gestured. Immediately, a delicate and pretty young girl served them tea. Yao Li looked at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly quite interested in him. After all, this person had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and was most likely an Emperor Realm alchemist. Unfortunately, he wasn't from heavenly martial Holy Land. Suddenly, his eyes turned. He looked at Bian Yuqing and said, "This is my cousin," Yang Kai said casually. Bian Yuqing stood up and said, "This concubine greets Elder Yao." Although she and Kai Yang had not discussed this beforehand, Bian Yuqing's performance was watertight. For better or worse, she had wandered the outside world for many years, so she wasn't someone a simple little girl could compare to. "So, it's Marshal Nephew Yang's cousin. Have a seat." Yali was rather amiable. Bian Yuqing couldn't help feeling a little flattered. Before today, people like Yali were high and mighty figures she had to look up to. This was something that couldn't be changed even if she had broken through to the Emperor realm. But now, because of his relationship with Yang Kai, he could actually sit here and drink tea with him. An extremely absurd feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. It seemed that after meeting Yang Kai again, his fate had taken a huge turn. "I heard from the disciples that Marshal Nephew Yang is here to requisition a cultivation area." Yali didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Although Yang Kai looked extraordinary, he was an elder of heavenly martial Holy Land, so naturally there was no need for flattery. "Indeed," Yang Kai nodded. "May I ask if Elder Yao has any of those cultivation areas that are not open to the public?" Yali frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Marshal Nephew Yang, do you want to use this cultivation area for yourself, or—" He glanced slightly at Bian Yuqing. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, Yali could guess why Yang Kai had brought Bian Yuqing here. Yang Kai said, truthfully, "My cousin's cultivation has reached the peak of the third order Dao source realm. If there is a suitable place for seclusion, she may be able to try to break through a bit." Yali nodded. Sure enough, after a pause, he said, "Marshal Nephew Yang, to tell you the truth, those cultivation areas that are not open to the public are originally prepared for core disciples like you. But you came at a bad time today. Those cultivation areas are full. If you want to use it yourself, I will arrange for someone to make room for you without any hesitation. But it's someone else who wants to use it, which makes it very difficult for me." "It's full?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Spirit Lake Palace was extremely rich, and those cultivation areas were also extraordinary, but compared with the cultivation areas of the top 3 sects, it was almost the same. Why did the disciples of the top 3 sects come to the Spirit Lake Palace instead of cultivating in their own homes? "It's indeed full." Yali nodded seriously. Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. He thought that there must be a vacant cultivation area here, so he directly sold Bian Yuqing's green jade token. Now that there was no vacant space here, wouldn't he let Bian Yuqing get nothing? Yali said, "Marshal Nephew Yang, how about this? Although those top cultivation areas are full, I can arrange a heaven-level cultivation area for you. What do you think? The heaven-level cultivation area is not bad. Many disciples of the Emperor realm are waiting in line. If your cousin secludes herself in it, she will definitely gain something." Now that things had gotten to this point, Kai Yang didn't have any better ideas. He couldn't really ask Yao Li to come out and vacate one of the top secret cultivation rooms. Those who could cultivate in the top secret cultivation rooms were all disciples of the 3 great sects, so no one's status was worse than anyone else. If he really did this, not to mention whether Yao Li would agree or not, it might even cause conflicts between the sects. What's more, as an elder of the heavenly martial Holy Land, Yao Li talked to Yang Kai with a sincere attitude, so Yang Kai didn't continue to insist. "How long do I have to wait?" Yang Kai asked. Yao Li smiled and said today is fine. This was cutting the line, and there was no need for the red jade token. From this point of view, Yang Kai's green sun golden token was still very useful. "Cousin, what do you think?" Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing and asked. Bian Yuqing said, "It's up to you." She just wanted to wait 2 months to enter the earth-level cultivation area. Now that there was a heaven-level cultivation area, and she didn't need to wait in line, naturally she was very happy. Seeing that Bian Yuqing didn't have any opinion, Yang Kai thought that this was the only way. When he was about to agree, a voice suddenly sounded from outside. "Is there no extra cultivation area?" "No, I remember there is one." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. When he looked up, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, standing there with a cynical smile on his face. Brother Xia. Yang Kai quickly got up and looked at Xiaxia with some surprise. Why are you here? Xiaxia was the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple and was promoted to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Now, he was also an influential figure in the Southern Territory. In time, he would definitely have no problem reaching the Second Order Emperor Realm, and even the Third Order was expected. Yang Kai didn't expect to see him here and was pleasantly surprised. On the contrary, Yao Li's expression suddenly became a little unnatural as he picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Brother, I'm one of the 3 great stewards of this Spirit Lake Palace. I'm here all year round. Xiaxia walked up with a smile. One of the 3 great stewards. Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking about it, he immediately understood. The Spirit Lake Palace was jointly managed by the 3 great sects, so naturally, each of them had to have a steward in charge to prevent their disciples from being treated unfairly here. At the same time, they could also monitor the income. When the Heavenly Martial Holy Land disciple brought Yang Kai in, he only said that he was looking for the steward master, and then Yao Li appeared. Yang Kai didn't think much about it, and only thought that Yao Li was in charge of the Spirit Lake Palace. Now, after hearing Xiaxia's words, he knew that wasn't the case. The temple master is actually willing to let you out. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xiaxia said, I just broke through to the Emperor Realm not long ago. The temple master said that I needed to experience the mortal world and stabilize my cultivation, so I was sent here. As he spoke, he had a bitter look on his face, as if this was a hard job. How are the temple master and Elder Gao now? Yang Kai asked. They're all good, but you, little brat, haven't returned to the sect for many years. Yang Kai said awkwardly, I was busy with worldly affairs, so I was planning to go back in a few days. Xiaxia suddenly lowered his voice. When you go back, you have to avoid Elder Gao. Elder Gao said that if she sees you again, she will definitely teach you a lesson. That's not necessary. Yang Kai's forehead instantly sweated. Xiaxia gloated. Anyway, that's what Elder Gao said. Elder Gao's temper. He couldn't help but shudder as he spoke. By the way, I have some bad news for you. Elder Gao broke through to the Second Order Emperor Realm 2 years ago. So even if you're also an Emperor Realm Master, you definitely won't be able to beat her. Elder Gao broke through? Yang Kai was surprised, but immediately felt happy for Gao Shueting. The last time he saw her was in the Eastern Territory, trapped in a medicine garden inside a sealed world. At that time, she was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master, so he didn't expect her to break through so quickly. Good luck, Xiaxia patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a look of pity on his face. By the way, brother, you just said that the cultivation area is not full. What do you mean? Kai Yang furrowed his brow. Yao Li had said it all, but now Xiaxia had come up with a different explanation. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Xiaxia smiled slightly, looked at Yao Li, and said, There are a total of 9 top secret cultivation sites. Each of our 3 sects has 3. My Azure Sun Temple only uses 2 secret sites. How come I don't know when the last one was used? Steward Yao, may I ask which disciple of my temple is in retreat there? Yang Kai heard this and frowned even more. Although he knew that the Spirit Lake Palace had special cultivation areas reserved for the disciples of the 3 great sects, he didn't know that there were such rules. And looking at the attitude of Xiaxia and Yao Li, it seemed that there was some conflict between the two. Yao Li patted his forehead and smiled. Yes, yes, yes. Steward Xia, if you didn't mention this old master would have forgotten that your Azure Sun Temple only uses 2 of the 3 cultivation areas. I'm really old and confused. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and the good impression he had of Yao Li disappeared in an instant. Chapter 2750. If it weren't for Xiaxia's sudden appearance today, and telling the truth, he would have been led by the nose by Yao Li and even had be grateful to him. Although the top secret cultivation areas were not too different from Heaven Grade, and were only a little better, for someone who hoped to break through to the Emperor Realm, this little difference was the difference between success and failure. This kind of thing could not be sloppy. Martial nephew Yang, this old master was so busy today that he actually forgot that there was still one secret area left in your Azure Sun Temple. It's my fault, Yao Li said with a look of self-blame. But how could this kind of thing be wrong? There were only 9 top secret cultivation areas. It was impossible for someone from the Emperor realm to not remember this. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "It's good that Steward Yao remembered." Yao Li said, "It's just that these 9 secret areas can only be used by the disciples of the 3 great sects. Those who are not disciples of the 3 great sects can't enter them." Steward Xia is also clear about this. If you want to let your eldest cousin enter seclusion, I'm afraid it's still not possible. I'll use it myself, Yang Kai said, turning to look at Xianxia and asked, "This time I want to bring my eldest cousin in as a protector. Is there a problem?" Xianxia grinned and said, "There's definitely no problem." He turned to look at Yao Li and said, "Steward Yao, I still need you to arrange this matter." He directly ordered Yao Li, and Yao Li did not show the slightest displeasure. He nodded and said, "This old master will arrange it now." Saying so, he turned and walked out. Yang Kai stared at his back with a slightly gloomy gaze. He couldn't help but feel a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he met Xiaosheng here today. Otherwise, he would have been fooled by this Yao Li. "Are you curious why this old man listened to me?" Xiaosheng asked with a smile, as if he had guessed the doubts in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai nodded. Xiaosheng said, "Under normal circumstances, the 9 top secret areas can't be filled up. Most of the disciples of the 3 major sects will cultivate in seclusion in their own sects, but this secret area is empty, so they will privately sell it to some cultivator who needs it or take care of their own descendants. The remaining secret area of my temple is occupied like this, and I'm usually too lazy to care about this matter. But since Junior Brother wants to use it, we can't let them get away with it." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Let's go. I'll take you there," Xiaoxing called out and took the lead. The 3 of them were halfway through their journey. 2 people walked over. One of them was Yao Li, and the other person behind him had a cultivation base of the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. At this moment, his face was filled with anger and helplessness. When they met, the cultivator glared hatefully at Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing, but he quickly turned his gaze away. He had spent a lot of effort to buy a place to cultivate in the top secret plane from Yao Li. It was not easy for him to enter a deep level of cultivation, but in less than 10 days, he was suddenly interrupted by Yao Li, who told him that someone wanted to use this secret plane and could no longer cultivate in it. How could he not be annoyed? However, he did not dare to act up. Whether it was Yao Li or Yang Kai, neither of them were people he could easily provoke, so he could only swallow his anger. Needless to say, he was extremely aggrieved. Fortunately, Yao Li had also promised him that if there was an empty secret area, he would continue to cultivate inside. Otherwise, the loss would be too great. The 2 sides brushed past each other, Yao Li still smiling and nodding to Xiaosheng and the others as if nothing had happened. Not long after, the 3 of them came to a stone door. Xiaosheng held a token in his hand and pushed his Emperor Qi gently, causing the stone door to open. A light suddenly emerged from the space inside. Like a prairie fire, it quickly spread around, and in the blink of an eye, the entire stone room was filled with a gentle light. Xiaosheng said, "Under normal circumstances, everyone can cultivate in a secret area for a month. Even the disciples of our 3 great sects are no exception to this. However, Junior Brother, you can use it for 2 months. Yang Kai asked, "Will this make things difficult for you?" Xiaosheng smiled slightly. "Their butts are not clean. Brother is not afraid of them." Saying so, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Cultivate well. Don't mess around." Bian Yuqing's face suddenly became unnatural. How could she not know what Xiaosheng meant? "Let's go in," Xiaosheng smiled slightly. Yang Kai cupped his fists and entered the stone room with Bian Yuqing. The stone door closed, isolating this world. What rich world energy! Bian Yuqing walked to the center of the stone room and took a deep breath, her eyes full of shock. She had never felt such rich world energy in her life. Not only was it rich, but it was also extremely pure. Looking around, the entire stone room was filled with world energy visible to the naked eye. It was as if she was immersed in clouds, and every piece of her body exuded a pleasant aura. No wonder the disciples of the great sects could cultivate so quickly. The cultivation environment was different, so naturally, it was not something that the disciples of small sects could compare with. If she cultivated here for 2 months, her 50% chance of breaking through might increase by another 10%. These are for you. Xianxia waved his hand, and a large pile of source crystals appeared on the ground. Bian Yuqing stared at it and exclaimed, "High-rank source crystals." And looking at the number of source crystals in the pile, there were at least 1 million. 1 million high-rank source crystals. That was 100 million mid-rank source crystals and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. Bian Yuqing was stunned by Xianxia's actions. One had to know that she and Ko Wu had only managed to buy a blue jade token worth 20 million mid-rank source crystals, which was nothing compared to Xianxia's wealth. "It's too much," Bian Yuqing hurriedly said. "And didn't you help me sell the blue jade token for 40 million mid-rank source crystals? That's enough. I don't need this. Take it." Xianxia waved his hand slightly. "High-rank source crystals are more effective for cultivation. I can still afford these things." Bian Yuqing opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. After meeting Xianxia this time, she had received too much kindness from him, so she secretly made up her mind to break through to the Emperor realm no matter what. Otherwise, not only would she be letting down the dead Ko Wu, but she would also be letting down Xianxia. As long as she could break through to the Emperor realm, she would be able to go to his sect to help. Her experience in managing a sect could come in handy. A small sect was not afraid. As long as it developed step by step, there would be a day when it would grow strong. Sitting down cross-legged silently, Bian Yuqing said, "I've implicated you and will have to stay here with me for 2 months." Xianxia smiled and said, "This place can't hold me. You should enter seclusion well. I'll come to see you in 2 months. And I'll take my leave first." Saying so, Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed forward, releasing the power of space principles. The air in front of him suddenly rippled and gently spread out. Xianxia stepped forward and merged into the ripples, strangely disappearing. Only his words echoed in Bian Yuqing's ears. "Don't have any doubts about yourself. Breaking through to the Emperor realm is not as difficult as you think." Bian Yuqing was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she whispered, "Space divine technique." With this step, one's whole body strangely disappeared. Undoubtedly, only a cultivator proficient in the space divine technique could do this. This was a legendary technique, and Bian Yuqing never thought that she would one day be able to witness it with her own eyes. After a short while, she suppressed the shock in her heart, calmed her qi, and closed her eyes to meditate. Outside the Spirit Lake City, the space suddenly became distorted and unstable. Then, a figure emerged from the void. A cultivator happened to pass by, and when he saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He thought he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, so he hurriedly wiped his eyes and looked forward again. However, there was nothing in front of him, as if the person he saw before was just an illusion. The cultivator suddenly became a little suspicious and quickly left this place, not daring to stay any longer. 300 kilometers outside Maplewood City, in front of a quiet manor, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared. In front of the manor, a girl about 16 or 17 years old was sweeping the fallen leaves. Her movements were gentle, and her hair was flying in the wind. There were shouts coming from the manor, and it seemed that someone was cultivating. Xianxia swept the manor with his divine sense and saw the situation in the manor. A big stone was lifted from his heart. This was the Zhang family, Wuxia's family. After being away for so many years, Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City had undergone great changes. There were countless powerhouses in the vicinity, and there were fights and bloodshed every day. Xianxia was really afraid that something would happen to the Zhang family. If that were to happen, she would definitely be sad. But now, it seems that although the Zhang family didn't have a powerhouse, they were still able to live a peaceful life as usual. Who are you looking for? The girl who was sweeping the floor suddenly saw Yang Kai and was startled. Her big black eyes looked at Yang Kai, and her hands nervously grasped the broom as she asked nervously. It's been almost 10 years since Yang Kai took Ruo Shi away from the Zhang family. This girl was now only 15 to 16 years old. Even if she vaguely remembered some of the things that happened back then, it was impossible for her to remember clearly. Naturally, she didn't know Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately showed a harmless smile and said amiably, "I'm looking for old Madame Zhang." "Looking for great-grandmother?" The girl tilted her head and asked. "Yes, please inform her that Yang Kai is asking for an audience." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Although he could enter the Zhang family at will, this was Ruo Shi's family, so Yang Kai naturally had to abide by the etiquette. "You are Lord Yang?" The girl's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Yang Kai with surprise and joy. "You remember me?" Yang Kai was a little stunned. The girl shook her head, then nodded. He didn't know what she wanted to say, but her expression was extremely happy. Throwing away the broom in her hand, she went straight to Yang Kai's side and grabbed his arm to pull him into the manor. "Great-grandmother, great-grandmother." The silence of the manor was broken as the girl's clear voice echoed. The manor wasn't too big, so the girl's shout instantly alarmed everyone in the Zhang family. One figure after another flew in from all directions, bringing a burst of flapping sound. Chapter 2751. The girl brought Yang Kai to the courtyard and was immediately surrounded by 10 people from the Zhang family. "Who's there?" Someone shouted loudly with a vigilant look. "Lord Yang, it's Lord Yang." The girl was so excited that she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and kept repeating to the surrounding people, "Little girl, what's with the shouting?" A familiar voice sounded, followed by the sudden appearance of a plump and beautiful woman. Her appearance was vaguely similar to Ruo Shi's. "Grandmother, it's Lord Yang." The girl hurriedly shouted, "What Lord Yang?" The beautiful woman frowned slightly and came to the front to take a closer look. She covered her red lips in surprise and joy. "Lord Yang, Mrs. Zhang, how have you been?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. This beautiful woman was none other than Ruo Shi's grandmother, Ning Suin. Ning Suin was absent-minded for a long time before she smiled. "Lord Yang is also as elegant as ever." After a pause, she suddenly woke up and said to the girl who grabbed Yang Kai's arm, "Ruoyu, go and ask your grandmother to come out." "Okay." The girl named Ruoyu quickly rushed inside. Ning Suin looked behind Yang Kai, but didn't find the figure she was looking for. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang." Ruo Shi. Yang Kai smiled. "Mrs. Zhang, don't worry, Ruo Shi is fine. It's just that she couldn't come this time because of some matters." Hearing Yang Kai say so, Ning Suin covered her chest with her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid of hearing bad news from Yang Kai. When the Zhang family was bullied, it was Yang Kai who came out to save them. Later, Zhang Ruo Shi left with Yang Kai for 10 years without any news. So Ning Suin naturally missed her very much. The outside world was not as peaceful as the Zhang family. Although Kai Yang's performance in the past was not bad, after all these years of broadening their horizons, the Zhang family members also knew that Kai Yang was not that powerful back then. If they really provoked a powerful opponent outside, they were afraid that it would implicate Ruo Shi. Fortunately, Yang Kai came and told her that Ruo Shi was fine. "Lord Yang, please come in." Ning Suin felt relieved. She reached out her hand. Although she had a lot of questions, her temperament had become a lot calmer after years of polishing. Naturally, she knew it wasn't a good time to ask. Once the host and guests were seated, tea was immediately served. Before they could say a few words, an old voice suddenly came from the outside. "Lord Yang is here." Yang Kai hurriedly got up and saw an old woman coming in step by step under the support of Zhang Ruoyu. When the cloudy eyes looked at Yang Kai, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. "It's really Lord Yang. This old woman greets Lord Yang." Yang Kai was shocked and immediately reached out to help her up. He said in a panicked voice, "Old madam, this junior doesn't deserve this. You mustn't." Old Madame Zhang said, "It's only right. If it wasn't for you, the Zhang family would have long been gone. I'm only doing what I was asked to do. There's no need to mention the past again." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He personally helped old Madame Zhang to the head of the table and helped her sit down. Then he returned his seat. Ning Suan quietly watched this scene. The corner of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a gratified smile. Although the Zhang family also agreed to Yang Kai taking Ruoxi away. But everyone knew that when a young man like Yang Kai took a beautiful girl with him, something was bound to happen. It was only a matter of time before Ruoxi was taken in by Yang Kai. In other words, Ning Suan had long regarded Yang Kai as the son-in-law of the Zhang family. It's just that this son-in-law was stronger than the Zhang family. Although she recognized it in her heart, it wasn't good to show it. Now, looking at it again, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest arrogance. Respecting the old and loving the young, his temperament was very good. Lord Yang. Old Madame Zhang sat down. Just as she opened her mouth, Yang Kai waved his hand. "Old Madam, you can call me by my name. Don't mention the word master again." Old Madame Zhang said, "How can this be?" Ning Suan smiled. "Mother, since Yang Kai insists, why do you have to be so estranged?" Hearing this, old Madame Zhang seemed to have understood something and smiled. "Then this old one will take advantage of my seniority. It's only right." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Out is Ruoxi now," Ning Suan said. Yang Kai said before that Ruoxi is fine. "Mother, you don't have to worry about her." "Really?" Old Madame Zhang looked at Yang Kai seriously. "Really?" Yang Kai smiled. "It's just that Ruoxi was in closed-door training some time ago. It was inconvenient for her to come out, so she couldn't come back with me this time. It's good that she's fine, it's good that she's fine." Old Madame Zhang's face was filled with relief. "By the way, what's Ruoxi's cultivation level now?" The Zhang family had suffered a loss because they didn't have a master. Although the Zhang family had been conserving their strength over the years and had produced a few disciples with good aptitude, due to the decline of the family, there weren't many resources for them to cultivate. Therefore, their progress was slow and their cultivation wasn't high. On the other hand, Ning Suan was a little stimulated by the accident that year. Her cultivation had improved a lot, but she was still in the first-order Dao source realm. In the entire Zhang family, except for her, who was in the first-order Dao source realm, there was no other Dao source realm master. Old Madame Zhang was in the Origin King realm, but she was old and her vitality had declined. She couldn't fight at all. In other words, the Zhang family had been supported by Ning Suan all these years. Ruoxi, she is in the third-order Dao source realm. Yang Kai thought about it, but still didn't dare to tell the truth. Ruoxi's current cultivation was really difficult to judge. Before the accident, she was indeed in the third-order Dao source realm. But in the third-order Dao source realm, even the Emperor realm wasn't her opponent. Now that she had inherited the mysterious power of heaven's punishment in the blood door, it was unknown how much she would grow once she came out. As soon as Yang Kai said this, the entire Zhang family's living room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded. There was no joy or excitement, only some distrust. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yang Kai. It was just that his words were a little too shocking. One had to know that when Yang Kai took Zhang Ruoxi away, she was only in the Origin Returning Realm. After that, there was the Origin King Realm, and in the Dao Source Realm, the gap between the Origin King Realm and the Dao Source Realm was a huge barrier that not everyone could break through. Otherwise, the Zhang family wouldn't have so few Dao Source Realm masters. Even if Ruoxi's aptitude was good and she really broke through to the Dao Source Realm, it was impossible for her to reach the third-order Dao Source Realm in 10 years. How could it be possible for someone to grow from the Origin Returning Realm to the third-order Dao Source Realm in 10 years? Subconsciously, Ning Suan and old Madame Zhang felt that Yang Kai was comforting them. Ruoxi really is in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai saw their distrust and said solemnly. Ning Suan and old Madame Zhang glanced at each other before asking, "Yang Kai, what is your cultivation?" Yang Kai didn't answer. He just pushed his emperor chi, and a clear emperor intent instantly spread out. The emperor realm, Ning Suan exclaimed. The other Zhang family juniors also instantly widened their eyes. The emperor realm in the flesh. Although there were many masters in the emperor realm in Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City, these masters weren't people they could meet whenever they wanted. Now, there was actually an emperor realm master sitting in the Zhang family's living room. So, you should believe me now, right? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Fortunately, he didn't tell the truth. Otherwise, the Zhang family would probably suspect that there was something wrong with his head. Ruo, is she really in the third order Dao source realm? Ning Suan asked in a trembling voice. If Yang Kai had the cultivation of the emperor realm, then it wasn't impossible for Zhang Ruo she to be in the third order Dao source realm. It's absolutely true. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Good. God bless my Zhang family. The Zhang family finally has a third order Dao source realm. Ning Suan's excited expression was overflowing with words. Even the white-haired old Madame Zhang showed a happy expression. The Zhang family juniors standing in the living room were even more fascinated. The third order Dao source realm, in their opinion, was an unreachable existence. The Zhang family actually had one, and it was an existence of the same generation as them. Especially the girl named Zhang Ruoyu. The burning light in her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to melt ice. The main reason I came to the Zhang family this time is to discuss something with you. Yang Kai waited for them to calm down a little before opening his mouth to speak. Tell us, as long as it's not too difficult, our Zhang family will agree, Ning Suan hurriedly said. There was nothing they could do if they didn't agree. How could they refuse a request from the Emperor realm so casually? Yang Kai said, I want to take you to a place. Where? Ning Suan was stunned. My sect. Yang Kai said, it's safe there, and the cultivation environment is no worse than the Spirit Lake Palace. If you go there, you won't have to worry about your cultivation life anymore. There will be people there to guide the Zhang family disciples in cultivation, and you won't have to worry about cultivation resources. With every sentence Yang Kai said, the eyes of the young Zhang family disciples brightened up a little. All of them are looking forward to it. Yang Kai's words were like a picture scroll unfolding in front of them. The picture scroll was full of beautiful futures. There's such a place. Ning Suan was slightly absent-minded. Ruoshi is there too? Old Madame Zhang asked. Not now, but in the future, Yang Kai said. Good, this old one agrees. Yang Kai, how can my Zhang family not appreciate your kindness? Ning Suan nodded after a moment of silence. If it's really as good as Yang Kai described, then there's naturally a lot of benefits. Although the Zhang family is now in a remote corner of the world, but in recent years there have been too many strong cultivators coming in from Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City. Any one of them has the ability to destroy the Zhang family. If they continue to stay here without the protection of a strong cultivator, then there's no telling when the disaster will befall them. Chapter 2752. Brother-in-law, take care. Come back soon to pick us up. Zhang Ruoyu's tender voice came from behind. Yang Kai, who was flying in the direction of Maplewood City, almost fell from the sky. The Zhang family seemed to really believe that there was something going on between him and Ruo Shi. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. After discussing with the Zhang family's old madam, he told them to pack their luggage and prepare to leave at any time. However, Yang Kai still had some things to deal with, so he naturally couldn't leave immediately. He told them to wait at the Zhang family's residence and take them back to the sect after he finished with his trivial matters. Before leaving, Yang Kai left 7 or 8 blood beasts at the Zhang family's residence, just in case. These blood beasts were refined when he was still weak. As his strength increased, they were basically useless. However, they still had the strength of a Dao Source Realm Master, so they would be a great help to the Zhang family. As long as there were no masters from the Emperor Realm to make things difficult for the Zhang family, these blood beasts would be able to resist. Of course, Yang Kai also left his contact information with the Zhang family. If something really happened, Yang Kai would know immediately. Maplewood City. It had been a few years since he had last seen it. Now that he had stepped foot in it again, it was truly different. Just like in Spirit Lake City, Tao Source Realm Masters were common among the cultivator traffic. The Emperor Realm Masters flew high in the sky, and even the law enforcement team could only watch helplessly, not daring to interfere. Xianxia walked in the direction of the Qin family's residence with ease. A manservant wearing a round hat in front of the door saw Xianxia striding over and asked respectfully, "Master, who are you looking for?" "Qin Xiaoyang, the patriarch of the Qin family. Please pass on my message," Xianxia replied. "Looking for the patriarch?" The manservant was startled and asked cautiously, "May I ask how I should address you?" "Tell him that an old friend surnamed Yang is here to visit." The manservant nodded, excused himself, and turned to enter the Qin family's residence. Xianxia stood outside the door with his hands behind his back. After a long time without any movement, he frowned and swept his divine sense towards the Qin family's residence. Wherever his divine sense passed, everything would be revealed. It wasn't much different from when he had left. The Qin family didn't seem to have benefited much from the rise of Maplewood City. This wasn't surprising, as the Qin family was just a small family to begin with. It was true that Maplewood City had risen, but it wasn't like they could get a piece of the pie just because they wanted to. But overall, the cultivation of the Qin family's cultivator had improved. After all, they had lived here for a long time, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Maplewood City was much denser than before. Qinyu. Xianxia suddenly found Qinyu in the secret chamber. After not seeing her for a few years, this little girl had actually reached the second-order Tao Source realm. Her previous weakness had been swept away, and her body had grown a lot. Her cheeks were rosy, and she was currently cultivating in secluded retreat, as expected of the heaven and earth segmented body. Although there was a great calamity, once that calamity was resolved, there would be great good fortune. Qinyu, who was cultivating in secluded retreat, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes looked directly at Xianxia through the layers of obstacles. A profound light flashed in those eyes, as if it could see through all illusions and see the essence of things. Fated fortune, heavenly pupil. Xianxia was startled and hurriedly used his divine sense to isolate himself. His entire body turned into nothingness, and he stood there awkwardly while rubbing his nose. If Qinyu, a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, really found out that he was peeping, he would lose a lot of face. But Qinyu's change still shocked Xianxia. Not to mention the drastic increase in her cultivation. This fated fortune, heavenly pupil, seemed to be extremely mysterious. He was from the Emperor realm, and his soul cultivation was extremely powerful. Qinyu still found out that he was secretly spying on her. If Qinyu was allowed to grow, her future would be promising. Shifting his divine sense, Xianxia continued to investigate other places in the Qin family. Inside the secret room, Qinyu frowned slightly, and there was a puzzled look on her face. She clearly felt a probing gaze just now, but when she tried to track it down, she didn't find anything. There were only two possibilities for this situation. One was that she was just imagining things, and the other was that the person's cultivation was far beyond her imagination. Qinyu guessed that it was the latter possibility. There were masters appearing in Maplewood City from time to time, so it was normal for them to inadvertently investigate. The main thing was that Qinyu didn't feel any malicious intent. Since there was no malicious intent, it didn't matter. "Master Luo, this Qin really has no other way. Can you give me a few more days?" When Xianxia's divine sense probed a side room, he suddenly found traces of Qin Xiaoyang. But at this moment, he had a bitter look on his face and was pleading with a young man in brocade clothes. The two maidservants next to him stood there with pale faces, trembling in fear. "No other way." The young man, surnamed Luo, looked at Qin Xiaoyang with a sneer. "If there's no other way, then think of a way. Steal or rob. You don't need me to teach you this, do you?" Qin Xiaoyang's face changed, and he whispered, "How can this be? How can this be?" The young man, surnamed Luo, snorted heavily. He suddenly pointed at the two maidservants beside him and shouted, Open your dog eyes and see clearly what the two bitches you sent today look like. Are they worthy of serving this young master with their dog-like appearance?" The two maidservants with low cultivations instantly turned pale and knelt down, trembling all over, as if they were afraid of this person. Qin Xiaoyang's face was bitter. He was the eldest brother, yet he was being spat on by a junior. He was furious, but he didn't dare to vent his anger. In fact, although the two maidservants he brought today weren't very good-looking, they were still delicate and pretty. However, the young man surnamed Luo's requirements were too high. They had to be stunning beauties, and they had to be replaced every day. The Qin family's maidservants who were slightly more beautiful had all been ruined by him. Qin Xiaoyang had also bought some maidservants from ordinary families, but they still couldn't satisfy the young man's needs. "It seems that your Qin family doesn't need this young lord's protection. That's fine. This young lord is too lazy to serve you. However, the Qin family's head should know better than me what happened to the Du family," the young man surnamed Luo said as he walked out. Qin Xiaoyang's face changed, and he hurriedly stopped him. "Master Luo, please wait." The young man, surnamed Luo, coldly snorted. "What else do you have to say?" Qin Xiaoyang said with difficulty. "Master Luo, please give me 2 more days. No, 1 more day. I'll think of a way to satisfy Master Luo." When a young man surnamed Luo heard this, he sighed and said, "Qin family head, this young lord has been with your Qin family for quite some time now. With this young lord overseeing your Qin family, has anyone come to cause trouble for you?" "Never," Qin Xiaoyang hurriedly replied. Although this young man, surnamed Luo, wasn't easy to serve, he was only a lecherous man. He was happy without a woman every day. Although the Qin family wasn't a large family, they still had the ability to find beautiful maidservants. The key point was that this guy changed women too quickly. 2 beautiful maidservants were sent in only a few days before they were replaced. He was like a pig, plowing day and night without stopping. However, as he said, with him overseeing the Qin family, no one came to cause trouble for the Qin family. On the other hand, the Du family offended a powerhouse a few days ago and was uprooted. Over 100 people in the family were killed overnight, and even their servants were wiped out. Maplewood City didn't have the same rules and regulations as Spirit Lake City. Although the City Lord's Mansion maintained order, who could the City Lord's Mansion deter? Many powerhouses didn't put the City Lord's Mansion in their eyes. Even if they abided by the law on the surface, they were secretly vicious. Because of this, each of the large families in Maplewood City would hire someone with strength and status to oversee the safety of the family. Of course, the price to pay wasn't small. The Qin family situation was considered good. They only had to pay a few beautiful maidservants to serve this young man, surnamed Luo. Some families had to hand over 70% of their annual income, which was simply a nightmare. The head of the Qin family is also a reasonable person. The young man, surnamed Luo, faintly smiled and calmly patted Qin Xiaoyang's shoulder, saying, "This young master has a proposal, but I don't know if the head of the Qin family is willing to accept." Qin Xiaoyang's heart jumped. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling, but he could only brace himself and say, "I'd like to hear the details." The cultivator, surnamed Luo, chuckled and said in a low voice, "Doesn't the head of the Qin family have a granddaughter?" "As long as no." Qin Xiaoyang turned pale with fright and hurriedly refused. It was because he saw that this cultivator surnamed Luo was extremely lecherous that he had asked Qin Yu to enter secluded cultivation in the secret room and not come out unless there was something important. He didn't expect that this cultivator would still think about it. Ever since Xianxia returned from the Four Seasons realm and brought back the tribulation fruit, Qin Yu had shown extraordinary cultivation aptitude. In just a few years, she had already reached the second-order Dao Source realm. It was even possible for her to break through to the Emperor realm in the near future. The future of the Qin family was pinned on Qin Yu. Not to mention his own granddaughter. Even if she was an ordinary descendant, Qin Xiaoyang wouldn't make a deal with her. Qin Xiaoyang had also made it clear to the maidservants that he bought to serve the cultivator surnamed Luo. Only when they agreed would Qin Xiaoyang bring them back to the Qin family. Qin Yu would never agree to this kind of thing, and Qin Xiaoyang wouldn't consider it either. Why not? The cultivator, surnamed Luo's face suddenly became gloomy, as if his dignity had been challenged. No, no, no. Qin Xiaoyang waved his hand repeatedly. His attitude instantly angered the Qin family, and he sneered. You think it's impossible, but this young lord thinks it's possible. Don't worry, as long as your granddaughter is willing to give herself to this young lord, everything in the Qin family is negotiable. All right, I'll go find her. You don't need to worry about this. Saying so, he walked out, as if he already knew where Qin Yu was. Qin Xiaoyang was shocked. Just as he was about to stop him, that cultivator, surnamed Luo, slipped behind him like a loach, causing him to grab empty air. Opening the door, the cultivator, surnamed Luo, was startled. He didn't know when, but someone was standing in front of the door, blocking his way. Scram! The cultivator, surnamed Luo, was in a hurry to find Qin Yu. How could he be in the mood to stay here? He immediately struck out with his palm. That person didn't move at all. He only stretched out his hand and pointed forward, the tip of his finger poking the cultivator, surnamed Luo's palm. A heart-wrenching pain came in an instant. The cultivator, surnamed Luo, felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and he suddenly jumped back. He looked in front of him in shock and horror and shouted, "Who is it?" Qin Xiaoyang was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. It wasn't until a bloody smell lingered at the tip of his nose that he suddenly woke up. He raised his head and looked, his eyes dazed. Little brother Yang. Seeing the power in Yang Kai's palm grow stronger and stronger, he did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed as he hurriedly fled out of the Qin clan like a bolt of lightning, and he didn't even dare leave behind a single ruthless word. Qin Xiaoyang was stunned as he looked in the direction Luo Ping disappeared. His mind was a little confused. What was going on? A dignified disciple of Star Soul Palace was running away like a stray dog. Was he seeing things? Even if Yang Kai showed the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, he would not be so scared. Was this really a disciple of Star Soul Palace? Qin Xiaoyang even wondered if Luo Ping's identity was real or fake. In a small alley in Maplewood City, Luo Ping stopped with a pale face. Releasing his divine sense, he did not feel any aura of Yang Kai. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and fall to the ground without a care for his image. His bearing as a disciple of a great sect was gone. It was not until this moment that he felt a burst of fear and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. His identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace was not fake, and he was an intersect disciple with some status in Star Soul Palace. For a disciple like him, even if he encountered most of the people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, he would not put them in his eyes. But this person named Yang Kai was different. He was different from all the people from the Emperor Realm. Some time ago, he received a message from the sect asking the disciples who were staying outside to pay attention to the whereabouts of a person, and that person was Yang Kai. Luo Ping did not know why the sect wanted to pay attention to such a person until he met a brother in Spirit Lake City and asked a little about it. This Yang Kai was actually related to the killing of Elder Tan Juanhao and Deacon Wu Ming, and there were all kinds of signs that indicated that Elder Tan and Deacon Wu had died at his hands. This matter had been jointly confirmed by more than 20 masters from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so there was nothing false about it. Elder Tan was one of the only 4 third-stage Emperor Realm elders in Star Soul Palace. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was incredibly powerful, yet he was killed by Yang Kai. When he heard this news, Luo Ping could not believe it at all. A third great Emperor Realm Master could die? In comparison, Wu Ming's death did not seem to be much of a shock. An elder and a deacon of Star Soul Palace being killed was a big deal, and the entire Star Soul Palace paid great attention to it. Countless people were searching in all directions to find traces of this person named Yang Kai. However, after the incident in Flowing Shadow City, Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated, and only now appeared in Maplewood City. You dare hurt me? You're dead. Luo Ping gritted his teeth, took out a communication artifact, and probed the surroundings like a thief before sending his divine sense into it. After receiving a reply, Luo Ping smiled sinisterly. The masters of the sect will soon arrive in Maplewood City. Let's see how you die. In the Qin family, Xianxia was silent for a long time after learning the truth. According to Xianxia's explanation, this Star Soul Palace disciple, named Luo Ping, was invited by the Qin family. Currently, Maplewood City was not stable, and the rise of Maplewood City had attracted many masters. Although the previous great families had the advantage of time and place, they were not strong enough, so they could only survive in the cracks, and 2 of them had even been destroyed. It was thanks to Luo Ping's protection that the Qin family was able to survive. However, although Luo Ping did not ask for cultivation resources, he was extremely interested in women. He was even somewhat insatiable, causing Qin Zhaoyang to be unable to satisfy him, which led to today's matter. Xianxia, you should leave quickly. Luo Ping will definitely send a message to Star Soul Palace, so it is not wise for you to stay here any longer, Qin Zhaoyang advised with some concern. Xianxia waved his hand. It's fine if the people from Star Soul Palace don't come looking for me. But if they do, I have a grudge to settle with them. He had killed Tan Junhao and Wu Ming, so Star Soul Palace would definitely not let this matter rest. In any case, they would demand an explanation from Xianxia. Otherwise, Star Soul Palace's supreme dignity would be challenged. Xianxia had never thought of hiding from Star Soul Palace. If it were in the past, he could only look up to such a colossus, but now he vaguely had the capital to negotiate with Star Soul Palace. And since the Bright Moon Great Emperors were able to become Great Emperors, they must not be unreasonable people. The 20 or so chess pieces he had arranged in Flowing Shadow City should have played their role at this moment. Qin Zhaoyang was furious. The one they had offended was Star Soul Palace, not some random sect. So how could Xianxia still be so calm? Xianxia smiled and said, "Let's not talk about me. Where should the Qin family go?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Zhaoyang was stunned, and only after a while did he sigh heavily. Now, not only had the Qin family lost Luo Ping's protection, but they had also offended him. It was likely that their future would be difficult, and there would no longer be a place for the Qin family in Maplewood City. I don't know, but we will definitely have to leave Maplewood City. Qin Zhaoyang seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Where can we go after leaving Maplewood City? The entire Southern Territory belongs to Star Soul Palace. Qin Zhaoyang was speechless. Indeed, even if they left Maplewood City, the revenge would still come, unless they left the Southern Territory and escaped the sight of Star Soul Palace. But how could such a thing be easy? Xianxia said, "How about I arrange a place for you to go?" Qin Zhaoyang raised his head and said, "Where?" "The Northern Territory," Xianxia said. Qin Zhaoyang opened his mouth and said with a bitter smile, "It's too far, and the cultivation of my Qin family disciples is uneven, so it's impossible to travel that far. You don't need to travel there. As long as the Qin family agrees, I will send you to the Northern Territory in 10 days. 10 days. Qin Zhaoyang was shocked, and his first thought was that it was impossible, but after thinking about it, there was still a trace of possibility. Of course, it would require the use of legendary items. Can we really reach the Northern Territory in 10 days? Qin Zhaoyang asked in a trembling voice. If it was possible, then the Qin family would definitely be able to escape this disaster. The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were like heaven and earth, and Star Soul Palace's hand couldn't reach there. Absolutely, Xianxia nodded seriously. If the Qin family head trusts me, then I can arrange it immediately, and we'll set off in 2 days. Qin Zhaoyang's expression instantly became conflicted. Deep down, he was willing to trust Xianxia, but this matter concerned the future of his entire family, so he had to be cautious. After a while, he finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "Then I'll have to trouble little brother Yang." Xianxia smiled slightly. "I won't disappoint the Qin family head." Speaking of which, he didn't plan to bring the Qin family to the High Heaven Palace. This trip was just to take a look, but since the Qin family had nowhere else to go, it didn't matter if he brought them along. To Xianxia, It didn't make much of a difference whether he released one sheep or herded a flock of sheep. Moreover, this way, he would be able to gain Xianxia. With Xianxia's current cultivation aptitude, it was very likely that he would break through to the Emperor realm in the future, and the High Heaven Palace would have an additional source of strength. For the sect, there are only benefits. Chapter 2754. Maplewood City, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce Branch. Maplewood City was no longer the same as before, and it had risen rapidly. As one of the two largest chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had naturally set up a branch here, and it even had a master from the Emperor Realm stationed here. The constant flow of cultivator traffic between Maplewood City and the nearby Spirit Lake City had brought great profits to the Chamber of Commerce, so the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce naturally attached great importance to it. The branch had 50 shops under its jurisdiction, as well as a large auction house. Over the past few years, the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had made a lot of money in Maplewood City. Walking into the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch, Xianxia looked around and found that there were many cultivators in the hall. Most of them were talking in low voices, while some were browsing the goods placed here. The hall was very large and built in a very imposing manner, showing the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's extraordinary financial resources. In the corner, a few beautiful girls who were whispering to each other saw Xianxia walk in and immediately walked over, stood in front of Xianxia, and bowed. "Greetings, Master. What does the Master need?" Xianxia could tell at a glance that she was a maid who had been specially trained to receive customers. Many chambers of commerce had such an existence. The girl was young, about 28 years old, but she had a delicate appearance, a sweet smile, and a gentle voice. It was easy for people to have a good impression of her. Xianxia smiled and said, "I have a business to discuss with your Chamber of Commerce." The young girl's beautiful eyes brightened. Maids like her were most happy to hear this kind of words. This was because every business they did had a commission. Although the number of commission wasn't large, if it was really a big business, then once they started, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for several years. Previously, she had seen Xianxia's extraordinary bearing, so she was even more certain of this now. For a time, the girl became even more enthusiastic and said with a faint smile, "What business does the Master want to discuss?" This servant can make the decision for anything below 10 million source crystals. Low-rank source crystals? Xianxia asked. Yes. The girl nodded. Xianxia smiled and said, "Then tell your manager to come out." The girl was slightly startled. She quickly reacted. The business this master wanted to discuss was probably not something she could decide. 10 million low-rank source crystals was a huge number to her, but it was nothing to some people. This was especially true for Emperor Realm Masters. From the looks of it, this was what the master wanted to talk about. With a solemn expression, the young girl said, "Master, please follow me into the private room for a moment." Xianxia nodded slightly and followed the girl in a certain direction. Not long after, they arrived at an independent private room. The young girl arranged for Xianxia to enter and serve him tea. Then, she said, "Master, please wait for a moment. This servant will go and invite the steward master." Xianxia remained motionless, and just as the girl was about to leave, she suddenly asked, "Right? Have you heard of Kong Xiran?" Shopkeeper Kong was the first friend he made in Maplewood City. Xianxia was able to obtain Gong Sun Mu's inheritance thanks to Kong Xiran's guidance. It was just that Maplewood City was too small at that time. After Kong Xiran advanced to the Dao Source realm, he was transferred away by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Xianxia did not know where he was transferred to. He had not seen him for more than 10 years. Now that Xianxia had returned to his hometown, he naturally thought of him. When the time came, there would naturally be people with higher cultivation and stronger connections to replace him. So that's how it is. That's a good thing. Xianxia nodded lightly, not understanding some of the intrigue in the Chamber of Commerce. Kong Xiran smiled and did not explain much. After all, the Chamber of Commerce's affairs were family matters, and although he had a good relationship with Xianxia, there was no need to mention this. Asterisk do. Asterisk suddenly there was a knock on the door. As soon as the knocking fell, and before Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran could respond, the door was opened and a young man in brocade robes walked in with a smile on his face. When he saw this person, Kong Si Ran's face instantly sank, and he frowned. Gu Hong, what are you doing? Can't you see that I'm discussing business with a guest? This Gu Hong was too presumptuous, entering the private room without permission. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai who was sitting here. If it were someone else, Kong Si Ran wouldn't know how to explain it to them. If things didn't go well, they would think that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's confidentiality measures weren't good enough, and the business would be ruined. Facing Kong Si Ran's accusation, Gu Hong ignored it and just looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Friend, this one is Manager Gu Hong of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. How should I address this friend? Yang Kai glanced at Kong Si Ran, then looked at Gu Hong, his eyes flashing as he grinned, but he didn't say a word. Gu Hong didn't get a response, so he looked embarrassed, but he still said, Please forgive me for disturbing this friend. It's just that Manager Kang's ability isn't good enough, and this Gu was afraid that if he had a big business to handle, it would ruin it, so he came uninvited to atone for his mistake. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, How can you say that Manager Kang's ability isn't good enough? Gu Hong smiled and said, It took him a year to negotiate 3 deals. Isn't that a sign of his lack of ability? Kong Si Ran's face turned pale as he said coldly, If no one intervened to stop me, this Kong could have negotiated a few more deals. Gu Hong said, Manager Kong, there's no need to be angry. This Gu intervened in your business for your own good. You will soon be transferred from here, and when the time comes, the various procedures will be very troublesome. It's better to leave it to this Gu now. Kong Si Ran snorted and said, Then should this Kong thank you? Gu Hong smiled and said, We are all from the same Chamber of Commerce, so there's no need to thank me. Turning his gaze to Yang Kai, he said, Friend, if you really have business, this Gu is willing to help. To tell you the truth, Manager Kong is indeed about to be transferred, so if you have any business to discuss with this Gu, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Yang Kai turned to look at Kong Si Ran and said, He's about to be transferred again. Kong Si Ran sighed. Being transferred out of Maplewood City was his own will. Maplewood City was too small and barren, so there was no good future for him if he continued to stay, but now it was different. Maplewood City was a piece of delicious cake that everyone wanted to take a bite of, so how could he be willing to be transferred away? It was just that he couldn't win. Yang Kai nodded. This one appreciates Manager Gu's kindness, but Manager Kong and I are old friends who have gone through life and death together, so I would like to discuss this business with Manager Kong. Is that so? Gu Hong froze for a moment before smiling and saying, In that case, this Gu won't act like a villain and will take his leave. Yang Kai's words made him understand that he probably couldn't get this business, so he didn't waste any more time and quickly left. Soon, only Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran were left in the private room. Yang Kai asked, Does Brother Kong not want to leave Maplewood City? Kong Si Ran nodded and said, Although there are a few branches in the Southern Territory that are comparable to Maplewood City, they are not places I can join. If I am transferred away this time, it will be difficult for me to come back. Understood, Yang Kai nodded. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, It's fate. Let's not talk about me for now. Brother Yang, what did you come here to trade with the Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he said, Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jades. Kong Si Ran stroked his beard and said, These 2 things are the main materials for refining space rings, so they are not difficult to find. The branch has some in stock. I wonder how many Brother Yang needs? How many do you have in your branch? Yang Kai asked. Kong Si Ran said, Let me see. Saying so, he took out a jade slip and checked it. After a while, he looked up and said, There's some worth about 30 million mid-rank source crystals. If Brother Yang wants them, I can give you a 10% discount. This is my limit. I'll take them all. Chapter 2755. All of them. Kong Si Ran was taken aback. That was 30 million mid-rank source crystals, not 30 million low-rank source crystals. Even if they were converted into high-rank source crystals, they would still be worth 300,000 pieces. All of them. Xianxia nodded seriously. Kang Si Ran immediately realized that this was probably the biggest deal he had ever negotiated. With this deal as a foundation, even if he was transferred away, he wouldn't end up in such a remote place. Before a look of surprise appeared on his face, Xianxia continued. In addition, I would like to ask Brother Kong to continue to help me purchase space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, as many as you have. *C. Kong Si Ran drew a sharp breath. Space spirit crystals and space spirit jades were basically used to refine space rings, but in the star boundary, space rings weren't very valuable. Many cultivators carried a dozen or so with them. It was easy to just throw a space ring over when making a transaction. So, the demand for these two materials wasn't too high. Xianxia actually bought 30 million mid-rank source crystals in one go and asked him to continue purchasing. How many space rings did he want to refine? After calming down, Kang Si Ran said, the branch only has 30 million mid-rank source crystals, but the main guild should have more, and we can transfer them from other branches. Brother Yang, are you sure you want as many as you have? That's not a small number. One branch cost 30 million mid-rank source crystals. 10 branches would cost 300 million. 100 branches would cost 3 billion. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had hundreds of branches in the Southern Territory, so if he really wanted to purchase like this, he would definitely need to spend tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. This was definitely a huge deal. If this deal was successful, Kang Si Ran would be promoted to a branch president. The only problem was that his cultivation was a bit lacking. After all, according to the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, only those in the Emperor realm could serve as a branch president. If it was someone else who came to discuss this kind of business with Kang Si Ran, he wouldn't try to persuade him and would definitely agree, but it was Xianxia who came to discuss business, so how could Kang Si Ran not consider him? Fearing that Xianxia wouldn't understand the importance of this deal, Kang Si Ran deliberately calculated the amount. I'm sure. Xianxia smiled and said, can't Brother Kong make the decision? Kang Si Ran said seriously, such a big business. As a small steward, I really can't make the decision. Xianxia was just joking. He didn't expect the truth to be like this. He couldn't help but be stunned. Kang Si Ran said, Brother Yang, if you really want to do this business, this Kong will ask the president to come over and talk to you personally. Xianxia said, all right. Wait a moment. Kang Si Ran said before immediately opening the door and walking out. Outside the door, Gu Hong saw Kang Si Ran come out. He smiled faintly and said, Manager Kong, how'd it go? Do you need my help? Kang Si Ran snorted. There's no need to trouble Manager Gu. Gu Hong snorted and flicked his sleeve. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. In front of Xianxia, he needed to maintain the image of the Chamber of Commerce. So naturally, he couldn't show any disdain, but in front of Kang Si Ran, there was no need to endure. Seeing Kang Si Ran go straight up the stairs, Gu Hong frowned. Looking at his posture, it seems he wants to go to the president. Could it be that this business is so big that even a steward can't make the decision? Thinking of this, Gu Hong was shocked. If that was the case, then Kang Si Ran's contribution would be great, and he might be able to stabilize his position in this branch. There was a burst of anxiety in his heart, and worry appeared on his face. After a while, a person with a strong background from the headquarters would come to take the position of steward, but the number of stewards in each branch was fixed. In other words, if someone came down, the steward here would have to give up his position. Originally, according to performance and cultivation, the person who would give up his position would definitely be Kang Si Ran, but if Kang Si Ran's position was stabilized, it might be Gu Hong's turn. In any case, no matter who it was, one of them would have to leave. Maplewood City was a good place with many cultivator and a large trading volume. So how could Gu Hong be willing to leave? Working here for a year was equivalent to working in another branch for 2 or 3 years. That was why he made things difficult for Kang Si Ran and snatched his business. He wanted Kong Si Ran to give up hope of staying here and be transferred away. But now, he might fail at the last step. This made Gu Hong both shocked and angry. Just as his thoughts were in chaos, he saw the president coming down with Kong Si Ran. Gu Hong's face changed. This business really alarmed the president. How big is this business? He felt indignant in his heart. How could Kong Si Ran have such good luck? In front of the private room, Kong Si Ran gently knocked on the door, and after getting a response from Yang Kai, he opened the door and said respectfully, "President, please." A short old man stepped in and swept his gaze towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his brow, got up, and cupped his fists. "Greetings, President Liu." The president of the branch in Maplewood City was actually the vice president of Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce, Liu Qi. It was obvious how much importance Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce attached to Maplewood City. Yang Kai had seen him in his early years, so he naturally would not forget him. "You recognize this old master?" Liu Qi was a little surprised. Although he was the vice president of Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce and the president of Maplewood City's branch, he lived in seclusion and very few people had seen him before. Now that Yang Kai recognized him at a glance, he was naturally surprised. But after taking a closer look, he vaguely felt that Yang Kai looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Liu Qi was surprised because he found that the young man in front of him had a cultivation not inferior to his own. They were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Originally, when Liu Qi heard from Kong Si Ran that a friend of his was coming to discuss a big business deal, he did not take it seriously. What kind of friend could a person with Kong Si Ran's cultivation have? But now, he realized that he was wrong. This person was actually from the Emperor Realm. He immediately withdrew his contempt and said with a smile, "This old master seems to have seen little friend somewhere before." Yang Kai said with a smile, "When Star Soul Palace's 5-color treasure pagoda opened in Maplewood City, this junior was there. When the Four Seasons realm opened, I was also there." Liu Qi thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. "You are Yang Kai." Liu Qi's face sank as he shouted in a low voice, "Your courage isn't small, actually daring to show up so openly." His expression changed so quickly that Kong Si Ran was startled. He did not know how Yang Kai had offended Liu Qi. Yang Kai was taken aback, but soon understood why Liu Qi had such an attitude. It should be related to Star Soul Palace. There were some things that Kong Si Ran could not touch, but Liu Qi could. Yang Kai smiled and said, "With a clear conscience, why wouldn't you dare show up?" Liu Qi stared at him and said lightly, "You are indeed bold, but you don't know your destiny." Yang Kai said, "Does President Liu want to discuss business, or do you want to give up? If you don't want to talk, I could go to Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. I believe they should be very interested in this business." "Of course, why wouldn't we talk?" Liu Qi snorted. Yang Kai deliberately brought up Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, an old rival of Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, he was playing hard to get, but business was business. Liu Qi would not let it go. Yang Kai gestured and Liu Qi immediately sat down and said, "Little friend, please take a seat." Yang Kai glanced at Kong Si Ran, who was standing next to Liu Qi. Liu Qi said, "Manager Kong, take a seat as well." He muttered in his heart, "Why does this Yang Kai value Kong Si Ran so much? The relationship between the two seems to be very good." Kong Si Ran was a little frightened, but since Liu Qi had spoken, he could only sit with a slightly restrained expression. Liu Qi got straight to the point. "I heard from Manager Kong that the business little friend wants to discuss is worth tens of millions of high-rank source crystals." "Indeed. I wonder if President Liu can handle it." Yang Kai nodded. Liu Qi smiled and said, "There is no business in this world that my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce cannot handle. What does little friend want to do with so many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "This is not something President Liu should be concerned about, right?" Liu Qi was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "It is this old master who speaks too much." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Little friend needs a huge amount of goods. It is not that this old master does not trust little friend, but shouldn't little friend show some sincerity?" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai threw out a space ring. "This is the deposit, President Liu. Take a look and see if you are satisfied." Lu Qi took it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately seeing a small mountain of high-rank source crystals. There were at least 10 million of them. His expression turned solemn as he knew that Yang Kai was indeed qualified to deal with the Chamber of Commerce. So he nodded and said, "Very good. Little friend is a man of integrity. This old master will also be frank. Within 2 months, this old master can transfer goods worth 40 million high-rank source crystals for you. At that time, I hope little friend can bring enough source crystals to my Chamber of Commerce and complete the transaction." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, "But I have a condition." Lu Qi said, "Please speak, little friend." Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran and said, "I will only talk to Manager Kong about this matter, no one else." Lu Qi frowned. "Why is that? Does little friend not trust my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "How can I not trust the Chamber of Commerce's reputation? However, I have a good relationship with Manager Kong, so I feel more at ease when dealing with him." Lu Qi could not help but show an awkward expression, because Kong Si Ran would definitely be transferred away in 1 or 2 months. At that time, he would not be in Maplewood City, so how could he deal with Yang Kai? However, this business could bring huge profits to the Chamber of Commerce, so Lu Qi had to carefully consider it. Raising his eyes, he asked, "Does little friend want to help Manager Kong?" He vaguely guessed Yang Kai's intentions. He wanted to use this method to keep Kong Si Ran in Maplewood City a rich place. Shaking his head, Lu Qi said, "Little friend, this is meaningless. Although this will keep Manager Kong in Maplewood City for 2 months after the goods are delivered, he will still be transferred away." Yang Kai frowned and said, "President Liu, is there no other way?" Lu Qi said, "This is the decision of the headquarters. This old master is powerless." Kong Si Ran showed a grateful look and was about to speak, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him and said seriously, "What if I say that I have more business to cooperate with Manager Kong? And it is a long-term cooperation." Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "That depends on what kind of business it is." Yang Kai waved his hand casually on the table, and a bright, round, long-in-size monster beast monster core appeared on the table. The rolling demonic chi rushed out in an instant. Chapter 2756. A 12th Order Monster Core. Lu Qi was startled, his eyes flashing a brilliant light as he reached out and grabbed the monster core from the table, carefully fiddling with it as he nodded. It really is a 12th Order Monster Core. A 12th Order Monster Core could only be produced in a 12th Order Monster Beast, and a 12th Order Monster Beast was equivalent to an existence in the Emperor Realm. Lu Qi was just a First Order Emperor Realm cultivator. If he really encountered a 12th Order Monster Beast, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. He might even die under the bloody mouth of the Monster Beast. It could be said that a 12th Order Monster Core was a rare item in the entire star boundary. The weak couldn't get one, and even if the strong got one, they wouldn't sell it easily. After all, a Monster Beast Monster Core had a wide range of uses. Alchemy alone was enough to make countless people scramble for it. What a pity! Lu Qi sighed again. Kong Si Ran asked, "What's a pity?" He was also shocked. When he saw Yang Kai again this time, he suddenly found that he didn't recognize Yang Kai anymore. The first thing he did was talk about a big business deal with him, and now he took out a 12th Order Monster Core. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personality was still the same as before and hadn't changed much. He still remembered that when Yang Kai first came to Maplewood City, even if he wasn't poor, he was still quite shabby. How did he become so rich all of a sudden? Compared to him, Kong Si Ran had lived for more than 10 years in vain. It's a pity that this is only a 12th Order low-rank Monster Beast Monster Core, and it's equivalent to a First Order Emperor Realm Master. Lu Qi stroked his beard and shook his head. Even though they were both 12th Order Monster Cores, the difference in quality and value was like heaven and earth. Just like the Emperor Realm's first, second, and third layers, the higher the quality, the higher the value. How much is this monster core worth? Yang Kai asked. Lu Qi said, if my Chamber of Commerce bought it, it would be 2 million high-rank source crystals. The price is fair. Yang Kai nodded slightly. A 12th order, low-rank monster core. This price was indeed about right. Of course, if you bring it to the auction house of my Chamber of Commerce, it's possible to sell for 3 million high-rank source crystals. Lu Qi smiled slightly. Little friend, the business you mentioned before is quite good. You're not referring to this, are you? This was indeed a good deal. The monster core of a level 12 monster beast was in short supply everywhere, but a low-grade monster core was nothing, even though it was rare. However, he would occasionally run into one at the auction house. What if I add this? Yang Kai casually tossed it out again. Lu Qi instinctively took it and stared at it. His eyes widened as he hissed. This, 12th order high rank? Kong Si Ran's eyes also bulged. If it weren't for the previous low-rank monster core, Kong Si Ran might not have been able to make such a conclusion. But compared to the previous monster core, whether it was the aura it exuded or the feeling it gave off, it was several grades stronger. This was definitely a 12th level high grade Naiden. That was equivalent to a 3rd stage Emperor Realm Master's monster core. Where did little friend get this? Lu Qi couldn't remain calm anymore and stood up abruptly. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, his expression meaningful. Lu Qi's mouth twitched awkwardly. This old master misspoke. This kind of thing was not something he should inquire about. This was a written rule in the Chamber of Commerce, and once violated, even if he was a vice president, he would be punished or even expelled from the Chamber of Commerce. However, he was too shocked that he was lucky enough to see a 12th order high-rank monster core in his life. For a moment, his grip on the monster core tightened, and he was reluctant to let go. How much is this monster core worth? Yang Kai asked. 10 million. Lu Qi quickly said, at least 10 million if it's auctioned. Even 15 million is possible. Yang Kai raised his brow. The difference in price between a 12th order monster core and a low-grade monster core was quite big. How is this business? Yang Kai asked with a smile. It's really good business. Lu Qi nodded seriously. Yang Kai, come. Both of these deals were large orders worth more than 10 million high-rank source crystals, enough for Kong Si Ran to personally receive them. Such large orders were not something one could encounter casually. So with these two deals, Kong Si Ran's performance would definitely soar. He would leave the other deacons in the branch far behind. But this kind of business, how can we cooperate for a long time? Lu Qi frowned. He wanted to cooperate with Yang Kai for a long time, but how could a 12th order monster beast monster core be so easy to obtain? He didn't know where Yang Kai had gotten to from, but he might not be so lucky next time. In the future, I will trade 2 12th order monster cores with Brother Kong every year, with no restrictions on the grade. This deal will continue until Brother Kong leaves Maplewood City. Lu Qi smiled bitterly. In the end, little friend still wants to keep Manager Kong in Maplewood City. It's not that this old master doesn't want to help, nor that this old master doesn't trust little friend, but these 12th order monster cores, little friend, how can you? At this point, Lu Qi's eyes suddenly widened as he stared blankly at the monster cores inserted between the 5 fingers of Yang Kai's right hand. Whether it was the size, color, or aura of these monster cores, each one was not inferior to the one he took out at the beginning. Looking at his left hand, it was the same. Gudong. Even though Lu Qi was used to seeing big storms, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Yang Kai flipped his hand, and the monster cores suddenly disappeared. They're all 12th order? Lu Qi asked dizzily. Yang Kai smiled and said, seeing is believing. Didn't President Lu see for himself? Lu Qi scratched his head and said, little friend, can you sell all those monster cores? Don't even think about it. Yang Kai refused. Although he had so many monster cores that he couldn't use them all, he wouldn't sell them at will. Lu Qi was depressed, but these things were his, whether he sold or not depended on his mood. He couldn't just snatch them away. Letting out a long sigh, Lu Qi tried one last time. If little friend can sell all those monster cores to my Chamber of Commerce, this old master can give you a very favorable price. I won't sell. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. Lu Qi was disappointed, but suddenly straightened his face and said, "Good. Little friend really does have the capital to cooperate with my Chamber of Commerce for a long time." Just the monster cores he had seen, just now numbered 8. In other words, they could cooperate for 4 years. I will report this matter to the headquarters. Whatever the headquarters decides, this old master can't interfere. Yang Kai smiled and said, "President Liu is too modest. You are a vice president and have a bit of authority. How can you not interfere? How about this, if I can cooperate with Brother Kong for a long time? How about I sell you 2 12-footer monster cores every 6 months? 6 months, 2 monster cores." Lu Qi's expression brightened as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Of course, little friend can rest assured this old master will speak with the headquarters." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble President Liu. Of course. You can discuss the rest of the matter. This old master will go gather some space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for little friend so as not to ruin his plans." Saying so, he stood up and placed the 2 12th-order monster cores in Kong Si Ran's hands before sending him a divine sense message and exhorting him a few words before pushing open the door and leaving. After the door closed again, Kong Si Ran held the 2 monster cores and said gratefully, "Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. If you need this Kang's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother Kong is too serious. I'm not just doing this for you, but also for myself." Kong Si Ran naturally didn't believe him and thought he was just comforting him. Yang Kai said, "I have recently established a sect, but it is still in its infancy. When it develops in the future, it will have a huge demand for various materials. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce is a good partner, and with Brother Kong here, I will definitely not suffer a loss when dealing with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce." Kong Si Ran was surprised. "Brother Yang, you have actually established a sect?" This really shocked him. Although Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm Master, not every Emperor Realm Master was qualified to establish a sect. First of all, they had to choose a good location, have a wide network of connections, and have strong strength. Then there was the matter of recruiting disciples, which was quite troublesome. "It's just a small matter." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Kong Si Ran said seriously, "Brother Yang, rest assured, if your sect has any transactions with the Chamber of Commerce in the future, this Kong will definitely do his best." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course I can rest assured with Brother Kong. And if you're unhappy in the Chamber of Commerce one day, you are welcome to come to my sect at any time." Kong Si laughed and said, "If you hadn't said that your sect and the Chamber of Commerce would cooperate in the future, I would have gone right now. However, if Yang Kai's sect and Violet Source Chamber of Commerce established a cooperative channel in the future, it would naturally be better for Yang Kai if he stayed." After chatting for a while, Kong Si Ran said, "The president told me before he left that if Brother Yang is willing to sell these 2 monster cores to the Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce will pay 13 million source crystals." Yang Kai said, "Naturally, I will sell these monster cores. Is there any other way?" Kong Si Ran said, "This is our first cooperation, so the president said that you can sell them directly to my Chamber of Commerce or let my Chamber of Commerce auction them on your behalf. In the future, you won't have the option of auctioning them." Yang Kai did not hesitate and said, "Let's sell them to the Chamber of Commerce." Although he would suffer a bit of a loss by selling them at a lower price than auctioning them, if he entrusted them to the Chamber of Commerce, he would still have to pay a certain handling fee. When the time came, it should not be much different from selling them. Since he wanted to help Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai naturally would not be greedy for such small benefits. "All right," Kong Si Ran nodded and said, "It just so happens that the Chamber of Commerce will be holding an auction tomorrow night. These 2 monster cores should be able to sell for a good price. As for the source crystals sold, Brother Yang, how about?" Yang Kai said, "Count it as the purchase of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades." "Good." Kong Si Ran nodded. Yang Kai's straightforwardness made him realize that Yang Kai's net worth might be more terrifying than he had imagined. Otherwise, he would not have put 10 million high-rank source crystals in his eyes. By the way, Brother Kong, I have something to ask you. Kong Si Ran said, Please speak, Brother Yang. Will there be any artifact armors for sale at the auction tomorrow night? Chapter 2757. Can a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor satisfy Brother Yang's needs? Kong Si Ran smiled faintly. Mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor. Yang Kai's expression brightened. There's a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor in the auction? Kong Si Ran nodded. Yes, the finale of this auction is a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor. Is that true? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This time, he had come to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to purchase Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jades in order to prepare for the Space Array in the future. Moreover, he was looking for an artifact armor. Yang Kai's requirements were not high, but he was from the Emperor realm, so he just wanted to find an Emperor-grade artifact armor. He did not expect that there would be a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor here, which was much better than he expected. He did not want to become ragged or even naked when he used the Dragon Transformation secret technique in the future. Is it possible to make a private transaction? Yang Kai asked. Most of the items in the auction house were put up for auction by the cultivator, but many of them were found by the auction house themselves. Regardless of which, Yang Kai was qualified to make a private transaction with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce because of the long-term cooperation between him and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran said guiltily, I'm afraid that won't be possible. If it were any other auction item, it would be fine, but this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor is the finale, and it was advertised 3 months ago. President Liu will not agree to make a private transaction with you. Is that so? Yang Kai did not look disappointed, as it was already advertised for the finale. He would definitely not sell in private. After all, this would be a great blow to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's reputation. It's fine, I will bid at that time. Kong Si Ran said, Brother Yang, please wait for a moment. I will prepare an invitation for you. Saying so, he walked out of the room. After Yang Kai waited for a moment, Kong Si Ran came back with a gilded invitation and handed it to Yang Kai. The auction will start tomorrow night. Brother Yang, come early. Maybe you will find something you like. Okay. Yang Kai took the invitation and stuffed it into his space ring. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the private room and left the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. Yang Kai casually strolled around Maplewood City, and spent a lot of source crystals before returning to the Qin family. The Qin family was now family members were extremely busy. Although they were a small family, they had lived and prospered here for thousands of years. They were reluctant to leave this place so suddenly. However, under Qin Zhao Yang's orders, even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey. They had to take everything they could. Kaiyang walked around the Qin family. Unexpectedly, there was no trace of Qin Zhaoyang. On the other hand, Qin Yu had already come out of seclusion. Yang, Sunday. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Previously, Yang Kai had investigated Qin Yu and found that she was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. This cultivation speed was extremely fast, and perhaps it was related to her world-severed body. With such aptitude, as long as she was given enough time and space, she would definitely be able to grow. It's all thanks to Brother Yang. Qin Yu crossed her fingers and stood in front of Yang Kai. She said gratefully, if it weren't for Brother Yang, I might have died when I was 18 years old. You are my greatest benefactor. This is your destiny, so you don't need to thank me. Yang Kai smiled. Where is your grandfather? Qin Yu brushed her hair behind her ear and said, he is leaving soon. Grandfather wants to sell the Qin family's land deed, so he should be going to the city lord's mansion. She paused for a moment and said, Brother Yang, are we really going to the Northern Territory? Yes. I heard that the Northern Territory is very cold and snowy. Yang Kai said with a smile, the rumors are wrong. Although there are many places in the Northern Territory that are snowy, There are also many places where birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. The place I'm taking you to is the latter. Your Qin family will have a better future there. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she couldn't help showing a yearning look. You go ahead with your work. I'm going to rest for a while, Xianxia said and walked towards the back hall. Looking at his back, Qin Yu opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. A day passed quickly, and Xianxia only opened the door and walked out when the next night fell. Qin Yu was walking back and forth in front of the door with a worried look on her face. Hearing the sound of movement, she looked up and saw Xianxia, so she hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, we are all ready." Qin Shuyang also walked over from nearby and said solemnly, "Brother Yang, the Qin family is ready. When are we leaving?" Xianxia said, "We will leave at night and wait 500 kilometers southeast of the city. There is another group of people who will be going with you." "Who?" Qin Xiaoyang was stunned. "The Zhang family," Xianxia replied. Qin Shuyang nodded and said, "So it's them." The Zhang family and Xianxia seemed to have a good relationship, and Qin Shuyang knew this. After Xianxia left, the Qin family took care of the Zhang family, but in recent years, the Qin family couldn't take care of themselves, so naturally, they didn't have the ability to take care of the Zhang family. Now that he heard that the Zhang family would be going with him, Qin Shuyang couldn't help but feel like they were going through thick and thin together. "Brother Yang, where are you going?" Qin Yu suddenly asked. "I'm going to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction to buy something," Xianxia replied. He took a step forward and flew out, but suddenly he stopped a dozen meters away and looked back at Qin Yu. "Do you want to come with me?" The expectation on Qin Yu's face turned into joy, and her tender body flickered as she chased after him. "Let's go," Xianxia called out. His emperor chi surged and wrapped Qin Yu, turning into a stream of light and disappearing above the Qin family. The entrance of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and a red carpet was spread out. It was bustling as if it was a festival. Manager Kong Si Ran and manager Gu Hong were standing on the left and right respectively, greeting the guests with smiles on their faces. They cupped their fists and greeted the guests. "Secmaster Lu, long time no see. How have you been?" An elderly man strode over with his head held high, and Gu Hong immediately went to greet him. Lu Dong smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "Manager Gu is too polite. I heard that many good things will appear in this auction, so I came here to join in the fun." Gu Hong said, "Secmaster Lu must be joking. If you came here to join in the fun, I'm afraid no one would buy anything." Lu Dong Zheng said, "You are busy. This old master will help himself. Secmaster Lu, please forgive my poor hospitality." Gu Hong smiled apologetically and waved his hand. Immediately, a beautiful maidservant came forward and led Lu Dong Zheng to the auction house. Anyone with a little status would be led by a maidservant, which made them stand out from the others. "Brother Yang." Kong Si Ran also cupped his fist to Xianxia, then turned his eyes and glanced at Qin Yu, smiling. "Young Lady Qin is also here." He naturally recognized Qin Yu. After all, Kong Si Ran had been operating in Maplewood City for half his life. Qin Yu smiled and returned the greeting. "Manager Kong, there's no need to greet me. I can go in by myself." Xianxia smiled slightly. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze in front of him. Xianxia looked over and saw Lu Dong staring at him coldly. His eyes were extremely gloomy, as if he had a grudge against Xianxia for killing his father and stealing his wife. Xianxia just smiled lightly, not putting him in his eyes at all. Lu Dong Zheng coldly snorted and turned to leave. Although the two's gazes collided for a short time, Kong Si Ran and Gu Hong saw it clearly. Gu Hong's eyes rolled as he thought of something, and he let out a low chuckle. Kong Si Ran, on the other hand, was worried and whispered, "Brother Yang, do you have some kind of grudge with that Secmaster Lu?" "A little." Xianxia rubbed his nose. Lu Dong Zheng had killed 3 of his disciples from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so the enmity between them was not small. Kong Si Ran said seriously, "Then you have to be careful of him. Lu Dong Zheng is the Secmaster of Broken Mountain Sect. He broke through to the Emperor realm 100 years ago and it is rumored that he could break through to the second-order Emperor realm at any time. Do not underestimate him. Xianxia cast a comforting smile. It's fine, I'll go in first. Kong Si Ran nodded and motioned to the maidservant next to him. Immediately, one of them came out, took the invitation card from Xianxia's hand, and led him into the auction venue. After passing through a spacious and bright corridor, they soon arrived at a private room. Opening the door, a spacious room appeared before his eyes. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. It could accommodate at least 20 people without feeling crowded. In front of him was a huge transparent crystal window. Through the crystal window, everything outside could be seen at a glance. Only very distinguished guests were qualified to have such a private room. The maidservant obviously knew this, so her attitude was extremely humble and respectful. "Master, if you need anything, just let this servant know," the maidservant said warmly after introducing some of the rules of the auction to Xianxia. "There's nothing I need. You can go out first, I'll stay here," Xianxia suddenly said, shooing the maidservant out like she was shooing a fly. The maidservant's smile didn't falter. At a glance, it was obvious that she had received good training. She bowed and said, "Then this servant will go out first and wait outside." As he spoke, he left the room and gently closed the door. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and found him looking at her with a smile. She couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. "Have a seat," Xianxia said, then found a chair and sat down, facing the auction stage outside. "If you see anything you like, just bid. I'll just watch the fun," Xianxia whispered, but saw that Xianxia had already closed his eyes. She couldn't help but pout and find a chair to sit down. The room was silent for a while, which made Xianxia feel a little uncomfortable. She originally wanted to ask Xianxia where he had been and what he had done in the past few years, but now that she saw that Xianxia didn't have the mood to talk, she didn't want to disturb him. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have to wait long before the auction began. A beautiful woman walked onto the auction stage. She was wearing revealing clothes that exposed most of her breasts, and her two beautiful legs were faintly discernible under the gauze. Her peach blossom eyes were full of charm, and she smiled before saying anything. Immediately, the atmosphere of the auction venue was stirred up, making Xianxia blush and secretly disdain her. She secretly glanced at Xianxia and found that his eyes were still closed. Only then did she feel much better. Her face was full of interest, obviously very interested in the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. Xianxia asked again, waking Xianxia up. Blushing, she said, "Grandmaster Ho is a new artifact refining grandmaster who rose to prominence in the past 10 years. All the artifacts refined by him are of high quality. But what? But Grandmaster Ho is extremely low-key. No one has ever seen his true face, and no one even knows whether he is a man or a woman." "So mysterious?" Xianxia raised his brow. Xianxia smiled and said, "Yes, in the past 10 years. Many good artifacts have appeared in the Southern Territory, all of which were refined by Grandmaster Ho. What's more, he seems to be extremely proficient in refining each kind of artifact, whether it is defensive, offensive, or auxiliary. In any case, this person is a very powerful artifact refining Grandmaster." Xianxia asked, "Since no one has seen him, how do you know these artifacts were refined by him?" Xianxia replied, "The artifacts he refines all have a mark, and on each artifact there is a hidden symbol of a monkey head." At this time, on the high platform, the beautiful woman said, "If you don't believe me, you can check this jade hairpin in this mistress hand to see if it was refined by Grandmaster Ho." As soon as these words fell, countless divine senses spread out from all directions and fell on the jade hairpin. Xianxia's divine sense was also among them. Carefully sweeping the jade hairpin, he found that, as Xianxia said, there was a lifelike monkey head on the side of this jade slip. At first glance, this monkey head seemed to be scratching its ears and cheeks. It really is Grandmaster Ho's work. There's no doubt about it, and it's a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Good. This old master wants this artifact. Old fart Joe, you're already so old. What use do you have for this? Leave this opportunity to the young. This old master recently took in a new concubine and wants to give this artifact to her. Do you have any objections? On the high platform, the beautiful woman looked down at the noise below and said, "The number of artifacts refined by Grandmaster Ho is not many, but each of them is the best of the best. Even the Emperor artifact masters of my Chamber of Commerce hold Grandmaster Ho in high esteem and feel that Grandmaster Ho has reached the level of an Emperor artifact master. I believe everyone is also very curious about what kind of artifact this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin is. There were only a few types of artifacts, but most of the jewelry and artifacts used by women were defensive and offensive types, but their numbers were much fewer than the former. This flowing cloud butterfly hairpin had a good appearance, so if it was a defensive type, its price would naturally be higher. The beautiful woman didn't beat around the bush and said with a smile, "This jade hairpin is neither offensive nor defensive," but as she spoke, she circulated her source chi, causing the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin in her hand to suddenly expand to a length of 10 meters. At first glance, it looked like an enlarged butterfly, its huge wings gently flapping, causing a dense light to ripple out. The beautiful woman formed a seal with her hands and pushed her source chi, causing the huge butterfly to turn into an orchid light and fly around the auction hall a few times before returning to the stage. A flight-type artifact, everyone exclaimed. Previously, everyone had been guessing what kind of artifact this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was, but none of them had expected it to be a flight-type artifact. If that was the case, its value would be enormous, and, judging from the speed it had just displayed, it seemed to be extremely fast. The beautiful woman said, "I haven't refined it yet, so this mistress can only display half of the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin speed. However, according to the appraisal of my Chamber of Commerce's experts, if this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin is used at full strength, its flight speed won't be as fast as the Emperor Realms, but it won't be far off. It's definitely a great tool for escaping. Of course, the orchid light of this artifact can also be concealed, so there's no need to worry about exposing your whereabouts." With all kinds of flattery, the beautiful woman was trying to express one thing. Good stuff. It was indeed a good item. Whether it was its appearance or its practicality, it was enough to tempt many cultivators. Seeing that the promotion was about done, the beautiful woman shouted, "Dao Source Grade High Rank Flight Type Artifact, Flowing Cloud Butterfly Hairpin. The starting price is 50 million mid-rank source crystals, and each increase must be no less than 1 million. Everyone please." As soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, a wave of bids rang out. In the blink of an eye, the starting price of 50 million mid-rank source crystals rose to 60 million, but it didn't stop there. After another 10 breaths, the price had climbed to 70 million. 20 breaths later, 80 million. Qin Yu's expression changed again and again. The previous joy was swept away and replaced with a look of disappointment. She also knew that with her financial resources, it was impossible for her to compete for such a good item. But when she heard such a terrifying price, she still felt powerless. 80 million mid-rank source crystals. Even if she went to the Spirit Lake Palace to buy blue jade tokens, she could buy 4 of them. However, compared to the value of the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, 40 million was far from the bottom line. The appearance of this jade hairpin set off a wave of bidding. After 40 million, the cultivators sitting in the hall could no longer participate in the bidding. Only the guests in the private rooms continued to compete. This was especially true for the old man who had just said that he had a new concubine. He bid extremely quickly, as if he was determined to win. When the price climbed to a terrifying 130 million, there were only 2 people left in the hall, and each time they increased the price, they seemed to have to think carefully, unlike before. 141 million. Old Joe, if you can go higher than this price, I'll let you have this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. A person's voice came from a private room. The old man, surnamed Joe, laughed and said, "Since Brother Wong is so kind, this old man will naturally appreciate it." 142 million. You win. The old man from the Emperor realm sighed slightly. 142 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 142 million high-rank source crystals. Chapter 2759. I'm at home today, so there will be 2 updates. But starting tomorrow, I'll be busy again, so please forgive me. 170 million. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, while Qin Yu was surprised. 180 million. The old man, surnamed Zhou, roared. 2 million. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The old man, surnamed Zhou, burst into laughter and said, "Boy, you're confused. 2 million high-rank source crystals." Yang Kai added. The old man, surnamed Zhou's mocking laughter was instantly extinguished. 2 million high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 200 million mid-rank source crystals. But in an auction, 200 million mid-rank source crystals couldn't be exchanged for 2 million high-rank source crystals. In other words, although 2 million high-rank source crystals was theoretically no different from 200 million mid-rank source crystals, its value was much higher. If the old man, surnamed Zhou, wanted to increase the price, he would have to pay with high-rank source crystals. He immediately fell silent. On the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer smiled sweetly as she stared at Yang Kai's private room and said, "The friend in Heaven Room 3 has bid 2 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Naturally, no one increased the price. One had to know that Yang Kai only sold a 12th grade low-rank monster core to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce for 2 million high-rank source crystals. The value of this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was almost equivalent to a 12th grade low-rank monster core. However, not everyone could get their hands on such a thing. Congratulations to the friend in Heaven Room 3. The beautiful auctioneer smiled faintly, but she was also suspicious in her heart. She felt that Yang Kai's voice was unfamiliar, and she didn't know when the Chamber of Commerce had such a big customer. Not just anyone could enter the heavenly class VIP room. Moreover, this person occupied one of the top rooms in Heaven Room 3, so he should be an extremely important guest to the Chamber of Commerce. Just as Yang Kai opened his mouth to bid, Lu Dong's eyes flashed coldly as he sat in another Heaven Room. Since he had dealt with Yang Kai before, he naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. He glared in the direction of Room 3 with hatred in his eyes. After all, he was a big customer of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. However, even with his status, he was only able to obtain the 9th ranked room. How did that young man manage to obtain the 3rd Heaven Room? After pondering for a while, he said to the maidservant kneeling in front of him, "Go and call Steward Gu over." Yes. The maid got up and walked out. Not long after, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered. He cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Yu, are you looking for me?" Lu Dongzhang said, "The person in the 3rd room. What is his background?" Gu Hong was startled and said awkwardly, "Why does Sect Master Yu ask about this? You know the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. Although this Gu is a steward, this guest information is absolutely not allowed to be leaked." Lu Dongzheng smiled and said, "There are always exceptions, aren't there?" Gu Hong said, "Sect Master Yu, you're making things difficult for me." Lu Dongzheng frowned. After dealing with Gu Hong for so many years, they both knew each other's nature. This Gu Hong was not a person who would play by the rules. He sighed softly. He said, "I won't hide it from you. This old master has a grudge with this boy." Gu Hong asked curiously, "How did he offend Sect Master Yu?" Lu Dongzheng coldly snorted, "It's fine if he only offended you, but 3 of my disciples from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm died at his hands, and one of them was this old master's descendant." What? Gu Hong was shocked. Chapter 2760. In the auction venue, Many people's breathing suddenly quickened as countless divine senses swept towards the high platform from all directions, wanting to see it first. An Emperor artifact was extremely valuable, not to mention a defense-type Emperor artifact. Moreover, it was an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor. However, to everyone's disappointment, the box, which looked like it was made of fine iron, actually blocked the probing of divine senses, making everyone return empty-handed. On the high platform, the beautiful woman chuckled as she looked around, and she said in a soft voice, "This armor wasn't refined by the current equipment refinement masters, and it came from an ancient abode. It's an item from a very long time ago, and it was accidentally discovered by a friend and sent to be auctioned off by my merchant association." As soon as she said this, many people showed envious looks on their faces. Ancient cave mansions were common in the star boundary, but not everyone could come across them. Even if they did come across one, they might be trapped in the spirit array and be unable to escape, let alone obtain a treasure from it. Being able to find an ancient cave mansion, escape unscathed, and obtain such a treasure, one could imagine how lucky that person was. Why can't I get such a good thing? Everyone asked themselves, gnashing their teeth in hatred. If they could encounter such a good thing, they would not have to worry about cultivation materials for several lifetimes. Because of its age, although this artifact armor is mid-rank, it has some flaws. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the auction venue suddenly fell silent. After a while, a voice came from a private room in the heaven room. "Dare I ask, what kind of flaws are they?" Many people from the Emperor realm had come for this artifact armor. Previously, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had advertised that an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor would be auctioned, but now, this beautiful woman was telling them that this artifact armor had flaws. Xianxia was also taken aback when he heard this, as Kong Si Ran had not told him about this. However, with his friendship with Kong Si Ran, if Kong Si Ran had known about it in advance, he would not have concealed it. In other words, even Kong Si Ran was not aware of this secret. After thinking about it, Xianxia felt relieved. Although it had flaws, it was still an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor, so there was no need to make it too clear when advertising. It was enough to attract people. At this very moment, the beautiful woman smiled and said, "Everyone will know in a moment. Now, I invite President Liu to test the power of this armor." She tilted her body and gestured behind her. She saw a figure that wasn't very tall coming over quickly. It was Lu Qi, who was overseeing this place. He arrived at the beautiful woman's side. Lu Qi cupped his fist to the customers in the private rooms without saying a word. Suddenly, he circulated his Emperor Qi and pointed his finger at the iron box. With a series of whooshing sounds, thumbnail-sized pieces of armor flew out from the iron box, forming a long black line that shot towards Lu Qi with a series of crackling sounds. The thumbnail-sized pieces of armor actually covered Lu Qi's body in an extremely orderly manner, forming a piece from the neck down. It was a black armor that covered all the way to the back of his feet. Clad in his armor, Lu Qi's temperament suddenly became incomparably powerful, like a war god. His First-Order Emperor realm aura seemed to have been strengthened, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Looking at it, this artifact armor wasn't very heavy. Instead, it looked extremely light. Lu Qi moved about on the high platform with great agility. Huaqing Si said solemnly, "This idea is very good, and it will definitely work, but there is a problem. I don't know if Palace Master has thought of it." "I would like to hear the details," Xianxia asked humbly. "Whether we have enough manpower or not is another matter." "Palace Master," You also know the situation of our High Heaven Palace. We don't have many disciples, so if we really want to do this, we will definitely need a lot of manpower. However, compared to this, the source of materials is a big problem. Unless what? Hua Qingxi chuckled and said, unless Palace Master asks people to help collect materials. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, for example, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect. Sister Hua, you are so naughty. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, in any case, those two sects owe us so many source crystals. Asking them to compensate us with materials is already a great favor. Yes. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Right, we might as well ask Ice Heart Valley to help. Ice Heart Valley is not like us. They have a deep foundation, so it should be easy for them to obtain materials from the Northern Territory. Good. Chapter 2763. As for what you want to buy or sell, you'll have to carefully consider it. Otherwise, not only will you not make a profit, you might even lose money. Hua Qingxi said, I'll personally go to the Southern Territory to investigate this matter. If this matter was successful, it would affect the future of High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai was now extremely wealthy, and the Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect both owed a huge debt to High Heaven Palace. But if a sect wanted to survive, it had to have its own business. Yang Kai didn't stay in High Heaven Palace for long and returned to the Southern Territory the next day. A few days later, Yang Kai looked at the rolling mountain range in front of him as his figure moved as fast as lightning. That mountain range was the Azure Sun Mountain Range, and he had to make a trip to Azure Sun Temple. Although he was only registered in Azure Sun Temple, he still had the Azure Sun Golden Token, so neither Wen Zishan nor Gao Shueting valued him. Now that he had returned to the Southern Territory, it was only logical that he return to the temple to take a look. In addition, he had to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror and tell Tian Yin the good news that he had found the Flesh Incarnation fruit. Originally, he had planned to refine the Flesh Incarnation pill himself, but now that he had Ji Ying as a helper, he naturally entrusted the matter of refining the Flesh Incarnation pill to her. Before he left, Yang Kai had left all the herbs in High Heaven Palace. He believed that he would be able to obtain the Flesh Incarnation pill the next time he returned. As long as he had the Flesh Incarnation pill, Tian Yin would be able to reconstruct his physical body and break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror. He would be able to enter the star boundary and become a solid backer of High Heaven Palace. With a master on the level of great emperors as their backer, even if High Heaven Palace wasn't a sect of great emperors, it would still become a sect of great emperors. When that time came, its status wouldn't be any worse than Star Soul Palace or Serene Soul Palace. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure stopped. He stopped in a void. He coldly looked to the side and said in a deep voice, "Which friend is sneaking around? Why don't you show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly burst out from the void. The light was so dazzling that Yang Kai couldn't help but squint his eyes. Two extraordinarily handsome figures were revealed. One of them was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. His expression was dignified without being angry. The other was a young man who looked about the same as Yang Kai. He was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. The two of them looked somewhat similar, as if they were father and son. The middle-aged man's gaze was calm. However, when the young man looked at Yang Kai, his eyes were filled with eagerness to fight. "Master Xiao," Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Xiao Yuyang asked, "Are you Yang Kai?" "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded, looked at the young man, and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, how have you been since we parted in the Shattered Star Sea?" These two, they were from Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai recognized both of them. There was no need to mention the young man, Xiao Chun. Yang Kai had dealt with him many times. Every time, he was by Princess Lan Sun's side, acting as her protector. His father, Xiao Yuyang, was one of the first people from the Emperor realm that Yang Kai saw after coming to the Star Boundary. At that time, Xiao Yuyang was the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace, and his cultivation had reached the Second Order Emperor realm. He was an existence that Yang Kai had to look up to and could kill him with a casual breath. So many years had passed since then. In the past few days, he had carefully inquired about Yang Kai from Xiaochun, and only then did he discover that this young man was somewhat extraordinary. All the things he had done, even in his opinion, were extremely difficult. Xiao Yuyang's son could be considered a dragon among men, but compared to this young man, he seemed to pale in comparison. Now that they were face to face, Xiao Yuyang's evaluation of Yang Kai rose again. He was an elder of Star Soul Palace and a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yet this young man, a first-order Emperor Realm Master, didn't show the slightest fear in front of him. Instead, he spoke with confidence and composure. Did he really kill Tan Jun, Hao, and Wu Ming? Xiao Yuyang had deep doubts in his heart. With Yang Kai's strength, Tan Jun, Hao, and Wu Ming weren't made of mud, so how could they have died at his hands? However, from the investigation of Star Soul Palace and the testimonies of the more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm, even if Tan Jun, Hao, and Wu Ming's deaths weren't caused by Yang Kai, they were definitely related to him. Tan Jun, Hao, Wu Ming. Xiao Yuyang didn't say much and just reported 2 names, his pair of eyes staring into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of Yang Kai's heart and capture the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "So that's what you want? And if Master Xiao is here to inquire about these 2, then this boy can tell Master Xiao that I killed these 2. He readily admitted it without the slightest intention of hiding it. Bullshit. Xiao Chen's face was full of contempt and ridicule, obviously not believing him. I heard that you have a powerful Monster King by your side. Xiao Yang pointed out. Where is that Monster King? Yang Kai shook his head and said, the Monster King isn't here. Xiao Yang said, Yang Kai, you are also a promising talent. This king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Tell this king the whereabouts of the Monster King. Then come back to Star Soul Palace with me. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Master Xiao thinks that Tan Jun Hao and Wu Ming died at the hands of the Monster King. Is there another possibility? Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. He didn't expect that no one would believe him even if he told the truth. After pondering for a moment, his expression became serious, and he said, Tan Jun Hao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, represents Star Soul Palace and the Great Emperors. He should have protected the cultivator in my southern territory, but in Flowing Shadow City, he went against the rules and used shameless means to control the Emperor Realm. He even ordered the people of the Emperor Realm to become enemies with this boy in order to steal treasures from this boy. This little one killed him in a fit of anger, and it can be considered as helping Star Soul Palace to clean up the mess. This little one doesn't ask for the Great Emperor or Star Soul Palace's gratitude, as long as they don't come looking for trouble with me. However, Senior Xiao has blocked my path here today. If this is Star Soul Palace's attitude, then this little one is very disappointed in Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace's matters are not for you to criticize. Xiao Chun coldly snorted. Xiao Yuyang nodded and said, Star Soul Palace has investigated the matter clearly. Tan Jun Hao is inhumane and used his strength to bully the weak. He ruined Star Soul Palace's reputation, so his death is not to be regretted. If you really killed him, then Star Soul Palace would have no objections. But if he died at the hands of a Monster King, the matter is different. Do you understand? Yang Kai said impatiently. The Monster King didn't make a move. Didn't the Emperor Realm tell you these things? Xiao Yuyang said, they said it, but it's hard to believe, so you need to come with me to Star Soul Palace. Kai Yang scowled miserably. Elder Gao, what do you want? I'll agree to it. Gao Shueting immediately raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Since you've said so, this elder won't make things difficult for you. You only need to promise me one thing, and this elder will let you go this time. Please say it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Become an elder of the temple. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned solemn, and he said solemnly, "Elder Gao, this you dare refuse?" A cold light flashed in Gao Shueting's hand as a sword immediately pressed against Yang Kai's neck. She gritted her teeth and said, "This elder has personally asked, don't you dare refuse." Chapter 2765. Yang Kai was so stiff that he didn't dare to move. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead as he said with a serious face, "Disciple is saying that. I agree. You're worth teaching." Gao Shueting smiled and sheathed her sword. Only then did Vice Temple Master Chiu, Ran, and many elders step forward with a smile, cupping their fists and addressing Yang Kai as Elder Yang. When Zishan was also full of smiles, "Good, good. My temple has another elder. Congratulations, congratulations. This temple master has decided to hold a grand ceremony in 5 days to announce it to the world." Yang Kai trembled and hurriedly said, "Temple master, there's no need for that. Disciple is now." Before he could finish, when Zishan patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "You don't need to say more, I know." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but thousands of words turned into a sigh. He had killed Tan Jun, Hao, and Wu Ming. Although there was a reason for it. After all, he had gone against a behemoth like Star Soul Palace. Once he became an elder of Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely bring trouble to the temple. It was fine if this matter was done secretly, but when Zishan wanted to hold a grand ceremony to announce it to the world, wasn't this clearly inviting trouble? Yang Kai was moved, but also a little uneasy. If he really brought trouble to the temple because of him, it would be terrible. But Zishan clearly knew this and still insisted on doing so. It was obvious that he wanted to protect him with the power of the temple. Gao Shueting said from the side, "Among the temple's disciples, once they advance to the emperor realm, they can become an elder of the sect and enjoy the authority of an elder. Xia Sheng is one of them, so you don't have to feel burdened." Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "There's something I want to tell you. Disciple founded a sect some time ago." "Oh?" Wen Zishan and Gao Shueting looked at each other, quite surprised. The elders were also stunned. Disciple is now a temple master. If I become an elder of the temple, I'm afraid there will be some conflicts. Wen Zishan nodded when he heard this, but Gao Shueting looked suspicious. "Are you lying to us? You want to shirk the position of elder?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. It's the truth." Gao Shueting frowned and said, "Although you're a venerable sovereign and have the qualifications to establish your own sect, you're still young. Getting involved in these things too early won't do you any good in the future. Right now, you should focus on improving your cultivation." "Thank you for your concern, Elder Gao. This disciple understands. However, this disciple has his own reasons for establishing a sect." Yang Kai nodded. Gao Shueting sighed and said, "Since you've already established a sect, you'll have to be careful. They couldn't just disband. How about this? Your sect will form an alliance with the temple. If there is anything you need help with, the temple can help you. The temple can even send some people to help you. That way, you won't have to worry too much about worldly matters." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Someone will take care of the sect's affairs. I don't need to worry about it. That's for the best. You're also a smart person. You should know that your own strength is the foundation of everything." Gao Shueting pondered for a moment and said, "But since you're already a palace master, it's indeed inappropriate for you to become a divine hall elder. How about this? You could be a guest elder. What do you think, temple master?" Wen Zishan smiled and said, "Whatever little Shueting says." Although a guest elder was also a kind of elder, they had more freedom and could come and go freely. It was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's previous status as a registered disciple. However, it was more noble. "By the way, what's the name of your sect? Where is it located?" Gao Shueting asked. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for you to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror now. Xianxia had a surprised expression on his face. Among the people he had seen on Myriad Saints Peak before, almost all of the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple were present. Who else was using the Divine Ascension Mirror? Moreover, they couldn't be disturbed. It seemed that the person using the Divine Ascension Mirror had an extraordinary status. No matter how Xianxia thought about it, he couldn't think of such a person in Azure Sun Temple. I'll talk to the Temple Master about this and see if we can think of a way to get the best of both worlds. If it really doesn't work, just wait for a while. After all, it's been so many years since your agreement with that senior. You don't have any ready-made flesh incarnation pills on hand. All right, Xianxia nodded. Now that things had come to this was all he could do. After asking about Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Zhao's situation, he learned that the two of them had been in secluded cultivation ever since they returned from Shattered Star Sea and showed no signs of coming out. Xianxia also gave up on the idea of looking for them to reminisce. The two of them were also core disciples of Azure Sun Temple and were future pillars of the sect. However, they were slightly weaker than Xiaxia. Xiaxia was able to break through his shackles in the Shattered Star Sea and break through to the Emperor Realm. Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao didn't have such an opportunity, but they had also gained a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. This time, they entered secluded cultivation with the resolve to not come out until they broke through to the Emperor Realm. After Gao Xueting left, Xianxia sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a large box that seemed to be made of fine iron appeared in front of him. Flying great ink dragon armor. Xianxia hadn't had the time to take a closer look at this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor he obtained at the Purple Source Auction until now. Stretching out his hand, Xianxia gently stroked the artifact armor in the box. In an instant, a roar suddenly came from a box. Black chi quickly overflowed from the artifact armor and gathered into a mass, turning into an inky flood dragon that sat on top of the box and glared at Xianxia with its gong-sized eyes. Huh! Xianxia looked up at the inky flood dragon phantom and grinned. According to the introduction of the Purple Source Chamber of Commerce, this flying great ink dragon armor was refined from the skin of an inky flood dragon. Inky flood dragons were extremely rare and were known for their strong defensive power. When it was refined, the inky flood dragon's monster core should have been integrated into it, which was why the inky flood dragon soul appeared at this time. In other words, this flying great ink dragon armor seemed to have an artifact spirit. Now, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master was no match for it. Only a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master could suppress it. What is Azure Sun Temple doing? When Zishan has been astute all his life, why did he become confused at this time? Something went wrong in the sacrifice ceremony. Isn't this a joke to the world? With a flash of sword light, Xianxia was already floating in the air. Previously, on Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Xueting had explained all the segments to him clearly, so he knew what to do in this heaven worship segment. He didn't put a trivial 12th order low-rank monster beast in his eyes. He summoned the myriad sword and pointed it at the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, his murderous intent locked onto the monster beast. As if it had sensed Xianxia's murderous intent, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape immediately looked back. With a demonic chi rolling around its body, it roared and rushed toward Xianxia, wanting to tear Xianxia to pieces. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A stream of light suddenly shot from a distance, as fast as lightning, piercing through the body of the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape and pouncing directly in front of Xianxia. "Who is it?" One Zishan shouted, wanting to rescue him, but it was already too late. With a crisp clang, The myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand flashed, and his figure was blasted back, retreating a full 300 feet before stabilizing his body. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not until this time that when Zishan stood in front of the stream of light. Gao Shueting also came to Yang Kai's side in an instant, shielding him behind her, her beautiful eyes staring vigilantly at the newcomer. Asterisk Pong. Asterisk with a muffled sound, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, which was still full of vigor a moment ago, suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist, dripping in mid-air, not even leaving a corpse behind. Everyone was dumbfounded and stood up together. No one had expected that someone would come out to cause trouble during the last segment of the ceremony. Moreover, that person had killed the sacrificial object in an instant. Not only that, he had also injured the main character of today's ceremony. This was a public slap in the face of Azure Sun Temple. How could this be tolerated? However, to be able to turn a 12th order monster beast golden-backed heaven-piercing ape into a cloud of blood mist in one blow, this cultivation was shocking enough. Among all the people in the Emperor realm present, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could do this. Who dared to be so arrogant? Looking over, everyone could not help but be stunned, faintly feeling that today's coronation ceremony would not end peacefully. Elder Shui. Wen Zishan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the newcomer, his tone low and his face a little ugly. Their anger grew more and more intense, as if they would fight at any moment, causing the guests present to tremble in fear and sweat to drip down their backs. If these two were to fight, it would certainly be a lively scene, but perhaps they would be dragged into it as well. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. Please calm down. Both of you are the mainstays of the Southern Territory. You see each other all the time, so why be so angry? Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple stood up and tried to persuade them. That's right. Both of you should not be angry. Sit down and have a cup of tea first. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President, Xing Yuan, also stood up and said. Heavenly Marshal Holy Lands Chun Wenhao quickly said, Didn't Elder Shao say that he is waiting for the Great Emperor's decision? It has already been 5 days, so it shouldn't be long before the Great Emperors make their decision. Why is Elder Shui so anxious? Shuizheng Mao frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, Good, then this king will wait here for the Great Emperor's decision. I want to see how you, Wen Zishan, will protect that little brat when the time comes. Saying so, he glared at Xiao Yuyang. He was also very angry about today's matter. He thought that if he stepped forward, Yang Kai would definitely be captured, but he didn't expect Wen Zishan to not give him any face. More importantly, he didn't know that Xiao Yuyang had already reported this matter to the Great Emperors. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted like this. In any case, the Great Emperor's decision would be issued soon. With the Great Emperor's order, how could Wen Zishan dare to resist? Hearing Xiao Chen shout, how could everyone not know the identity of this person? Shocked, they all stood up in unison and cupped their fists. Greetings, Princess Lan Sun. The Emperor Realm Masters of the older generation were still fine, as their temperament and cultivation were far superior. So even though Lan Sun was extremely beautiful, they only caught a glimpse of her beauty. On the other hand, the younger generation who had come with their elders to attend the ceremony, regardless of whether they were men or women, all stared at Lan Sun in a daze, especially the men, who all revealed looks of adoration, their eyes filled with nothing but Lan Sun's dazzling beauty. Chapter 2770. Lan Sun was the daughter of the Great Emperors, not to mention the fact that she was beautiful enough to make any man's heart beat faster, even if she was ugly. If one could win her favor, they would have to struggle a few hundred years less. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's face suddenly sank. He snorted softly and took the initiative to greet Lan Sun. When he got closer, he showed a gentle smile and said softly, "Princess, why are you here?" Lan Sun gently nodded at him as a greeting. Then her face turned solemn and her red lips opened slightly. "By order of the great emperors, I am here to pass on the oral decree of the great emperors." Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard this. Although there were 10 great emperors in this world, the great emperors mentioned by Lan Sun were undoubtedly the master of Star Soul Palace, the Bright Moon Great Emperors. They were also the stabilizing force of the entire Southern Territory. Just as the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors were respected in the Northern Territory, the Bright Moon Great Emperors were also respected in the Southern Territory. We respectfully welcome the decree of the Great Emperors. When Zishan's expression was solemn as he shouted, many guests also looked solemn and listened attentively. Lan Sun said, "This is not the place to talk. Would Uncle Wen please prepare a secret room?" She was obviously saying that there were too many people here, but the guests who came to watch the ceremony did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. To some extent, Lan Sun now represented the Bright Moon Great Emperors. So who would dare to be disrespectful? "This way, please." When Zishan turned sideways and gestured to the back, Lan Sun nodded slightly and took the lead to walk towards the palace in front. When she passed by Yang Kai, she paused and turned her head. "Brother Yang, come here." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and stepped forward to follow. Lan Sun's appearance here was definitely related to him, so he had to follow. Xiao Yang and Xue Zhengmao looked at each other and also followed behind Lan Sun. Xiao Chun, the flower protector, naturally did not fall behind. After a while, a group of people entered the main hall. When Zishan waved his hand, the door immediately closed. Lan Sun stepped onto the high platform of the hall before turning around and looking down at the 3 great emperors. The 2 juniors, Yang Kai and Xiao Chun, stood on opposite sides. With a smile, Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang. From today onwards, you are an elder of Azure Sun Temple." As soon as this statement came out, both Xiao Yang and Xue Zhengmao frowned. The information revealed by these words made them vaguely aware of something. Yang Kai said, "Your Highness is too polite." Lan Sun said angrily, "Brother Yang, why are you being so formal? Little sister Little Seven and I are as close as sisters. You treat Little Seven like an elder brother, so just call me Lan Sun." "How dare he?" Xiao Chun immediately widened his eyes. How could any random man enjoy such an intimate address? He and Lan Sun grew up together, and until now, he had only called her that in private. When there were outsiders, he still maintained the distinction between seniority and inferiority. Since Lan Sun said so, then I won't be unreasonable. Congratulations on your promotion to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Chun as he spoke. It almost made him explode with anger. The 3 great emperors present, on the other hand, were all taken aback. First, it was Lan Sun's attitude towards Yang Kai. Second, it was Lan Sun's words. A person who could make Lan Sun treat him like a sister was definitely not an ordinary existence. "Little Seven," Xiao Yang murmured. "Could it be the girl from Spirit Beast Island?" Xue Zhengmao and Wen Zishan suddenly came back to their senses and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. They did not expect Yang Kai to have a relationship with the princess of Spirit Beast Island, and from what Lan Sun said, it was not an ordinary relationship. "It's that girl from Spirit Beast Island." Lan Sun covered her mouth and smiled. "I'm afraid the few of you don't know, but little sister Xiao Qi and senior brother Yang are very close. Previously, when I went to Spirit Beast Island with my father, that little girl even asked me about senior brother Yang. Unfortunately, Brother Yang is a mysterious dragon, so I couldn't tell her anything. She was very disappointed. With the relationship between Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun, even if she knew about Yang Kai, she probably wouldn't tell her. Lan Sun's words were plain, but they set off stormy waves in the hearts of the 3rd stage emperors. Mo Xiaoqi herself was nothing, but the one above her could not be ignored. That was an existence on par with the great emperors of Bright Moon. Yang Kai and Xiaoqi had such a good relationship that it was equivalent to climbing the towering tree that was Spirit Beast Island. If they wanted to touch him, they would have to think twice. The great emperors of Bright Moon doted on Lan Sun very much, and the martial beast also doted on Xiaoqi very much. If their own girl whispered something into their ears, even the great emperor's ears would soften. At this moment, Mao couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Yang Kai before. Otherwise, he might not be able to clean up this mess. Tan Junhao's matter could only be dealt with by the great emperors. With a thought, Mao asked, "Princess, what instructions do the great emperors have?" Although he had some guesses, he still had to ask. Wen Zishan and Xiao Yuyang also looked up at Lan Sun. Lan Sun's expression turned solemn as she said, "Tan Junhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, not only did he fail to set an example for the millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory, he even went against the law and harmed the Southern Territory's emperors. Wu Ming acted as an accomplice to the villain and aided the tyrant. The great emperors have already investigated this matter, and the death of these two is not to be regretted. The great emperors have ordered that the matter of Tan Junhao and Wu Ming ends here. No one is allowed to cause any more trouble." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yuyang and Mao cupped their fists and bowed. "We obey the decree of the great emperors." When Zishan grinned and cupped his fists, "Great emperors are wise, great emperors are mighty." Yang Kai also said, "Many thanks, great emperors." He was completely relieved in his heart. Those who could become great emperors were really broad-minded. With this order from the great emperors, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about anything in the future. However, it stood to reason that Star Soul Palace should be grateful to Yang Kai for killing Tan Junhao and Wu Ming, but these were all trivial matters. After all, Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory. Although there was a reason for the killing of their elders and deacons, it was already magnanimous of them not to pursue the matter. How could they still be grateful? There is one more thing that Father has entrusted me to discuss with Brother Yang. Lan Sun's gaze turned and fixed on Yang Kai. Everyone keenly grasped the change in the way she addressed the great emperors in her words. Since Lan Sun's arrival, she had always addressed him as the great emperors, but just now she had changed it to Father. In other words, the matter to be discussed next was not as the great emperors. "May I ask what it is?" Yang Kai asked. Lan Sun said, "Father wants to know where Tan Junhao's golden armored heavenly book is now." As soon as she said this, everyone in the hall focused their eyes on Yang Kai. Obviously, all the third-layer Emperor Realm Masters present knew about the golden armored heavenly book and the existence of this Emperor artifact. Although there were many Emperor artifacts in the Star Boundary, there were only a few famous Emperor artifacts. For example, the Mountains and Rivers Bell in Yang Kai's hand was an ancient exotic treasure that even the great emperors coveted. Although Tan Junhao's golden armored heavenly book was not as good as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, it was not an ordinary Emperor artifact, but a top-grade one. Yang Kai frowned as a bad feeling welled up in the depths of his heart, but he finally said, "The golden armored heavenly book is with me." Saying so, he took out the golden armored heavenly book and held it in the palm of his hand. The dazzling golden light instantly attracted the attention of several pairs of eyes. Lan Sun nodded and said softly, "It's like this, Brother Yang. Father hopes that you can return the golden armored heavenly book to me and bring it back." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's face sank as he understood that his hunch had come true. He was well aware of the power of this golden armored heavenly book. When he was fighting Tan Junhao, if he had not underestimated his opponent, he would have only needed to display the full power of this golden armored heavenly book. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he would have had to pay a much greater price. Yang Kai naturally did not want to give up such a good treasure. Moreover, he had refined the golden armored heavenly book for a while and could use one or two divine secret techniques, so he was very fond of this thing. Now, Lan Sun wanted him to return it with just a few words, which was really unacceptable to him. If he did not return it, there would be no benefits, but he knew that since this was a negotiation, Star Soul Palace would never use force. Looking up at Lan Sun, Yang Kai wanted to hear what she had to say next. The golden armored heavenly book is Brother Yang's spoils of war. Logically speaking, my Star Soul Palace has no right to ask you to hand it over. However, Brother Yang knows that this golden armored heavenly book is not only an Emperor artifact, but also the key to open a sealed world in my Star Soul Palace. The key to open a sealed world. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes. Lan Sun nodded slightly. My Star Soul Palace has a sealed world called the Great Illusionary Realm. It is an independent, small world that can only be opened by the golden armored heavenly book. Elder Xiao and Elder Shui also know this. Xiao Yuyang and Shui Zheng Mao both nodded, indicating that Lan Sun was telling the truth. In Great Illusionary Realm, I know about this sealed world. When Zishan also echoed, I just didn't expect that this sealed world would require the golden armored heavenly book to open. In the past, this sealed world was under the control of Tan Junhao, so the golden armored heavenly book is in his hands. Chapter 2771. 200 million high-rank source crystals was not a huge sum that just anyone could possess. This was equivalent to the total income of the entire Azure Sun Temple for several years. Even Xiao Yuyang and Shui Zheng Mao's expressions heated up when they heard this. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he did not hear 200 million, but 20 million, 2 million. This made several people present a little surprised. In the end, Yang Kai was just a cultivator from the Emperor realm who had just broken through. Even if he had some wealth, it was impossible for him to be too rich. So why was he so indifferent in the face of such a huge amount of wealth? How could they know that Yang Kai was so rich now? 200 million high-rank source crystals was really nothing to him. What's the second condition? Yang Kai asked indifferently. The strange look in Lan Sun's eyes disappeared as she said softly, "The second condition is that you can ask my father 3 questions, no matter what kind of questions you ask." As soon as these words came out, Shui Zheng Mao and Xiao Yuyang's breathing suddenly quickened as a look of fanaticism appeared on their faces. Although they were elders of Star Soul Palace and held high positions in Star Soul Palace, with only one person above them, it wasn't so easy to meet the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor was in seclusion all year round, and his movements were elusive. Basically, they might not even see him once in a few years, let alone ask him a question. If they could get an opportunity like Yang Kai, the two of them would be overjoyed because no matter what cultivation a cultivator had, they would definitely have many doubts about the martial Tao. The doubts of masters at their level could only be answered by the Great Emperors. With just a few words of advice from the Great Emperors, they might be able to improve their strength by leaps and bounds. It could be said that the second condition was not as straightforward as 200 million high-rank source crystals. However, its value was much greater than the first condition. Source crystals could be earned in the future, but asking the Great Emperor's 3 questions was not something that could be obtained so easily. Even when Zishan was tempted when he heard this, he tilted his head and glanced at Yang Kai, hoping that he would agree to it. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's expression was still indifferent. He pondered for a moment and said, "What about the third condition?" Lan Sun said, "The third condition is to enter my Star Soul Palace's 5-color treasure pagoda and cultivate for a month." Yang Kai nodded. He had already stated the 3 conditions. To be honest, Star Soul Palace's approach was indeed very sincere. No matter what condition it was enough for Yang Kai to return the golden armor heavenly book. Must this Emperor artifact be returned? Yang Kai asked Lan Sun while holding the golden armored heavenly book. Lan Sun said apologetically, "Brother Yang, I hope you can sympathize with the dozens of disciples of my Star Soul Palace who are trapped in the sealed world. Without the golden armor heavenly book, they would not be able to open the great illusionary land, and the dozens of disciples trapped inside would never be able to escape." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Then I choose the third option." Lan Sun was overjoyed at first, but immediately said in amazement, "Don't think about it again. Wen Zishan also persuaded, "That's right, Yangkai. You might as well think about this carefully. Since the great emperors have agreed to your 3 conditions, they will not force you to make a choice immediately. It won't be too late to make a choice after you think about it clearly." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No, I choose the 3rd option." Wen Zishan opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. Thinking about it from his perspective, if you were Yang Kai, on the other hand, Luo Yuan came from the octagonal door, which was just a small force, not even as good as the original Blue Feather sect, but he relied on his extraordinary aptitude and perseverance to reach the Emperor realm. Now, he even took over the octagonal door and became the sect master of the octagonal door. When this guy stared at Yang Kai, his face was burning with fighting spirit, as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai at any time. If it weren't for Yang Kai's big day today, he would have already issued a challenge. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, many people came and went, toasting each other, chatting in groups of 3 or 5, and exchanging pleasantries. Most of the people from the Emperor realm who came here brought their own disciples and juniors, so it was a good opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. "Young Master Yang, we meet again." A wisp of fragrance came with the wind, and a plump figure came up to Yang Kai with a smile. "No, I should call you Elder Yang." Yang Kai turned his head and saw a beautiful young woman standing with a glass of wine in her hand. Perhaps because she had drunk some wine, her pretty face was pink, and even her fair neck was red, making her look extremely attractive. Palace Master Hua. Yang Kai recognized this person, smiled slightly, and raised his glass in greeting. They must have encountered something urgent. Otherwise, they would never miss this kind of exchange meeting. Several disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were in charge of reception at the door. After seeing Yang Kai, they all showed a respectful look and bowed their heads. "Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Then he strode in. Glancing around, the main hall was already full of people. The guests during the day were basically all present. There were hundreds of people from the Emperor realm and their disciples and descendants. Although there were a lot of people, but the scene was orderly, and there was no noise at all. Even if there was some communication, it was done in private. The hall was brightly lit, as if it was daytime. Over here, while he was still turning his head to look for a seat, Gao Shueting's voice suddenly came to his ears. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and saw Gao Shueting sitting on a chair on the left side of the hall, waving at him. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stepped over there. This place seemed to be where the elders of the Azure Sun Temple sat. In addition to Gao Shueting, the elders in the sect, such as Chun Xian, Dirong, Yukuan, and others were all here. When they saw Yang Kai, they all showed a kind smile. Yang Kai greeted everyone one by one before sitting down next to Gao Shueting. "Junior brother, have you ever participated in such an exchange?" Gao Shueting suddenly turned her head and asked. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and looked to the other side of him, but there was no one there. He suddenly came back to his senses and stared at Gao Shueting. "Elder Gao, are you talking to me?" Gao Shueting snorted. "Of course I'm talking to a ghost." Chun Xian, who was on the other side of Gao Shueting, chuckled and explained, "Yang Kai, you're now an Emperor Realm Master and an Elder of the Temple, so you naturally have to talk to us as equals. This is the rule of the temple." Yang Kai looked embarrassed and scratched his head. "I didn't realize it for a moment." Before today, he had always regarded himself as a disciple in front of Gao Shueting. Now that he had suddenly become a junior brother, his status had increased by a lot. This change was too sudden. But thinking about it, Yang Kai was now almost the same as Gao Shueting and the others in terms of cultivation and status. So he did have the qualifications to talk to them as equals. "Ask senior sister to come and listen." Gao Shueting looked at him seriously. "Senior sister Gao." Yang Kai grinned. He was very adaptable. "Good boy. But it's a pity that there's no reward, Gao Shueting smiled and asked again, "Have you participated in such an exchange before?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. He had participated in many auctions, but he had only heard of such high-level exchanges. "But I know the basic rules, bartering." "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded. "When one's cultivation reaches the Emperor realm, the value of source crystals is not so important. Many good things can't be bought with source crystals. So many people like to directly barter. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of some people exchanging for source crystals, but it all depends on what the owner of the treasure offers." Yang Kai kept Gao Shueting's words in mind and kept nodding. Gao Shueting was very satisfied with his humble attitude of asking for advice. After waiting for a while, the door of All Saints Temple creaked and closed a moment later. Yang Kai knew that the exchange should start soon. Sure enough, the moment the door closed, an elderly man flew up to the high platform. It was none other than Azure Sun Temple's deputy temple master, Xianxia. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple naturally had to be the first to go up and liven up the atmosphere. Xianxia coughed lightly and said, "Thank you all for your support and for making tonight's exchange go smoothly. This old man wishes you all a victory and a fruitful return. There's no need to say more about the rules. The exchange will begin now. My temple will throw a brick to attract the jade, so I hope you could take out some good things." With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in Xianxia's hand. Raising the jade bottle slightly, Xianxia said, "Supreme Soul Refining Pill, an Emperor-grade, low-rank spirit pill. Even if an Emperor Realm Master consumes it, after refining and absorbing it, it will greatly increase the strength of their soul. If supplemented with a soul secret technique, the effects will be even better. There are 3 spirit pills in this bottle, and only source crystals will be sold." As soon as his voice fell, more than half of the Emperor Realm's people showed signs of interest. It was none other than Emperor pills. Emperor-grade spirit pills were not so easy to find. Only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine Emperor-grade spirit pills. But how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there in the entire star boundary? Even a big sect like Azure Sun Temple did not have an Emperor-grade alchemist. There was an Emperor-grade alchemist in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, but Grandmaster Huang Fu's alchemy schedule was full. Even if one wanted to ask him for a pill, they would have to queue for several years before it was their turn. In the star boundary, spirit pills below Emperor grade were easy to obtain. After all, although there were not many Dao Source grade alchemists, there were still quite a few of them. However, Emperor grade pills were something that could only be found by chance. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple had actually taken out 3 Supreme Soul refining pills at once. This was enough to show their sincerity. Moreover, they were only auctioning source crystals, which gave the people of the Emperor Realm the opportunity to participate. So, just as Xianxia's voice fell, the voices of people bidding rose one after another. The old bids were replaced by new ones as soon as they appeared. For a moment, the 10,000 Saints Temple was as lively as a market. The people of the Emperor Realm shouted until their faces were red, as if they were determined to win. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He did not expect the temple to take out an Emperor-grade pill to auction as soon as they arrived. Even if it was just throwing a brick to attract jade, this brick was not light. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood something. The Supreme Soul refining pill's biggest use was to temper one's soul. After taking it, one could cultivate a soul secret technique and increase the strength of one's soul. However, this effect did not seem to be of much use to the people of the Emperor Realm. That was because Azure Sun Temple had the Divine Ascension Mirror. When he first came to Azure Sun Temple, Wan Zishan told Yang Kai that the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple had a higher soul cultivation than the cultivator of other realms. Chapter 2773. In the end, this bottle of 3 Supreme Soul refining pills was bought by a red-robed old man for 5 million high-rank source crystals. This red-robed old man seemed to be the sect master of a third-class sect. His surname was Yu, but Yang Kai couldn't remember his name. Today, when Zishan led him to propose a toast, he had met this red-robed old man. But even if Yang Kai had a good memory, he couldn't remember more than 100 names from the Emperor realm in a single day. It could also be said that he was too lazy to remember. Next, Qiu Ran took out 2 more treasures, like the Supreme Soul Refining Pills, which were auctioned for source crystals. Everyone in the Emperor realm fought over them, and in the end, they were bought by a man and a woman at a high price. After the 3 treasures were auctioned, the atmosphere of the exchange was immediately livened up. After Qiu Ran left the stage, the red-robed old man who had won the Supreme Soul Refining Pills was the first to rush up the stage, bowed, and said with a smile, "This old man has made a fool of himself." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a crimson-red berry appeared in his palm, saying, "A 3,000-year-old jade blood dragon fruit in exchange for a water attribute spirit medicine or emperor pill of the same value." As soon as the bloodshed scarlet dragon fruit appeared, a strange fragrance wafted through the hall, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed and energized. The people in the Emperor realm present were all people with good eyesight, so they naturally knew that the jade blood dragon fruit was a rare treasure. Many people were immediately tempted, especially those cultivators who cultivated a fire tribute secret art or secret technique. Immediately, 4 or 5 rings were silently thrown up from below. The red-robed old man caught them and checked them one by one, a thoughtful look on his face. In the end, he kept one of the rings and returned the rest. He walked down the stage and handed the jade blood dragon fruit in his hand to the person who made the exchange. With the red-robed old man making a good start, the exchange became more and more lively, and the frequency of the exchange was extremely fast. When one from the Emperor realm came down, another from the Emperor realm immediately jumped up. They took out their items and proposed the conditions of the exchange. Except for a few cultivators who asked for too much or whose conditions were too harsh, everyone else basically got what they wanted. Yang Kai sat below the stage, not intending to participate for the time being. However, he was watching with great interest. Although Yang Kai was now rich and ordinary treasures were nothing to him, the treasures that could be brought to this exchange were all treasures from the Emperor realm. All kinds of strange treasures were an eye-opener for him. After greatly expanding his knowledge, he would be able to recognize similar people in the future. Even Chun Xian and Di Rong, the 2 elders of the Azure Sun Temple, each made a move to exchange for something they needed from the Emperor realm. In such an exchange, some people might suffer a small loss, but it was not a big deal. If the value of the items exchanged was too different, they could just use source crystals to make up for the difference. Everyone present had the same discerning eyes. No one would let the other take advantage of them. It was impossible to pick up scraps here. "You don't have anything you want?" Gao Shueting suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and replied, "Let's take a look first. If there's anything you want, just tell your senior sister Chun. Your senior sister Chun is in charge of the temple storeroom, so she can help you exchange 1 or 2 things. Consider it a benefit for being an elder of the temple." As the 2 were talking, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the high platform. It's just that this old master has no descendants and no disciples. If this heavenly note treasure box continues to stay in this old master's hands, it will be like a pearl covered in dust. This old master hopes that it can play its role again. Consider my thanks for helping this old master all these years. The old man's words were a little lonely, but it shocked everyone who heard it. Generally speaking, for a cultivator like this old man who had no sect or background, his path of cultivation will be full of thorns and obstacles. It was rare for him to achieve great success, and it was extremely difficult for him to break through to the Emperor realm. But he was now a master in the Emperor realm, most likely because of the heavenly note treasure box. But there is one thing that everyone should know. Although this heavenly note treasure box is magical, it has no effect on the Emperor realm. Even Dao Source Realm cultivators are greatly reduced. Only cultivators below the Dao Source Realm can understand the wonders of this heavenly note treasure box. The old man seemed to be an honest person, so he did not hide anything and told everyone about the drawbacks of the heavenly note treasure box. But even so what? The emperors present were not existences like this old man. They either had countless disciples or their own family descendants. Those who had disciples below the Dao Source Realm were countless. Take Azure Sun Temple as an example. Such a large sect, there were cultivators of all levels. There were plenty of cultivators below the Dao Source Realm, so the Heavenly Note Treasure Box was of great use to them. If Azure Sun Temple could get the Heavenly Note Treasure Box, then disciples below the Dao Source Realm would have one more choice for cultivation in the future. The attraction of this thing to sects and families was huge. So when the old man's voice fell, someone in the audience could not help but ask, "Old Lu, may I ask what you want to exchange this Heavenly Note Treasure Box for?" "Yes, Old Lu, name a price so that everyone can prepare. We will not let you down." There were even some sect masters who secretly transmitted sound transmissions to Elder Lu, promising him the position of elder or even vice sect master, hoping that he would join their sect. Unfortunately, the result was destined to disappoint them. There were countless people like Elder Lu in the Star Boundary. Some of them didn't have the opportunity to join the sect, and some of them didn't have enough aptitude, so they couldn't join the sect. However, there were also some who were idle and didn't want to be bound by the sect. Old Lu was undoubtedly the latter kind of person. Otherwise, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he would be welcome to join any sect. Even Azure Sun Temple would have a place for him. Elder Lu politely rejected those who secretly sent him voice transmissions. After a while, Old Lu said, "This old man began to cultivate a secret technique a few years ago and needs a Monster Beast Monster Core. So this old man hopes to exchange this Heavenly Note Treasure Box for a Monster Beast Monster Core." Monster Beast's Monster Core. When the crowd heard this, some were happy, some were sad, and some had different expressions. The Monster Core this old man needs must be a 12th Order Monster Beast Monster Core, and this old man wants to exchange it for 2 sets of 5 Elements Monster Cores. 5 Elements Monster Cores? 2 sets? There was a burst of exclamations. Many people in the Emperor realm frowned, feeling that this old Lu was asking for too much. A 12th Order Monster Core, even if it was a low-rank one, was worth 2 million to 3 million high-rank source crystals. A set of 5 Elements Monster Cores included the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The average price was at least 10 to 15 million, and because it was a complete set, the price was even higher, probably close to 20 million. A set of 5 Elements Monster Cores was 20 million, so 2 sets were 40 million. This was calculated based on the 12th Order low-rank Monster Cores. Although the Heavenly Note Treasure Box was extraordinary, it was only useful for cultivator below the Dao Source Realm. Who would be willing to spend tens of millions of high-rank source crystals to buy this? Even if there was, it was not cost-effective. So when Old Lu said this, the people in the Emperor realm who were originally interested were silent. However, many people turned their eyes to Qiu Ran and several Azure Sun Temple elders. 2 sets of 5 Elements Monster Cores, the people in the Emperor realm present definitely could not take out. Only the owner of this place, Azure Sun Temple, could take it out. Everyone immediately understood that Elder Lu had thrown out the Heavenly Note Treasure Box on such an occasion, because he was aiming for the Azure Sun Temple. He wanted to make a deal with the Azure Sun Temple. If even the Azure Sun Temple couldn't satisfy him, then this exchange could only be called off. Sure enough, the divine soul power of several Azure Sun Temple elders fluctuated, obviously communicating with each other through voice transmission. After a while, Qiu Ran slowly shook his head. Old Lu, who was standing on the high platform, suddenly looked disappointed. "The temple doesn't want this treasure box?" Yang Kai asked Gao Shueting. He was a guest elder of the temple and had no right to decide matters related to the temple's interests, So Chiu ran, and the others did not inform him when they were discussing. The asking price is too high, and the temple does not have a set of 5 elements monster cores, Gao Shueting replied. 12th order monster beast monster cores were rare, and a set was even rarer. Although there were more than a dozen 12th order monster beast monster cores in the Azure Sun Temple's warehouse, and they were all in good condition, only the earth attribute was missing. Naturally, it could not meet Old Lu's requirements. If the temple doesn't want it, then I'll take it, Yang Kai grinned. Gao Shueting looked at him in surprise. You have 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores. Yes or no? Discuss it with him. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looked up at the high platform, and said, Old Lu, take a look at this. It may meet your requirements. While speaking, he raised his hand and threw a space ring. Old Lu caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. At first, he was overjoyed, but then he frowned and said, Elder Yang, this seems to be a bit lacking. There was a set of 12th order 5 elements monster cores in the space ring, but there was only 1 set. The remaining 2 sets were high-grade 11th order monster cores. Yang Kai shook his head and said, a 12th order monster beast monster core, and a set at that. What's the matter? When the exchange ended, he was about to leave when he heard Yang Kai's voice transmission, so he deliberately waited here. Otherwise, he would have returned to his sect long ago. If it was someone else who sent him such a voice transmission, he would have ignored it, but Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so he had to treat it with caution. He could only wait here. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Zhang, please forgive me. I want Sect Master Zhang to transfer something to me. Zhang Dashan frowned and understood at once. What about Divine Tai Water? When the owner of Divine Tai Water took out this thing to exchange, Yang Kai also offered a bargaining chip. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. In the end, Divine Tai Water fell into his hands. Zhang Dashan and Yang Kai had never interacted before. If Yang Kai was looking for him for something, it could only be Divine Tai Water. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Dashan immediately showed a look of vigilance. His divine sense swept around, as if he could be ambushed at any time. Yang Kai laughed and said, Sect Master Zhang, you don't have to be like this. I came alone because I sincerely want to exchange this Divine Tai Water with Sect Master Zhang. Zhang Dashan frowned and said, If that's the case, then I'm sorry. This Divine Tai Water is also very useful to me, so I have to disappoint Elder Yang. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Sect Master Zhang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me guess what you want this Divine Tai Water for. Zhang Dashan's frown deepened. He was quite impatient because of Yang Kai's pestering. He had already refused. What else did he want to say? Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and said, The function of Divine Tai Water is nothing more than to promote the growth of spirit medicine. For alchemists, it is a good thing that can only be found but not sought. I'm afraid this is also why Sect Master Zhang wants this Divine Tai Water, right? Yes. Zhang Dashan nodded and admitted. This was not difficult to guess, so it did not show any wisdom. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's just that I see that Sect Master Zhang's hands are delicate, without any smoke or fire aura, and there are no traces of spirit medicine. Therefore, Sect Master Zhang should not be proficient in alchemy. Zhang Dashan shook his head and said, The path of martial arts is long and difficult. I don't have the leisure or the ability to study alchemy. Yang Kai looked confident and said with a smile, So, Sect Master Zhang, this Divine Tai Water is a gift to someone? What's more, it's an alchemy grandmaster. For Sect Master Zhang to give such a big gift, it seems that Sect Master Zhang has something to ask of the other party. It should be a pill request, right? After a pause, Yang Kai asked, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Grandmaster Huangpu? Zhang Dashan finally showed a trace of surprise. Elder Yang can even guess this. Yang Kai looked in the direction of his finger and pointed to a nearby peak. If I remember correctly, this is Purple Bamboo Peak, right? Yes. This is junior sister Gao's Purple Bamboo Peak. Then forget it. Yang Kai had a look of disdain. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, the person he was most afraid of was Gao Xueting. Although with his current strength, if he really fought with Gao Xueting would most likely lose, but it was better to avoid being neighbors with Gao Xueting. Then take a look yourself. Xiao Ran did not comment. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai suddenly pointed and said, "Let's go with this Spirit Peak." Xiao Ran glanced at it and nodded slightly. Lingjian Peak is not bad, but the location is relatively remote, and the peak is not too big. The 27 spirit peaks for the elders to live in were not very different in general, whether it was the scale or the density of the world energy. After all, they were all at the level of the main peaks. It was just that this Lingjian Peak was a little farther from the core area of the Azure Sun Mountain Range, but with the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, it was not a big deal. Since Junior Martial Brother has already chosen, then Lingjian Peak will do. Xiao Ran waved his hand, and the mountain ripple map disappeared in an instant, revealing the appearance of the sand table again. He said again, "Junior Brother, your Elder's Token can open the many restrictions of Lingjian Peak. After you go there, remember to refine the Elder's Token and Lingjian Peak into one. From then on, Lingjian Peak is your territory. Without your permission, even this old man can't enter and leave at will." "Thank you, Brother Qiao." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Go." Qiao Ran waved his hand. Yang Kai immediately left. Out of Lingyu Peak, he identified the direction and flew all the way to Lingjian Peak. In less than a cup of tea's time, a straight and steep mountain peak came into view from afar. At first glance, this mountain peak was like a sharp sword piercing straight into the ground, giving off a threatening aura. This was also where the name Lingjian Peak came from. The mountain peak was towering and steep, and the terrain was strangely high. Clouds and mist surrounded the mountainside, and there were many birds and beasts in the mountain peak. It was like a fairyland. Yang Kai glanced at it from a distance and was very satisfied. Although he was the master of the High Heaven Palace, who occupied a large part of Lingchuan Mountain and was just a guest elder of the Azure Sun Temple, he now had his own place in the Southern Territory. This scene was very gratifying. He turned into a stream of light and flew to the top of the mountain. After landing, he looked around and saw several exquisite palaces. Although no one lived in them all year round, and they were not renovated, with the protection of the spirit array, these palaces did not show the slightest sign of dilapidation. In fact, they were spotless. Standing in place, he released his divine sense, pouring out like a tide, covering the entire Lingjian Peak. In a flash, Yang Kai knew the situation of Lingjian Peak like the back of his hand. After withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai walked around, inspecting his territory like a king of a country. After wandering for half a day, when Yang Kai returned to the palace on the top of the mountain again, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Brother and senior sister, why are you here?" Gao Xueting and others were waiting here. Seeing Yang Kai return, Gao Xueting pursed her lips and smiled. "We're here to congratulate you." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Didn't you already congratulate me yesterday? Why? Am I not welcome?" Gao Xueting looked at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai was surprised and hurriedly said, "How dare I? It's just a pleasant surprise. Everyone, please come in." While talking, he invited the elders of the temple into the palace. Her beautiful eyes turned again. All the elders who were targeted by her looked as if their parents had died. They quickly took the wine and drank it in big mouthfuls. Gao Xueting laughed mischievously. She had completely lost her mind. She shook the long sword in her hand again and danced with it in the main hall. For a moment, sword chi flew everywhere, hitting Yang Kai and the others and making them flee in embarrassment. Junior brother Yang, Xianxia finally came back to her senses. She wiped the corner of her mouth and kindly reminded him, "Don't use your cultivation to dissolve your drunkenness. Otherwise what?" Yang Kai asked in horror. He asked a little too late. Gao Shueting suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. She reached out and grabbed his collar. She lifted him up like a chicken and said in a cold voice, "You little brat, you're dishonest. How dare you cheat?" As she spoke, the long sword in her hand trembled as if it would fall out of her hand at any time. Yang Kai's face was pale. He clamped his legs and exclaimed, "Senior Sister Gao, please show mercy." "Humph, you want me to show mercy?" Gao Shueting snorted coldly. She looked Yang Kai up and down and nodded. "That's easy." She flicked the long sword, and a jar of spirit wine appeared on the tip of the sword. Then, she steadily sent it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately showed a bitter expression, but under Gao Shueting's threatening gaze, he could only grit his teeth and pick up the wine jar. He drank heartily. "Good, good, good." Gao Shueting clapped her hands and jumped around happily. She looked like a little girl who had gotten a new toy. After Yang Kai finished drinking, another jar of wine was sent to him. Yang Kai looked at her with a bitter expression. "Are you going to drink or not?" Gao Shueting's face suddenly turned cold. "Drink, drink, drink, drink." Yang Kai stared at the long sword under his crotch and nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. After drinking 13 jars of spirit wine that had been sealed for hundreds of years, Yang Kai burped and his body swayed. Under the sympathetic gazes of many elders, he struggled to open his mouth and said, "Brothers, senior sister, this little brother will take his leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell on his back. "Trash!" Gao Shueting kicked Yang Kai mercilessly. She sneered and leaned on Yang Kai, using Yang Kai as a cushion. She held the jar of wine with both hands and poured it into her mouth. The pure, dry, and strong wine turned into a rain of arrows and was finished in a few breaths. With Yang Kai's example as an example, many elders did not dare to hesitate anymore. Each of them held a jar of wine and began to drink. For a time, the entire hall was filled with a gloomy fog, as if Azure Sun Temple was going to be destroyed by someone else. The spirit wine was very strong, and it could not be dissolved by using one secret art. Even the emperors could not bear it. After a while, Xianxia could not hold it anymore. She only felt that the whole world was shaking, and her eyelids seemed to be pressed by several mountains. She could not open her eyes. Her body tilted, and she lay on the ground and fell asleep. After a while, another female elder followed in her footsteps. Yu Kuan and Di Rong were put down one after another. After another half a day, the hall was filled with snoring sounds. The elders of the Azure Sun Temple all fell to the ground. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. When had the high and mighty the Emperor realm ever lost their self-control like this? And it was not just one or two, but a group. Gao Shueting was the only one who persevered and fought with the wine. It was not until she finished the last jar that she smacked her lips and fell to the ground. "How dare you gather in broad daylight to drink? What a scandal!" On Lingyu Peak, Deputy Temple Master Chiu slammed the table. For example, if you want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, you need Elder Contribution Points. 2,000 Elder Contribution Points are required to enter at once. You need Elder Contribution Points to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Yang Kai was shocked. He really didn't know about this. Yu Kuan patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said sincerely, "Junior brother Yang, let's work hard together in the future." Yang Kai nodded casually, but Yu Kuan moved closer and said mysteriously, "I'll let you know in advance. In 3 months, you'll be the temple master. During that time, if you can go out, or enter secluded cultivation. Don't show yourself easily. Xianxia nodded vigorously on the side, as if she had experienced this before. That's right, junior brother Yang. You've already seen 2 of the Divine Palace's 3 great taboos, so you definitely won't want to see a third. Yang Kai's face turned pale. Can it be more terrifying than senior sister drinking? Chun Xin carefully assessed the situation and said, "It's not that bad, but in any case, it's not a good thing." Yu Kun couldn't help but shudder. "I won't say any more. I have to go back and recuperate. My heart hurts so much. I'm going as well. Junior brother, if you have time, come visit my little spring peak." Chun Xin turned around and headed in another direction. After a while, all the elders dispersed and returned to their respective peaks. Gao Shueting, who had left first, was nowhere to be seen. She had probably returned to Purple Bamboo Peak. Xiao Ran had grounded her for 3 months, so she would definitely be angry for a while. Yang Kai returned to his Spirit Sword Peak and sighed as he looked at the messy wine jars in the Spirit Sword Hall. He reached out and picked up the wine jars, throwing them down the mountain. When he reached the 10th wine jar, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the jar and pounced at him. Yang Kai remained calm and pointed a finger at the black shadow. He immediately heard a whimper as the black shadow bounced back and fell to the ground. Looking down, Yang Kai was a little surprised. He saw a small black beast on the ground. It was only about the size of a palm. At first glance, it looked like a puppy. It was crawling on the ground, baring its teeth at Yang Kai and making a threatening sound from its throat. Where did this little thing come from? Yang Kai was surprised. The most important thing was that he didn't find any trace of this little beast before, although he didn't deliberately investigate anything. Such a living thing hiding in the wine jar should have been discovered. But in fact, Yang Kai didn't notice it until the little beast suddenly attacked. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that this little beast didn't seem to be anything special. It appeared in the wine jar of the Spirit Sword Hall because it was attracted by the wine. There were many birds and beasts in the Spirit Sword Peak, so this little beast should be a native of the Spirit Sword Peak. After observing for a while, Kai Yang sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the little beast. But he didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary little beast would sense danger approaching and try to dodge. As a result, it was still caught by Kai Yang. Caught in an instant, the little beast suddenly restrained its hostility. It drooped its tongue and huffed at Yang Kai like a real puppy. "You really know how to judge the situation," Yang Kai grinned, exerting a little force in his hand and tossing the little beast away. After dealing with this inexplicable guest, Yang Kai took out the Elder's Jade Disc and opened the restriction formation of the Spirit Sword Peak. According to Xiao Ran's instructions, he was ready to refine the Spirit Sword Peak's Earth Vein and the Jade Disc. Only in this way could he really become the master of the Spirit Sword Peak. Refining was not difficult, but it consumed a lot of divine sense. Chapter 2779. Senior Sister Gao, why are you here? Yang Kai was shocked. While speaking, he quietly looked outside to make sure that no one had seen him before closing the door of the Spirit Sword Hall. Gao Shueting frowned and said, "Why are you so sneaky? What are you planning?" Yang Kai glared at her and said, "What could I be planning? It's you who dare to run around after being grounded by Brother Chiu for 3 months. If Brother Chiu knew about this, he would definitely deduct your elder contribution points until you die." Gao Shueting sneered. "That old bastard just put me in confinement, but he didn't say that I was going to be locked up in Purple Bamboo Peak. I can go wherever I want in this divine palace." "That works?" Yang Kai was shocked. Most importantly, he was shocked by the way Gao Shueting addressed him as an old fart. Yang Kai felt that it was necessary for him to get to know Gao Shueting again. Gao Shueting sneered. "Sooner or later, I will take his position as an elder of the disciplinary hall. I will let him taste what it feels like to have his elder contribution points deducted and grounded." Yang Kai's mood was a little complicated. He didn't know if his decision to let Gao Shui Ting join Azure Sun Temple as a guest elder was the right one. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. He originally thought that Gao Shui Ting was a noble and holy woman, but now it seemed that she was brought up by Wen Zishan. Her childhood memories were destroyed, and her body and mind were not healthy. How noble and holy could such a person be? His previous impression of her was just a facade. After really understanding her deeply, his worldview was completely destroyed. By the way, senior sister Gao, why are you looking for me? Xianxia didn't want to talk about usurping power with her, so he quickly changed the topic. Well, there's something. Gao Shueting nodded solemnly. Immediately, she flipped her palm and a space ring appeared, which she handed to Xianxia. Xianxia took it suspiciously and swept it with his divine sense. He raised his eyebrows and said, "So many emperor-grade spirit herbs. Is this the benefit of becoming an elder of the temple? The temple is really thoughtful, but I have a lot of spirit herbs here. You don't need these." Gao Shueting looked at him and said lightly, "You misunderstood. This is not your benefit. Spirit Sword Peak is your benefit. If you want, you can also ask junior sister Xianxia for some conscript disciples to come to Lingjian Peak and help you manage the flowers and plants. This is also a kind of welfare. As for these spiritual herbs, what do you do? I want you to refine a spiritual pill," Gao Shueting replied. "Refine into pills." Xianxia's face darkened. "So many emperor-grade spirit herbs. Doesn't that mean I'll have to refine an emperor pill?" "That's right. I'm concocting the emperor pill." Gao Shueting nodded. "Our deity hall doesn't have an alchemist emperor of our own, but we have accumulated a lot of emperor-grade spirit herbs. It's rare for you to join us, so naturally, I'll leave them to you." "Why me?" Xianxia was speechless. Gao Shueting chuckled and said, "Capable people are always busy. Junior brother, you refined something like the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. Although it has been many years and others may not remember it, as the leading elder, I remember it clearly. I've inquired about it. Being able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill means that you were almost at the level of an alchemist emperor at that time. After a few years, you should have made great progress in the alchemy Dao. If I don't leave these spiritual herbs to you, who else can I give them to? Do you want us deity hall elders to chew on peonies and waste God's gifts? By the way, the day before yesterday, you seem to have refined a furnace of emperor pills at my purple bamboo peak." "All right, it's definitely not Brother Yang's request. There's another thing I need to ask Brother Ji. Please speak." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked, "How much does Brother Ji know about the flesh incarnation pill?" "Flesh incarnation pill?" Ji Ying's expression froze, and his breathing became slightly hurried. Could it be that Brother Yang has a flesh incarnation fruit? Yang Kai thought to himself, "Not only do I have a flesh incarnation fruit, but I also have a flesh incarnation fruit tree. However, the ripe fruits on the fruit tree have already been picked, so the rest will probably take a long time to grow." Without hiding anything, Yang Kai reached out and took out a flesh incarnation fruit. Ji Ying's eyes lit up, and he quickly got up. Carefully taking the flesh incarnation fruit, he swept it with his divine sense and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the more delighted he became. He nodded repeatedly and said, "It really is a flesh incarnation fruit. It's exactly the same as recorded in the ancient records. Wasn't this thing extinct long ago? How could it appear now?" While looking at it, he scratched his ears and cheeks. He simply couldn't bear to part with this flesh incarnation fruit. The so-called extinct thing is just that no one has discovered it. I obtained this thing by accident. Yang Kai had more than one flesh incarnation fruit in his possession, so he had a deep understanding of this. Ji Ying suddenly raised his head and asked, Brother Yang wants to refine a flesh incarnation pill. Indeed. Yang Kai nodded and said somewhat awkwardly, I wanted to refine it myself, and have almost gathered all the materials, but I always felt that something was wrong. If the refinement fails, there won't be a second flesh incarnation fruit in this world. So I wanted to ask Brother Ji if he has a chance of successfully refining it. Jing frowned and pondered for a while before carefully assessing the situation and replying, less than 30%. 30% was already a very small probability. Even Ji Ying only had a 30% chance of successfully refining a flesh incarnation pill. So even if Yang Kai's chances were better, it wouldn't be much better. Looking at it this way, it was indeed a wise decision not to rush into refining a flesh incarnation fruit. Can you ask the great emperors to take action? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Honored Master? Ji Ying raised his head and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. Honored Master has not performed alchemy since 3,000 years ago, but if it's a flesh incarnation fruit, he should be able to make an exception. I need to return to Medicine Pill Valley and report this matter to Honored Master. As for whether Honored Master will take action or not, that will depend on the will of the heavens. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Ji. This matter is not urgent. Brother Ji can return whenever you have time. I'll leave now. Ji Ying stood up. The Southgate Army suddenly scratched his face and said, but I can't make a mountain ripple diagram by myself. Why? Yang Kai frowned. Just now, this guy was acting like he was the boss, but in the blink of an eye, he actually chickened out. What was the meaning of this? The Southgate Army said, it's like this, Palace Master. The mountain ripple diagram is both simple and difficult. Not only does it need an array master, it also needs an artifact refiner. Both of them need to work together to arrange it. Artifact refiner? That's right. Strictly speaking, the mountain ripple diagram is an artifact. Naturally, it needs an artifact refiner. Also, the requirements for the artifact refiner are very high. Ordinary artifact refiners can't refine the mountain ripple diagram at all. At the very least, they need to be Dao Source grade high rank. The requirements are quite high. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. He felt that it was a bit difficult. It couldn't be helped. Although the High Heaven Palace was small, it had everything. Whether it was an alchemist, an array master, or even a puppet master, they had all kinds of skills. The only thing they didn't have was an artifact refiner. The Southgate Army's words made Yang Kai realize a problem that couldn't be ignored. Should the High Heaven Palace recruit or train their own artifact refiners? In a large sect, all kinds of talents were indispensable. Looking up, the sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. After flying all the way, they actually arrived at the sea. That person lives on an island? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Yes, the Southgate Army nodded and led the way this way. The two immediately flew away. Although the Southgate Army had the Emperor Realm's cultivation, he wasn't good at fighting and his Emperor Chi wasn't very pure, so his speed wasn't very fast. Yang Kai followed behind him unhurriedly. Looking down, the sea stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, some sea beast would show up, which was quite interesting. After an hour, they suddenly heard the sound of seabirds. Yang Kai immediately understood that they should be arriving soon. In this vast sea, there were only a few islands where these ordinary birds would appear. Before, when he learned that this Emperor Artifact Master was a gambling addict, Yang Kai did not feel much, but now that he saw her acting like a veteran drunkard, he even felt like leaving. Damn it! Another woman who was drinking. Gao Shuiting's actions a few days ago after drinking had cast an indelible shadow over Yang Kai's heart. Now that he saw this woman drinking, he could not help but recall the tragic experience of that day. His heart was beating like a drum. Chapter 2785. How is it? Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. Oh. The woman scratched her head, turned her eyes to the side, and said with a hollow laugh, "This battleship is really good, huh?" Southgate Army commander smiled and said, "Little Ho, do you still remember what you said before?" The woman glared at him fiercely before putting on a stubborn posture and looking at Yang Kai. She said, "All right, although I have some small flaws in my character." Small flaws? Southgate Army commander's forehead bulged. "But I also have my advantages. My biggest advantage is that I accept defeat." The woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Since that's the case, when will we get married?" "There's no need to get married." Yang Kai raised his hand and refused. Grandmaster Ho is a Grandmaster Artifact Refining. This young master came here mainly to invite you to the High Heaven Palace as the Chief Artifact Refiner. I hope Grandmaster Ho won't take offense if I offended you before. He. The woman covered her mouth and giggled. Little brother really knows how to talk. Her face suddenly became serious as she said, "Let's be clear, it was you who didn't want me to fulfill the agreement, not me. My reputation cannot be tarnished." Army commander can testify. Yang Kai smiled and added, "The premise is that Grandmaster Ho is willing to return to the High Heaven Palace with me." When the woman heard this, her expression became serious. She tilted her head and cast a glance at the army at the south gate. After careful consideration, she said, "If it weren't for the army, no matter how many benefits your towering palace has, I wouldn't have considered it. But since Army Commander has already joined, let's join in the fun. I won't let Grandmaster Ho down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Don't be in such a hurry." The woman raised her hand and said, "Before that, I have a condition." Yang Kai frowned and nodded. "Speak." The woman turned around and came to the back of the rock. She lifted her leg and pressed her floral dress to her waist. She stepped on the rock with one foot, leaving half of her body exposed, but she didn't care. It was unknown when a dice cup appeared in his hand. He shook it in a daze for a while. A series of crackling sounds came from the dice cup. After a moment, he covered the rock. He roared, "Let's make a bet. The stake is this battle arc." "That's your condition?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. "That's right." The woman nodded. Yang Kai was speechless. He had heard from the soldiers at the South Gate that Master Ho was a gambling addict, but he had never had the chance to learn from him. He did not expect him to do something like this before he left. This Origin grade boat, refined by Yin, should be extremely attractive to her. That was why she wanted to use Yang Kai as a stake. All right, Yang Kai naturally didn't have a problem. It was just a gamble. "If I win, so what? What's your bet?" "I have something to compensate you." The woman snorted and shouted, "Big or small?" Yang Kai glanced at the Southgate army, who said, "Palace Master can bet as much as you want. You don't have to worry about her doing anything. This girl is extremely serious when it comes to gambling. She won't go back on her word." "Then let's bet big," Yang Kai said casually. In any case, winning or losing didn't matter. Even if he lost, it was just a matter of losing an Origin grade boat. The Southgate army quietly took out a space ring, threw it on the rock, and said, "I'll bet big too." The woman sneered at the Southgate army. "Be careful not to lose everything." Don't worry, I can beat you with my eyes closed. Come, 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 place your bets. Open. A moment later, the woman's left hand grabbed her right wrist and shook it vigorously. Her eyes were filled with pain, as if she had killed her father. Cut off my hand. Now, High Heaven Palace had gathered Emperor Alchemists, Emperor Array Masters, Emperor Artifact Masters, and even dabbled in the Tao of puppetry. With 3 monster kings in charge and a space array connecting the territory, it was easy to imagine that no one could stop the rise of the sect. Yang Kai was in a good mood and waved his hand. This Origin grade boat is a gift to you. In any case, for me, it's just a token of remembrance. Really? Hoyu was overjoyed, and a smile spread across her face as she bowed to Yang Kai and said gently, "Then this mistress thanks Palace Master for the gift." Yang Kai was not used to her suddenly acting like this. In the blink of an eye, Hoyu returned to her usual self and rushed to the Origin grade boat, opening her arms and hugging it as if she was holding a peerless treasure. Yang Kai removed the soul brand, and Hoyu refined it again before putting it away solemnly. "Palace Master, if there's a chance in the future, I hope you can introduce me to the person who refined this battle boat." Hoyu walked back and said with a solemn expression. "There will be a chance." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Do you have anything else to pack? If not, let's go." Hoyu sneered. "I don't have anything on me." Years of gambling had caused her to lose almost all of her family's property. Although she was an Emperor Artifact Master, she was actually very poor. "Then let's go," Yang Kai said. "Please don't resist." Saying so, Yang Kai wrapped them in his space principles and Emperor Qi, and with a single thought, they disappeared from the cave. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them reappeared above the island. The Southgate army was already prepared, so they did not feel anything, but Hoyu was taken aback and asked in amazement, "Spatial teleportation?" In an instant, they had teleported from the cave to this place, breaking through many barriers and spirit arrays. Hoyu did not feel any trace of Yang Kai using an artifact at all, so there was only one explanation for this. "Palace Master, are you proficient in space principles? Our Palace Master's divine technique is vast. You will be amazed in the future." The Southgate army grinned meaningfully. Hoyu's heart trembled as he secretly rejoiced that he did not confront Yang Kai head-on before. Otherwise, his strength would not be enough. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so how terrifying would an opponent proficient in space principles be? Not good. Hoyu's pretty face suddenly turned pale as she urged Yang Kai, "Let's go, or it will be too late." Yang Kai naturally knew what she was worried about and said, "In the future, my High Heaven Palace's name will shake the world, and as the chief artifact refiner of my High Heaven Palace, you will not be able to hide it. Instead of letting these people come to High Heaven Palace and ruin my High Heaven Palace's reputation in the future, it is better to pay off your debts now." "Palace Master," Hoyu showed a moved expression, but Yang Kai's next word shattered her feelings completely. "All the repayment today will be deducted from your future monthly salary." "Stinking woman, you finally came out. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." At the same time, a stream of light flew over from the distance, and, at the same time, a warning whistle rang out in all directions. A moment later, a figure appeared from the stream of light. It was the middle-aged man Yang Kai and the Southgate army met when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. This man's second-order Emperor Realm aura was extremely powerful and unstoppable, and his divine sense was locked on Hoyu, making it clear that he would not allow her to escape. He pounced forward and stretched out his hand to grab Hoyu. An astonishing pressure descended like a mountain, and Hoyu could not help but turn pale. Even the Southgate army's figure swayed. Chapter 2786. Facing the middle-aged man's terrifying attack, Xianxia took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the pressure weighing down on Hou Yu and the Southern Gate army instantly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Xianxia gently pointed his finger forward. It seemed simple, but it was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he hurriedly clenched his fist and pushed his Emperor Qi to meet Xianxia's attack head-on. With a soft poochie sound, the middle-aged man's aura instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. He couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. On the other hand, Xianxia was as still as a mountain. His aura was steady, and as the sea breeze blew, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Hou Yu was stunned as he stared at Xianxia's back in a daze. For a moment, Xianxia looked like a celestial being. Am I seeing things? How can a First-Order Emperor Realm Master be so powerful? Hou Yu and the Southern Gate Army were also First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but under the suppression of this attack, they found it extremely difficult to breathe. However, this High Heaven Palace Master was able to repel them with a single finger. The middle-aged man was also shocked. In that instant, what he saw was not a finger, but a sharp blade slashing towards him. The aura of death enveloped his body, making it impossible for him to dodge or block. Just when he thought he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die, the other party easily broke through his defenses and only forced him to retreat. He didn't really kill him, nor did he even hurt him. All he did was cause his aura to become slightly chaotic. Are you in cahoots? The middle-aged man recognized Xianxia and the Southern Gate Army at this moment. He had seen these two when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. At that time, the other person said that they were here to collect a debt, and he naively believed him. But now, it seemed that these two were not here to collect a debt, but were clearly accomplices of that hateful woman. If they were ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, he wouldn't need to worry about them. But he had just taken Xianxia's finger and witnessed Xianxia's strength. He was very wary of them. If they really shed all pretense of cordiality and fought, he might not be his opponent. As his mind raced, the middle-aged man regained his composure and shouted, "No matter what, today, you can either return the money or pay with your life." As soon as he finished speaking, figures rushed over from all directions and gathered around the middle-aged man. Those people had all stayed on the island the entire time. They were looking for Hou Yu to collect their debts. There were more than 20 of them, 5 of which were from the Emperor Realm. Other than the middle-aged man, who was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, the remaining 4 were all First-Order Emperors. With so many people standing by his side, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart lessened slightly. He alone was not a match for that young man, but with so many people, how could he not be a match for him? A fierce tiger does not fight against a pack of wolves, and 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. No matter how strong the other party is, he can't beat one person. As soon as these people appeared, they all looked at Hou Yu with hatred and anger. It was as if they had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with her. However, they didn't speak casually. It was obvious that they were following the lead of the middle-aged man. "Friend, this woman owes us a lot of source crystals. If you insist on sheltering her, don't blame us for not giving you face." The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia vigilantly. To be able to destroy a deep-rooted behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect, the strength of the High Heaven Palace could be imagined. It was rumored that there were 3 monster kings in the High Heaven Palace, and even the Seeking Passion sect's sect master, Feng Xian, was destroyed with a snap of his fingers. But now, it seemed that High Firmament Palace didn't just rely on the 3 monster kings to succeed. This seemingly young palace master wasn't easy to deal with either. With just a First-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was able to easily suppress Xianxia. Even in the entire Star Boundary, there weren't many people who could do this. Fortunately, the conflict between them wasn't too deep. Otherwise, there would be no place for Xianxia in the Northern Territory in the future. Thinking so, the middle-aged man's expression turned solemn as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "So, it is Palace Master Yan. Please forgive my rudeness. Seeing him like this, the others also hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted him, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Xiao Ho is a member of my High Heaven Palace. She has caused trouble for everyone during this time. And how many source crystals does she owe you? Everyone, please give me a price. This palace master will help her pay it all." Everyone suddenly looked at each other in dismay. Before they knew Yang Kai's identity, it was reasonable to doubt whether he had the ability to pay back the money. But now that they knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master, they had a headache whether to collect the debt or not. After all, these debts were gambling debts, not serious transactions. If they offended the High Heaven Palace because of this matter, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses. But if they didn't accept it, they would be unwilling. This was not a small number. So, although Yang Kai was very sincere and wanted to pay back the money for Hoyu, no one spoke up. Yang Kai observed them carefully. So how could he not know what they were afraid of? With a thought, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I remember that Xiao Ho owes your excellency 2,000 high-rank source crystals, right?" Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and admitted. This was what he had told Yang Kai and the Southgate Army 2 days ago. "Then please count. The number is correct." Yang Kai casually tossed a space ring to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reached out and caught it. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he confirmed that the number was correct. With things having reached this point, he could only say, "It is indeed 20 million. With this opening, the rest of the people no longer hesitated and one by one reported the number of source crystals Hoyu owed them or the forces behind her. The minimum was 1 or 2 million high-rank source crystals, while the maximum was tens of millions. More than 20 people, Yang Kai spent a total of 70 million high-rank source crystals to pay it all back. After receiving the money they owed, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Among them, the earliest ones had been here for a year, but they had not been able to find any trace of Hoyu, let alone get back the money they owed. But now that happiness had suddenly fallen from the sky, they were all overjoyed. Getting back the money they owed meant that they no longer had to suffer here. The money has been paid back. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd indifferently. This palace master has a small matter to attend to now and hopes that you can help. The middle-aged man leading the group wore a solemn expression and cupped his fists. Palace Master Yang is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask. The rest of the people also echoed in unison. In the room, four pairs of eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded lightly, not bad. Bian Yuqing stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled bitterly. "It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today." Bian Yuqing was also shocked. She thought that after breaking through to the Emperor realm, she wouldn't feel any pressure when facing Yang Kai. But after meeting him this time, she was shocked to find that she couldn't see through his depths. If she didn't know that he was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Bian Yuqing would have suspected that he was a Third-Order Master. Why is the gap still so big? You can release it, but you can't retract it. You haven't yet reached a stable realm, Yang Kai commented. Only when you retract your aura can you be considered to have completely stabilized. I will remember. Thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. Bian Yuqing responded honestly, but she couldn't help but feel a little strange. More than a decade ago, she was high and mighty in front of this young man, but after more than a decade, the roles were suddenly reversed. It was all thanks to this person that she could survive and break through to the Emperor realm. Thinking back on the past, she couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It seems that you are ready to join my High Heaven Palace. Bian Yuqing smiled. Does Palace Master not want me? Of course not. Yang Kai got up and said, let's go. After leaving Spirit Lake City and flying forward, Bian Yuqing constantly stabilized her newly broken through cultivation. After 2 days of this, the results were very obvious. Her aura from the Emperor realm was obviously much more restrained. Palace Master, where are we going now? Bian Yuqing couldn't help but ask when she saw Yang Kai's leisurely appearance. I'll send you back to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai replied. Back to the palace. Bian Yuqing was startled and asked in surprise, but isn't the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory? The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If they flew all the way there, it would probably take several years. If there were any delays along the way, it wouldn't be strange to spend 10 years. Originally, Bian Yuqing wanted to persuade Yang Kai to speed up or use the space array to teleport a few times. This would save some time, but seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of doing so, Bian Yuqing didn't say anything. In any case, she had now joined the High Heaven Palace, so Yang Kai could do whatever he wanted. There was nothing for him to worry about, and he had even saved her life. After 3 days, the two arrived at a desolate and dilapidated place. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Thousand Leaves sect, right? Bian Yuqing followed Yang Kai and landed on the ground. She then turned her head to look around and asked, It is indeed Thousand Leaves sect. Bian Yuqing sighed. The rise and fall of a sect is like the tide. Without strength, one really can't survive. She seemed to have some thoughts. Looking at the destroyed Thousand Leaves sect, she couldn't help but think of Blue Feather sect. Speaking of which, the two sects had similar strength, so their endings were almost the same. Come in. While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already stood on the space array in a mountain valley and called out. Although Bian Yuqing found it strange, she still obediently stepped forward. In the next moment, the two appeared in this small world. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just led Bian Yuqing straight to Emperor Heaven Valley. After Bian Yuqing saw the territory crossing space array, a look of shock appeared on her face, and she said in horror, This could it be? Yang Kai said, You can return to the High Heaven Palace through this. I have 3 jade slips for you to take back. Bian Yuqing collected her thoughts and took the 3 jade slips, asking, Who should I give them to? Yang Kai said, Give this one to a person called Xianxia. She is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of all affairs in the palace. Give this jade slip to her, and she will arrange it for you. As for the other 2, let Xianxia pass them to the South Gate Army. Do you remember? Bian Yuqing nodded seriously. Yes, I remember. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Bian Yuqing walked onto the array and stood there. Yang Kai's hand moved, and many high-rank source crystals were accurately inserted into the grooves. When he urged his space principles, the array hummed and activated. With a flash of light, Bian Yuqing disappeared. Vaguely, before Bian Yuqing disappeared, her lips opened and closed, as if she was thanking him. Yang Kai smiled and turned around to leave Emperor Heaven Valley. Destination, Star Soul Palace. Go back to where you came from, or we will not let you off easily. Among the two Dao Source Realm cultivators, the one on the left, who looked more stable, shouted at Yang Kai. Although his cultivation was much lower than Yang Kai's, he didn't fear either of them. But whether it was him or the other person, neither of them showed the slightest fear, instead shouting at Kai Yang. This was the confidence of the disciples of Star Soul Palace. In the eyes of the disciples of Star Soul Palace, there were only two kinds of cultivator in the entire Southern Territory. One was from the same sect, and the other was not. Yang Kai was undoubtedly the latter, so no matter how high or low his cultivation was, they didn't need to care too much. Glancing at the two people, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "This one was invited by someone and came to keep an appointment. Please don't be impatient." Invited by someone? The young man who spoke before frowned. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, he said, "Who invited you? Do you know your name? My brother will pass the message for you." Since this person in front of him was invited, it meant that he had some relationship with his fellow sect members. It wasn't good to offend him easily, so his tone softened a little. Yang Kai was about to tell the truth, but suddenly his expression changed, and he smiled. "No need. Someone is here to pick me up." When the two brothers heard this, they both turned their heads to look. They saw a colorful light approaching from afar. It came quickly and stopped not far away in the blink of an eye. The light dissipated, revealing a beautiful figure. "Brother Yang," Lan Sun greeted with a smile. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have lost its color. Your Highness the Princess?" The two senior and junior brothers were dumbfounded in an instant as they stared at Lan Sun, who had suddenly appeared, their eyes almost frozen. Originally, when they heard Yang Kai say that he was invited by someone, the two didn't care too much. It was nothing more than an outsider who had some relationship with their fellow sect members. But now it seemed that the person who invited him was actually the princess of Star Soul Palace. How could it be Her Highness the Princess? Her Highness the Princess was outstanding. Not only did she inherit the bright moon body of the great emperors, but her talent in the martial Tao was also unparalleled. She was born with a heavenly fragrance and was easygoing and approachable. She was very popular in the entire Star Soul Palace and was the dream lover of many young talents. Even the arrogant disciples of Star Soul Palace were proud to be able to speak with Her Highness the Princess. There were very few people who could get this honor. Only Brother Xianxia, who guarded Her Highness the Princess all year round, could see the smile of Her Highness the Princess at all times. How could such a person who is regarded as a goddess by countless disciples of Star Soul Palace invite a man here? Shocked, the two of them could hardly think. "Junior sister Lan, you came so fast," Yang Kai replied. When he came to Star Moon Mountain earlier, he contacted Lan Sun, but the other party only told him to wait a little. He didn't expect her to come so soon. She actually called him Junior Sister Lan. The eyes of the two disciples of Star Soul Palace widened even more. Seeing Yang Kai and Lan Sun's extremely intimate appearance, their hearts inexplicably clenched, and they felt so much pain that they wished they were dead. The reaction of Her Highness the Princess made them feel that life was worse than death. Brother Yang sent a message, so little sister naturally hurried over. Lan Sun smiled and gestured with her hand. "Brother, please." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded and stepped into the air. When he arrived next to Lan Sun took a step forward and led the way. It wasn't until the figures of the two disappeared that the two disciples of Star Soul Palace looked at each other in a daze. When Lan Sun appeared earlier, she didn't say a word to them from beginning to end. She didn't even look at them. Instead, all her attention was on the outsider. What did this mean? This meant that Her Highness the Princess valued that person very much. Otherwise, the usually kind Her Highness the Princess wouldn't even give them a smile. Brother Xiao is in trouble." The junior brother, who had been silent all this time, said sadly, "Yes, I don't know if Brother Xiao knows about this." If Brother Xiao knows... The Brother Xiao that the two of them were talking about was naturally Xiaochun. Among the disciples of the same generation in Star Soul Palace, the one who had the most contact with Her Highness the Princess was undoubtedly Xiaochun. Xiao was fine in other aspects, but he was extremely narrow-minded when it came to law and sun. If any brother spoke to Her Highness the Princess, Xiao would hold a grudge against them and find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. However, Her Highness the Princess only treated him like an elder brother and never had any romantic feelings for him. But now it seemed that the outsider had the intention of poaching Brother Xiao. If Xiao knew about this, what would happen? Brother Xiao is one thing, but the key is Brother Lei. At the mention of Senior Brother Lei, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on the faces of the senior brother and junior brother, as if they had received a great shock. They hurriedly glanced left and right, and after confirming that there was no one around, they hurriedly fled. At the same time, in the Hall of Stars, the core hall of Star Soul Palace, a young man sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with stars, and they were blazing. When he looked up, his gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, seemed to be able to pierce through the ninth heaven and reach the sky. Suddenly, the young man frowned and said in surprise, 9 stars to the moon? How could it be 9 stars to the moon? This king's name is Bright Moon. It's coming for me. This is an ominous sign, an ominous sign. Few people in the world knew that the great emperors of Bright Moon, whose name shook the star boundary and was like a guardian deity of the Southern Territory, actually looked like a young and inexperienced youth from the outside. As he spoke, he lowered his head again and formed an extremely strange seal with one hand. A strange aura spread out, while his other hand moved his 5 fingers, the tips of his fingers continuously pointing. After a short while, the young man pulled the corners of his mouth, loosened the seal, and muttered, "Old man Tianji's secret technique is really nonsense. He can't calculate anything, yet he still has the nerve to claim to be able to discern heaven's secrets. When I see him, I will definitely pluck out his beard." After thinking for a while with his hand on his cheek, the young man said with flagging interest, "Forget it. It's just a small disaster, not worth the trouble."